Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel host Sega Forever here. Welcome to the All In Pop podcast. This is something that I've been talking about on my channel, um, at least bringing it back. I used to do it a while ago. If you guys have been on my channel for a long time or followed me for a long time, you guys know that I'm used to do a podcast. Okay, sorry about that. Should have checked that first. Um, but yeah, I was doing these podcasts. I think it's been 2 years now since I did one. Or I would do them off and on, but I haven't been consistent with it. And in my last podcast I did with Sega Man, I talked about bringing it back, just because it's something that if you listen to the Wrecking Crew podcast, a lot of the guys we kind of veer off into pop culture. In fact, at the last podcast I had with Sega Man, we actually talked about things that were not specifically had anything to do with gaming, which is fine. I mean, we went in this whole thing about wrestling because I'm starting to get back into wrestling, mainly because The Rock has come back and the kind of storyline that seems interesting to me. There's a couple of wrestlers I was following even before that or looking into. And of course, I'm on Twitter or X, where a lot of the guys I follow have been sharing a lot more clips. It's been kind of coming into my feed, and nostalgia is as Mooch used to say, nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and it's something that's been on my timeline. And since I've been sharing stuff, I've been getting more and more, and just reliving those old glory days. If you guys are fans of wrestling, I would understand. And I'm even talking about pre rock and wrestling, which was like the '80s with Hulk Hogan and Junkyard Dog and Andre the Giant, the feud they had, Bobby the Brain, Captain Lou Albano, even Cyndi Lauper, right? She got involved with all of this. It was crazy time. But I'm talking even before that, like of the '70s and internationally as well with All Japan Pro Wrestling and stuff like that. It was a big part of my childhood where I lived at the time. That was a really big thing. Um, and so what it is a lot of this stuff that's been coming into my feed, and it's getting exposed to once again on social media, has kind of awakened that in me. So me and Sega Man kind of touched off on that, like I said, which wasn't something that we had listed on the podcast. We kind of went down that road because we're about the same age. I remember those good times, right? So I decided, yeah, it's time to bring this back where we can have everybody talk about it. We'll talk about gaming. You guys know I'm a pro Xbox channel, and there's some stuff that I want to talk about today as far as the presentation, the partner, quote unquote partner um, event that Microsoft had, showing off games, and man, they had a lot to show off, and I really enjoyed it. I will have some commentary on that. Hey, what's up, Unlimited? Who's Sweet Baby? Yeah, it's the DEI thing that's been going on social media, bro. But welcome to the show. Yeah, it's all the stuff that people talk about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I've been talking about this for years. I kind of fell off the topic because there's bigger and better YouTube channels that talk about it. Even though I don't, I have my own opinions on it. That's why I'm doing it today. Because I'm looking at everybody's videos, and I'm not saying I disagree with them, but I do want to add some perspective on it, right? And I'm not saying that those people are wrong. If anything, I agree with like 99.9% of what they say. Um, but I have my own opinions on it. If you want to jump in, let me know, dude. I can send you a link. But if you haven't been keeping up with it, I'll try and give the best uh, explanation of it. But I mean, and then you can do your research on it. And there's people with differing opinions as well when it comes to this stuff. But if you're familiar with Gamergate, they're calling this Gamergate 2.0 because Gamergate came off of Comicsgate, right? And you see the state of the comic book industry, and that's why the gaming industry, a lot of gamers really push back on that because gaming, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, is bigger than comic books now, right? It's a place where a lot more uh, people transition to and occupy people's time and space, right? More so than comic books. And when I mean comic book industry, I mean the traditional comic book industry, guys, the actual paper, the actual books that you collected and the comics that you read, the artists that you knew, the companies that you followed. Like perfect example, Unlimited, as you can see, has the Green Lantern, right? John Stewart, he's a DC fan, and I'm not rocking any of my Marvel stuff, but I'm not really happy with Marvel right now in both the comic and the entertainment industry. If you guys watch my videos, you guys know that. Um, But I mean, it's done. The comic book industry is pretty much dead. They're trying to revive it now, and there's some stuff coming out that's actually pretty good. But the problem you have with a lot of this stuff, and this is comic book specifically, is you've lost a generation of readers that you could have had if you would have continued, right? Because I can tell you this much: whenever the big three or big two, I'll just say big two, Marvel, DC, but then you had people like um, there's other comic book companies that were trying to or had so much of an influence and stuff like that within mainstream of comics. But a lot of times when these guys would veer off, right, I would actually go into the indie scene. And so there was a thriving indie scene that was alive, at least when I collected hardcore. Um, CNBC just put out a video how Sony beat Microsoft and Nintendo with PlayStation, laughing my ass off. I might make a reaction video to debunk them later. Yeah, I mean that's par for the course, right? Because of because the way gaming is and the gaming media, right? This is one of the reasons why I am sympathetic to a lot of the people who are upset with Microsoft right now because, as Hebot said, right, Hebot talked about narrative and perspective and mindshare, right? This is it in full blown. This is what you're getting right now because of what the decision that Microsoft made to bring their games to other consoles. So no matter what Phil Spencer says or what Microsoft proper says about what they're going to do moving forward, that's always going to be the case right here, and this is why you see some of the Xbox guys leaving or they're disconnecting. That's kind of why I did that the Thrill Is Gone podcast to talk about it because you can see it happening in real time. Right, the excitement level has definitely dropped. For somebody like me, I still participate in it. Like I said, I'll talk about the partner program that Xbox did, which I thought was really great. Um, I'll still maintain that level, but at the same time, they just for some people, either they're gonna leave Microsoft because they're just tired of it, or they're just gonna disconnect from it. Right. So with all this stuff going on, I rarely see people talk about it. Just the usual people that I'm in my circle, right? But this is, as you said, unlimited, and I hope you do. I hope you do a video because this is what it is right here. Exactly what you said, and we all know it's not true, and we know it's fake. Microsoft has already said what they said. Phil Spencer, right? I still will follow what he says because he has yet to prove me wrong. Right now, you hear the rumblings of Microsoft putting or Xbox putting what is it? Indiana Jones. I saw somebody put a tweet up there from supposedly the official PlayStation website. I don't believe just to let you guys know, I don't believe anything that people put on social media. Trust. I don't trust or verify. I believe in verification, but I have no trust whatsoever. That's where I put the gaming media and gamers in general, right? Because a lot of these guys that are influencers and stuff. A lot of them are pro Sony, even though they say they're not. But their video game channels, they're not. Because it's easier, man. They grew up on a generation of Sony and the PlayStation, and it's easier to be that way. Because if you're on the Xbox side, it's hard. You got to deal with stuff like this, like you're saying, Unlimited, how Sony beat Microsoft. Unlimited, if you got time and you want to come in, I know you've been busy, but I can shoot you the link. And for the DEI stuff, dude, I'll just talk about it, and then if you have an opinion about it, that's fine too. I'm way out of touch with these guys. Yeah. Oh, okay. I seen you. Oh, yeah. I'll send it. Hold on. Let me send this to Unlimited because I do want to talk about the Xbox stuff, guys. Like I said. Hold on 1 second, dude. This is why I can't stand about this. Hold on, guys. So this toolbar, man, it is so irritating. And I think what it is I don't know why it does this, dude, but this toolbar will not drop. And so when I try and send stuff out, hold on, everybody. Just let me try and shrink this up, and then I'll move it. Is it let me? Yep. Okay. This is how I gotta do it. This is so irritating. If I get disconnected, my apologies. This is an unlimited show, where we have unlimited. Yeah, unlimited got his stuff together. I'll say that. Yeah, I'll send you the link, dude. Hold on. Please bear with me, guys. Sorry. I wasn't sure if any of the guys could follow. I was hoping I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. I looked before I ran the podcast to make sure nobody was doing anything. Man, me and this two bar are not getting along, guys. Yeah, Unlimited, I sent it to you on Twitter if you want to jump in. The realist. Sweet baby rays. What's up, dude? You gotta do it on because I didn't see that bullshit. Yeah, Unlimited, do the video, man. We need pushback. Our ex-body and brethren are losing faith, which they shouldn't. I mean, honestly, nothing's really changed with Microsoft or Xbox. I mean, aside from the games that they're gonna bring, those 4 games, but everything's still on track. So if you watch the partner preview that Xbox did this past week, I finally got to watch it last night. I was busy. This is the week I have my kids. That's why I'm doing this podcast this early in the morning. I got to run my kids around a little bit later, so I should be able to knock this out. But I finally watched it last night, and it was really good. I enjoyed it. Xbox has definitely hit their stride when it comes to their presentations. You remember a lot of the hate that they used to get for the stuff that they put out. It was either too much talking from the developers, not enough talking. And you can tell, you can see that Xbox takes all this stuff into consideration, and they kind of take the criticism and stuff like that, and they try and force something for everybody. Now you guys know how I feel. If it was just me, I would tell them to jump off a cliff, and I would just do it the way I want to. But I do like the production value. Again, this is why I said on my other podcast where I talked about how people are kind of taken aback about the games that they knew were going to like the Switch, and when Nintendo did their program, though, I guess a lot of people didn't expect it to be that good, right? And I know people are taking off guard because it looks like this is something Microsoft has been working on for some time. Not a long period of time, but they gave some thought to it, so that actually put stuff in perspective for some of the ex-bodians, right? And then you saw that in the commentary on social media. They're taken aback a little bit. That didn't surprise me at all because, like I told you guys, if you've been following the Microsoft and the Xbox we have now is a far cry from 2013. So, yeah, Unlimited, but I sent you the link on Twitter. Let me know if you got it. Dark Horse, Image, IDW are also great comic books. Yeah, they are. They are. Especially back then, the only problem I had with Image was they couldn't hit their goals. And after a while, I began to realize why. Marvel used to ride them, right? I was all for creativity, and I was younger then too. It was like kind of fighting the man, kind of thing, fight the power, kind of stuff. But then once these guys couldn't hit dates, their stuff seemed unfinished at times, right? And my eyes were open to it. I mean, they needed a lot of those guys. They were very good creatively, but they weren't good business wise. And this is why I'm not saying that DC and Marvel were right in the way they did things, right? But I could see the method of the madness, and they really needed help. The only people that really put out stuff on time, and to the extent, I hate to say this, man, but to the point where I was getting tired of seeing it was, what's his name that did Savage Dragon, Eric, gosh, what's his name, dude? You know what I'm talking about. But Savage Dragon was probably, and Spawn, right? McFarlane, and then McFarlane, he kind of passed it off to what's his name? Wasn't it Jay Lee? One of those dudes was doing it more. It was still quality, right? But Tar McFarlane and Eric, man, I can't remember his name. They were the exception. And then, but they had stuff like the Max, which I thought was really cool because Image was going to be like a bigger company, but they still had that indie feel with some of the stuff they had. Pit was a comic book that never, and that was my biggest. That's the one I was excited about. What Works, Cyberforce, stuff like that. Yeah, I remember those guys. And the comic book industry was different, man, because back then they actually had comic book fans that collected comics. We're in a different age right now. My excitement is the same. Oh, that's good, realist. Yeah. Um, I just think people are burnt out right now because no matter what is said, especially Phil Spencer came on and told these guys that they're not going to get Starfield and they're not going to get Indiana Jones. But the media and these gaming sites and stuff like that, all these ponies, just keep on harping on it every day. Anybody would get tired of it, dude. So I understand people on the I understand the Xbox that are going through that right now. Like for me personally, I mean, I'm numb to all this stuff, dude. I've been numb for a long time. It'll take more than that to get me off of Xbox. And like I said in the previous podcast, I'm in the ecosystem. They got me, dude. All my stuff is tied into um, on Microsoft, and I use Microsoft because I'm talking movies, the products I use, all of that stuff, dude. I just can't throw this stuff away if I wanted to. You know what I'm saying? In fact, we'll talk about when I talk about big Sweet Baby Inc. Excuse me, Sweet Baby Inc. We'll cover that as well. I just heard Sony shut down Deviation Games and removed. Hey, what's up, Faded? Thanks for being here, dude. I just heard Sony shut down Deviation Games and removed a lot of digital games. Yeah, I just saw it when I got up this morning. I had to go to the gym, but it's something that flashed on my feed. Yeah, that kind of threw me off, dude. I mean, and that's just Sony, right? I mean, if you okay, I told you guys, I've said this 100 times on my channel, dude. I was the biggest Sony guy, mostly again on the electronic side, but their music and movies, they're a very dominating company, man. And to see them do this kind of stuff, dude, it just blows my mind. It just shows you like what kind of trouble they're in. Um, just not just financially, but just growth. I mean, just of any company, man, they're on the cusp of not existing. And there's a lot of companies that are going through that right now. They did not prepare properly for this economy, and that Sweet BB Inc. thing ties into all of this as well. Hey, what's up, Unlimited?
Hey, what's up?
So you still a DC fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I was seeing the stats on anime, and I was like, dude, it's crazy, man. It's crazy how they're just everywhere and how it's dominant.
Mm-hmm.
It's so dominant that in other countries, especially in Southeast Asia, and I know they have their own industries in those areas, but those industries are growing. And
Right.
anime, like mangas or anime in general, is borrowing from that. There's a anime I'm watching right now called Solo Leveling,
Mm-hmm.
and it's actually based off of I think it's called a manga. It's a Korean the Korean what do you call it, manga type thing deal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you know your industry is thriving, right? Is yet you're expanding, and then it's going to other areas, other countries, and they're because they get their fans that are into anime from different countries, and then what happens is it starts to import into their culture, and they take your culture and then they make it their culture, and then they start producing stuff like this. That's where the variety and the diversity should come from, actually, right? Because when you watch some of these, this is why people that watch anime and watch K dramas are like, oh wow, this is kind of like a K drama,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because of the way the story are and the antagonists and the characters, and then they look at it and they're like, oh, okay, it's based off of this, right? So it's starting to do that stuff, that cross pollination that we experienced, right, when we were growing up, reading comic books, right? Especially for me, I know you're younger, but stuff was kind of segregated in a sense when I was reading comic books back then, and then when it started to grow, and then it started to cross, right? You saw a lot of different ideas from a lot of different, especially me being older. You see some stuff that was in a comic book like Conan,
Mm-hmm.
where it was mostly for adults, and then that would actually be they would take ideas like some you can tell somebody when somebody read certain writers and looked at certain artists, you see their stuff bleeding into um, the mainstream comic books and stuff like that, right? And that's one of the things these guys that are writing now can't understand. Stanley created a lot of this. I'll just talk about Marvel because that's what I'm familiar with the most, right? So Stanley did create that with the help of Ditko and Kirby and all these guys back in the day. They created these characters, but it's when other people came along that grew up on their characters and they
Mm-hmm.
grew the universe, not just the character, the world building and the universe in general, right? And this is why when you have somebody like James Gunn come in and do the first Guardians of the Galaxy, he had exposure to it, right? And then he took that and he applied it with his brand of storytelling and direction, and then he was able to capture what the Guardians of the Galaxy. So most of us that grew up watching it
Mm-hmm.
or reading the comic book we could do that one for one. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, which is why I don't want him to be in the DC universe, dude. I don't think he has that feel. Sorry, I feel sorry for you guys, dude. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna. I can't see him writing Superman at all. I mean, and I'm not hating on Superman. I mean, I just really think that's not his thing, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like Suicide Squad to me, like what he did with the Suicide Squad kind of fit. But then again, right, it looks like a James Gunn. Well, anyway, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, Faded. I just heard Sony. Yeah, Faded was saying I just heard Sony shut down Deviation Games and it removed a lot of digital games, like 1,500, right? Is it
Um,
1,500? I think.
I'm now reading this,
Yeah.
so let me catch up, and I'll be able to.
Oh yeah, take your
They,
time.
they removed 1,500 digital games.
I think it was 1,500.
Oh, holy. See, that's like that is why me and he bought the pro physical, man. Because
But I thought you guys were just grouchy old men.
yeah. Look, man, me and He-Bot, we may be dinosaurs, but there's a reason why dinosaurs supposedly dominated the earth for millions of years.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, I won't go down. I believe in the you will own nothing mantra. I won't go down that rabbit hole today.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Look. If I made more money, I'd be buying more physical for my movies and TV shows. Buy the DVDs and Blu-rays of those too. But when you one income, man, you can only support. I decided since I already spent years supporting comics and video games. Those are those are my two favorite hobbies, right?
Yeah.
So my money most likely goes to those first. But if there's if I had the money, man, I'd be collecting more movies and TV shows, DVDs and Blu-rays too as well. But yeah, I can't find a recent article. Hold on, I think I found it.
I just saw it on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, look, you know me, man. I haven't been on Twitter in like 3 weeks now, and life is too good. It's so much relaxing, not seeing the stupidity, not arguing with morons and all that stuff. So I think I found it. PS5 owners lose access to hundreds of games as digital purchase right from account. Wow, oh my goodness, it's right from the account.
Yeah.
A strange bug is removing people's games. Dog, that is dude, that is disgusting. Oh, that is disgusting.
It's Sony.
Yeah. And here's the kicker. I don't know if people remember, but I think about a year ago, they remember if you own some movies on your Sony account, those were removed even if you bought them. I think when they lost rights to movies. So this isn't the first time they've done something like this. And then I see that they closed Deviation Games. So that's two studios they closed. And where's the doom and gloom?
Yeah. You know what it is?
Where's the outrage? How's it that about 30 minutes ago, CNBC puts out a video titled, and I was watching it before I jumped on. Yeah. How Sony dominated Microsoft and Nintendo with PlayStation, and it's so crazy, isn't it? Isn't it a little convenient? Let's put on our we don't need to go full conspiracy theory, but just a little bit. Isn't it a bit convenient that the year Sony's telling you guys 700 million consoles won't be enough? They closing studios, they canceled games. What else did they do? Sega forever. They had some other bad news recently, right?
Raise the prices of games.
Yeah, raise the prices of games. And they said that they have no games until next year. Is it not a bit convenient that all of a sudden every outlet is now supporting them? I mean, CNBC, look how PlayStation dominated Nintendo and Xbox. That other site, it's a good thing Sony don't have games to. I mean, it might be a blessing in disguise. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand how the average person just doesn't see this. At least the average person that be on like Twitter or be hardcore in this gaming stuff, don't be seeing this stuff and then don't raise eyebrows just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's rare that I see a situation like this where what Sony is telling people is just so blatantly ignored, and everybody it's like the worse Sony does, the harder they tell you Sony is great. And I never seen anything like this, man.
Yeah. It's it's unbelievable, dude. That I mean, and we know why, dude. Because if you're on, like you said, you're not on Twitter, right? I'm still on there, and they're preoccupied with Xbox.
Yeah,
instead of worried about their own company and their own console.
and their own companies dying right in front of them. And here's the thing. My thing is that and this is why me personally with the Unlimited Truth, I tend to attack, like I'll attack CNBC and call Moriarty the IGNs before I do the likes of like the Red Dragon and all them losers, because I already know what to expect with them. It's the equivalent of telling a hardcore, a right wing guy that he's all of a sudden liberal or vice versa. It's just not going to happen. So I already know you what you got with them guys, and I don't need to talk about it. But with CNBC, a channel, let me see how many subscribers their YouTube channel has, and they got a cable channel that you could go to if you're still on cable. Let me go to their channel. Give me a second here. So CNBC got nearly 4. Yeah, they got about 3.5 million subscribers on their YouTube channel, and they're putting out videos lying to people about how great PlayStation is. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, man. And yeah, the realist. That's the thing about them being average gamers. My issue with them, IGN, because remember, IGN got something like 18 million subscribers on YouTube too. Sega Forever is that their reach is so big that even though they're average, they're just naturally going to reach more people than say my channel with 2,000 subscribers, or I don't even got to use myself. Use somebody like Colt Eastwood with 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's just naturally going to happen, and especially the way YouTube algorithm work, where they're sits for these big corporation channels now.
Yeah, they push all the. I mean, it came out right. There was an article talking about it. Is that they're helping because nobody's watching the news anymore, honestly.
Yeah,
and the influencers have a bigger impact, like you're saying.
Yeah.
So what's going on is that they're pushing them. So this is why you see them all the time in your feed, and it's on purpose. The problem I have with a lot of these, I tend to like the money sites more, right? Because they're a little bit more educated as far as money. So you gotta look at numbers and stuff like that. So the reason why I discount the mainstream media is because all they're doing is pulling, right, from the gaming media, which is absolutely atrocious. This is why I joke around about it on X all the time. But there's a truth to what I'm trying to say. It's just like I can't wait for AI to take over these people's jobs, because that's how horrible they are at it. Right? They have a bias. They're in an echo chamber, and once they start speaking this stuff, it gets carried by other people. Even the people, like we see that in the people with the, like you said, the big channels on YouTube for Xbox, dude. They fall victim to this crap.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah. So, I'm totally in lockstep with you on that.
Yeah, all the time, man. It's and it makes for me personally, it makes discourse about video games kind of trash, because Xbox had a great director developer showcase this week.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guarantee that people either said it was trash, said it was boring, or something negative. Meanwhile, I watched it without, and just the beauty about me just giving up on social media recently is that I watched it, enjoyed it, and went back to real life. And so I'm thinking, man, what a great show. However, if I would have done what I've been doing for years and went to Twitter afterwards to check the reaction, I just would have been pissed off, arguing with people, because they would have been talking about, Microsoft, and it's always something stupid. Microsoft, why did you do this or that? It's like, dude, this is a show that's just showing some of these AA, maybe some indies, or some, something that they got marketing rights to, right? And yet they showed like 15 games. Most of them look very fun. Yeah, they showed way more games than I expected, man. Most of them look very fun. That Kunitsu Gami game, Path of the Goddess from Capcom, looks like it's going to be a very, very, very good game. Very creative. I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah. That Tales of Kenzara, I believe that's published by EA, but it's from their EA Originals, which does pretty good stuff. That looks like it's going to be a very cool game. It looks like it got some type of African mythologies with it or something, which I like that because I'd rather see that than the race swap and stuff. A lot of people, a lot of Hollywood does, right? Where they think if they race swap, that's how you quote unquote represent people. But this seems like a better way of doing it.
Organic from the ground up.
Yeah. And then most people don't know much about any type of African history. So and then the gameplay looks really cool. Matter of fact, it seems like the same type of gameplay style that Prince of Persia game that came out in January.
I like the level design and I like the gameplay.
Same here. And I love the art. For me, I love these type of creative art styles where developers put good use to colors and stuff like that. So I'm definitely and by the way, I think that's like a $30 game too, if it's not day one on Game Pass.
I think it'll be cool.
Yeah, and did they stealth drop the Stalker trilogy before Stalker 2? So to me, that showcase was a win. I mean, what have Sony given you guys? They never do anything like this, right? Mm-hmm. And yet, I guarantee people were pissed off at this stuff, man. But it was a great showcase, man.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I love about all of this stuff that's going on, if I'm being honest, is that it's really beginning to separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah,
so to speak, right? You're really getting a look at, I mean, who really Xbox, who's not, and then and so much. So who was I talking to? We were talking about this, and I think it was Shane G. And one thing I love about Game Pass, I say this all the time, it is a great litmus test because a lot of people talk trash on social media, and then Game Pass comes along and it really shows how many people are not really gamers, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's not to the detriment of the people or anything like that. For me, I think it's great because it helps Xbox and Microsoft understand the market a little bit better, right? Because they constantly are putting stuff in. The fact that they had this showcase makes me feel great about the prospects of the future because I like the variety.
Yes,
I like when you're talking about the game. I forgot the name of the game, but one thing I loved about the level design and all this stuff that's going on with it. But right now, dude, if you're on Netflix, dude, you see a lot of programming, and maybe because I do a lot of international stuff, because American stuff to me is absolute trash right now, the stuff that we put out. So I find myself watching novellas again, and I find myself watching, like I talk about K-dramas all the time. But there's some stuff coming out of South Africa now, right? Or Africa in general.
Right.
I think mostly South Africa, right? But that's that organic thing that happens, right? When pop culture starts to influence other cultures, and then other cultures start taking it and making it their own.
Right.
It's like that's what ticked me off about Shang-Chi, right? Because Marvel is trying to push it as like an Asian film, and I'm like, dude, you're gonna try and sell this film, which is made here, so you should have just made it as a Marvel film.
Right.
But they're pushing hard on the Asian thing. I'm like, obviously you guys don't know what's going on because there's this place called China, and in China there's this place called Hong Kong, and obviously you never heard of the Rickshaw Brothers. Right? You never heard of this industry that already exists.
Right.
So you're going to take a product that you're making here in the West and you're going to try to sell it to people that already have a product. It's just like if you come over here and you try and sell me like a Kolo pig, you know what I mean? And, you have and you're from like Louisiana, you know what I'm
saying? Right.
So to me, that's the organic thing about it. And that's what I can't stand because a lot of this stuff is just being forced. Which is we'll talk about that with the DEI stuff, and the Sweet Baby Inc. thing, because a lot of the people like you're talking about, right? A lot of the people that are doing this, they're trying to force it. People are trying to tell them, no, we don't want this stuff, right? You're invading our space, right? This is escapism for me. If I want to deal with real world issues, I'll just watch the news, or I'll go outside of my house, right? A lot of people read comics, play games, watch anime to escape this stuff. And I'm not saying that it can't influence or somebody can't have an opinion on it, right? But when it starts taking away from the overall feel of what you enjoy the most about the comic book you're reading, the anime you're watching, the game you're playing, that's when it becomes a problem, right? Because like I said, at the end of the day, it's about escapism because a lot of this stuff, you're the narrative. The narrative is written for you and you're the driver. That's what makes gaming so one-on-one with a lot of the fans who game. Like you're the protagonist. Even though you're playing a character like Halo, Master Chief, for example, right? They put you in that suit of armor. Even though you're playing Master Chief, right? You're actually experiencing what it means to be Master Chief. So if you have somebody come in and try and flip the script, that's why people have problems with it. But I want to touch on that in there. But I wanted to see Faded Blade said, "Let's talk about Unlimited's favorite subject: Square Enix flopping."
No. yeah. Square. Square, man. There is somebody on my own show who always loved me talking about Square flopping. But yeah, I mean, look, guys, Square is just reaping the benefits of moves they made half a decade ago. I can't believe it's been 5 years, pretty much since the report. And here's the kicker: I remember really putting it out on my own channel. And this was before I even started to do the Unlimited Truth podcast, right? Where I talked about future Final Fantasy games not coming to Xbox anymore, right? And what's funny is that at the time, so that's why this doesn't surprise me. This doesn't surprise me because I remember reading about Sony's pretty much signing a deal with Square back in like 2019 or something like that, about them signing pretty much damn near exclusivity deal with these Final Fantasy games. It's just funny to see how with each releasing one is even more and more diminishing returns.
Right.
Where this latest one sold even worse than Final Fantasy VII remake or something like that. You know, and then as always you get the damage control articles. That I saw one about how exclusivity has been good for Final Fantasy, right? And it completely ignored all the sales numbers and everything Square Enix has put out.
Yeah.
So Square, man, they're just reaping the consequences of a deal the former CEO made, and they're just honoring it. And whenever this stuff ends. I think it's going to be even. I think they're going to almost overcompensate with Xbox. So I think once the contracts end with Sony, I expect to see these games to come to Game Pass and everything. I think there's going to be that much overcompensating, basically.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of like a pro athlete that's just waiting to get out of that last year of their contract.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
That's what I think about when I see that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you're a Steelers fan, so I remember when
Mexico. Yeah,
great running back, but man, he that 2018 season, he pretty much sat out, didn't get the contract, and then he went to Miami, I think, and did nothing.
I forgot that guy's name.
After the Steelers let him go.
Dude, I remember Plexico was a wide receiver, so you could tell he was done.
Yeah.
The Giants, like I was telling Giants fans, like, all right, because you're like, I can't believe you let this guy go. They went to the Giants and they're like, oh, okay, I see why.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, if you can't play with the Steelers, dude, something's wrong with you, bro.
Right, yeah.
They're just one of those teams, I'm not saying that because I'm a Steeler fan. It's just, the Roonies are pretty. So the Roonies are like the Phil Spencer of NFL.
Yeah.
They're like that level nice.
Yeah, man. That's a down to earth. I mean, there's a reason why they've always been successful my whole life. It's like they'll have periods of being down periods, but with the Steelers, they're one of the teams that they're either never bad for long or they're never straight up terrible. At least in my lifetime, because I remember when I was a kid, I know they lost the Super Bowl to the Cowboys, but still,
that was the only one they lost to.
Yeah, that's right. And then a few years later, they end up winning with. He was a great coach too. What was his name?
Dave Cowher won, yeah.
Yeah, Coward. No. What was his name, man? He was a great coach before Mike Tomlin took over.
That should be Cowher. It was Cowher, and then Cowher transitioned to Tomlin.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Then it was Cowher, yeah, because he was a great coach, a tough as nail coach. Then the homie Mike Tomlin takes over. He wins a Super Bowl, and even then, they're either always in the playoffs. If they could just get another great quarterback, they'd be set. Because the problem they've had since Big Ben got old was that Big Ben was old, so he wasn't as explosive as he was, and then they got guys like Kenny Pickett who just aren't that good. Right?
Well, I'll say this, and I think it's actually I'm saying this as a football guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not as a Steelers fan. I think that's good because it shows how dynamic the league has become as far as the talent pool. And they're pulling people from all over, right? So the pool is so big right now, and the talent level has increased. That these guys that were like, if Pickett was back in like the 90s, he could possibly be a steady roster guy or a Pro Bowl, even a Pro Bowler. But that's not these times, man.
Yeah.
Bigger, faster, stronger.
Yeah,
Dude, when you have defensive linemen that are even bigger than it was when when I was hardcore into football, watching football, dude. These guys are freaks of nature.
Yeah, well, yeah, that and the NFL has changed the rules a lot, and so the quarterback play is different than it was a couple decades ago too.
I mean, I can't blame them, dude, because it's like, it's just like what happens is like, when the power backer was a thing.
Yeah.
Right, you have like your Jerome Bettis's and guys like that could run, Christian Okoye's and stuff like that, right? And it was changing the running back position. So what ended up happening? The linebackers got bigger, because like for the Steelers, man, they had, I think he was like 6'3", all of 295.
Yeah,
like they were trying to push him as 275. I looked at that, they're like, no, dude, 295, but he could motor, right? Levon Kirkland, right? He used to stuff up that middle for the Steelers, dude. That was a big boy, man, and he could move. Right. And not so good. The quickness, of course, right? He couldn't do sideline to sideline really quick. The motor, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But when you put a hit on somebody, dude, you could see it and feel it. But you needed to do that.
Yeah.
Like, because you had running backs, dude, that was pushing over 200.
Mm-hmm.
Bam Morris, dude. Like I know for Steelers, yeah, Bam Morris, to Mount Fala. Like guys like that, dude. They were Jerome Bettis, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when Jerome Bettis ran over Brian Urlacher, people was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So
right.
So it evolves organically. By the way, if there's one thing you guys are going to take away from this podcast, is going to be the term organic. Because things have a process.
Yeah. Well, I guess by that logic, Sony's just organically closing down studios.
Yeah, that's you're 100% correct, because they've made stupid decisions.
Yeah.
They've made them for years, and they've been puffed up. They should have been gone. I say this all the time. It pisses people off, but I don't care. I'm like, dude, they should have been gone years ago. The fact that they've been able to survive, but this is like they're in an economy right now that is not kind to any business, no matter video games or not.
Yeah.
If you made mistakes and you were fudging the books or any of that kind of stuff, you will be sniffed out. Right. So one of the things about Square Enix, I'll just go back to that really quickly, is if you guys didn't know, Japan was hit with deflation.
Yes.
And then that deflation is now rolling into inflation. So they're getting the worst of both worlds right now. So that can explain why a game. I mean, to be honest with you, given their economy, I was kind of surprised that they even sold that much. Right. But this is something that Square Enix and a lot of these companies did not prepare for and did not see coming. So they're ready to get out of that contract. That's why they had Phil on the stage to let the Xbox guys know, because they're figuring out a very hard lesson that a lot of these guys are realizing is when you do certain things and you have a toxic fan base like Sony has, right? It kind of shuns the other people, the Nintendo and the Xbox side, and just the PC guys. PC guys have been going hard on Sony, right? I just sit back and watch it. I just get my popcorn and enjoy the show. Right?
Yeah. I saw from Dirk Griggity, he put up a funny video about and then Zink also sent me another video from this funny Jamaican dude who makes Xbox videos, but he was clowning them as well.
Yeah, I know he's talking about Island Gaming.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's great.
Turboverse is funny too.
Yeah, Turboverse. I like Turboverse because he won them real. He's like you. He got that laid back delivery, so it's almost funnier when he makes a joke because he got that dry humor to it.
Oh, but he bring the receipts though.
Yeah, big time.
He's good with that. Because you can't beat people like that, right? The ponies are used to arguing with us. We're going back and forth because we're in the console space, but you can't do that to PC guys.
Yeah,
you can't do that to just a normie who's actually tuned into stuff, right? Because it doesn't make you can't utilize the same weapons against these people, right? It's not about a console war with them. They kind of laugh and scoff at it and they poke around. That's how I survive on Twitter, dude. I'm just like, I don't care kind of attitude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just kind of troll, and trolling's fun now. Right? Because if you take things too seriously, you won't be able to survive on social media.
That's true. Yeah, and for me personally, it wasn't about like not surviving. I just thought it was annoying because because my thing has always been this: if I'm talking video games, at the end of the day, I do want to talk about stuff I like. And what I just didn't like, and what made me quit that stuff is that every time you put an input, especially you cannot be positive about Xbox without people just coming in and randomly telling you some nonsense. I'm like, yes, this is ridiculous. Why am I even wasting
No,
time?
I think you're perfect in the sense of that's the way your channel is too, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's Unlimited Truth fits you, right? Because
Yeah.
it is a principle thing. That's why I like watching your videos. Like, and why people watch your videos, and then you also bring like the facts, right? We need a variety of people in the console war. This is what it's changed. The surface of the console war has changed, right? Because Sony will the ponies will be they'll be whatever they want to be, wherever they want to be. You know what I mean? That's
very true.
Yeah, hypocrisy don't care, right? None of that stuff matters to them, and then it doesn't help that they have a media. Like I know people are putting up Destin for some reason, and I'm like, dude, this dude is not an Xbox guy. Because people will come to me and say, "You hear what Destin?" I'm like, dude,
yeah.
One time I watched his video.
I don't know about that because he is a self-proclaimed Xbox fanboy. That was his words too.
Whenever
I still laugh at. Sorry, man. Yeah, I just found that when I remember. I'll never forget when he said that in his video because I had to pause the video. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, this dude's really out here claiming he's an Xbox fan.
Well, that's why even PC guys got on him because he was trying to say, "Well, I get attacked by the Sony." And PC guys were like, "We get attacked by these guys all the time." It's ridiculous, right? I'm like, every time I think about Destin and when he says that, I'm like, it's that old phrase like, "With friends like these, you don't need enemies."
Yeah,
that's what I think about with Destin.
That's good.
Hey, Cloud Gamer 74. I hope Square Enix is the next purchase because I appreciate their games. Well, if the economy is as bad and as it has been, you might get your wish there. Cloud Gamer. Because what it is everybody's talking about the money that Sony pays to them to keep this stuff exclusive, right? But it's also about the money that they're missing out on. And like I was saying earlier, the one thing that they're becoming very aware of, because you see it happening, is that eventually these guys bring their stuff over to Xbox, but by that time it's too late, right? Because the way gaming is now, dude, and the way gamers are now, especially the younger generation, it's you got to hit when the fire's hot.
Right.
If you don't do it, like if you pick a horse, like if you go either Xbox or Sony, you got to hope that when you go with those people, that you get that engagement. But and then for Sony, mostly the money, right? They want the money. But Microsoft, it's about the money, but it's mostly about the engagement. So in the Microsoft ecosystem, you have room to grow, and then you can build up a fan base because a lot of people didn't know who Nacon was, right? And then RoboCop hits and people start playing that game, and then people are like, oh, they also make Steel Rising. Oh, they also make this game. That's the benefit of Game Pass, or Humble Games does the same thing. So you can you can get people to come in, and then they play one of your games, and then they look at your library, which gamers tend to do. Right? And Microsoft actually gears it that way. If you guys look at a game that you play, then you drop down the list and say, hey, Microsoft's there with their little algorithm. Hey, you might want this, right? So that's the difference between the two ecosystems. Sony needs that money from the jump, right? And so what's happening is they've realized, like they brought over Sifu and they brought over Stray, right? And then a couple other games, right, that came over. I don't know how well they've done, but to me, they would have done better if they would have brought Sifu out from the jump, instead of having it just go to Sony. Right. So hopefully they'll get some sales. I don't bemoan anybody for being a business, being business first. It's like you see a lot of these. Do you see some of the developers finally speaking out when somebody comes with some kind of off comment about their game, and the developer will come in and goes, hey, no, it's not like that, right? Because they don't want to ostracize. Dude, I'm telling you right now, dude.
Come on.
Yeah, this is the one great thing about economy right now, being the way that it is. It'll sober you. It'll sober you up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, man.
Like McDonald's had the at least where I live, McDonald's had the nerve of like, ooh, try our special. Everybody loves fish fillet sandwich. Try our special, only $8.49. Dude, I put skip on that thing real quick. I'm like, kiss my ass, dude. I ain't paying no $8.49 for fries, Coke.
Yeah.
Sandwich. That's $3.29. Dude, out of spite, I opened up a can of sardines. I was hungry. Out of spite, I opened up a can of sardines and ate that instead. So the economy like that is actually what sets. This is why you see these developers like, no, don't say that, please, because at the end of the day, it all boils down to money. So Cloud Gamer said, I don't care if they go multi-plat. I just want to see their games on Xbox. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude.
Yeah.
If you're a fan, I'm the kind of person, like, if you put your games on here, fine. If you don't, there's other stuff I can play. But I mean, I know for a lot of people that like the Persona series on Xbox, they're enjoying life right now, right?
Yep.
You know, and then that's one of the things they showed, right? Unlimited on the I think it
Yep.
was like DLC or what is that? What was the
Yeah,
Persona?
yeah, it was the DLC.
The DLC. Look good though, right? Everybody's excited about it, so that's cool. Realist, but eventually the casual gamer. I was just gonna try and catch up with some of these comments.
Yeah.
But sure, chime in, bro. If whatever you want to just.
Oh yeah, well, I got to talk about this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my goodness, this is stuff. This is disgusting. This is as disgusting to me as when IGN used Kevin Conroy's death to hate on Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Kotaku, what are you doing? So they put out an article saying when Xbox was struggling in Japan and using Akira Toriyama, rest in peace to Akira Toriyama, by the way. Was its ace. And it's like, guys, don't use the man's death to prop up your console wars.
These guys can't help themselves, yeah.
Yeah, this guy was a legend. He was an absolute legend. You know, not just in Dragon Ball, but with what he did in has his beautiful art style in the likes of Chrono Trigger, Dragon Quest, and a game that's coming to Xbox later this year, by the way, called Sandland.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah. So all we should do is just honor him. Just honor him. And yet. Oh, and Blue Dragon. That's right. I believe his art style was used in that Blue Dragon game back in the day.
Yeah.
Right. So for Kotaku to use him in a console war in the article, by the way, it starts off fine by mentioning you know how Blue Dragon was on Xbox, and then it just evolves into the usual console war nonsense.
Well, I believe Kotaku was commenting that actually that whole thing's coming from the Sweet Baby Inc. There's an employee at Sweet Baby Inc. You know, if like I said, I'm on X all the time. So what happened was he passed. That's how I heard about it. And full disclosure, guys, I'm not a huge Akira Toriyama fan. I have nothing against him. But when Dragon Ball Z hit, I was into girls and music, and I'm old guy. So when that hit, that's why I miss Pokemon, Power Rangers, all that stuff that a lot of people are opining for because it's your time. Like I was an 80s.
Yeah, that was my era.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. So at that time, I was in my 20s already, and so I kind of glazed over that stuff. No disrespect, right? But one thing I loved about what was going on X was there were so many beautiful tributes that even though I'm not a huge fan of I don't know him, I didn't follow. Not like I follow a Stanley or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But it was beautiful to see what people were doing, and I didn't realize. Like I watch All Japan Pro Wrestling, and there were people showing stuff from All Japan Pro Wrestling that was his artwork, and I was like, wow, did this dude have some reach? And so it was crossing. Kenny Omega was posting stuff, right? I didn't know he was a huge fan of Dragon Ball Z, and it just big Dragon, how big of I knew it was a big impact. Like Power Rangers is a big impact. But my thing was Go Rangers, but I'm old. Back in the day, and so all of this stuff, I was watching it on X, and I was like, wow, this is beautiful. It was crossing the streams, dude. It was going into wrestling. It was going into anime. It was going into comic books, video games. All these people, like Hollywood, dude. These people were coming in, and this dude had a huge impact on a generation of people, and I didn't realize that. So here I am enjoying all this stuff, right? And all of a sudden, dude, this is why we're talking about Sweet Baby Inc. Some person at Sweet Baby Inc. brought up racism with this dude, right? Because of one of the characters from Dragon Ball Z, which had nothing to do with African Americans or anything like that.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm probably talking about Mr. Popo from Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So I guess he's after some, like, look, I'm not the biggest Dragon Ball Z person, but from what I read, he's actually an Indian, right, deity or something like that, right? And so this person, they just can't help themselves, so they put it out. So that Kotaku article, I believe.
The Kotaku article doesn't mention any of that. It's literally about Xbox and Akira Toriyama and how Xbox supposedly didn't kind of screwed him over by not pushing the games harder. It started off fine as a tribute, and it turned into typical Xbox bad for not doing this nonsense.
Oh, so I know that the Kotaku wrote another article.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, but yeah. Well, here's the thing. So you know, when I log in, it shows me different articles. I don't go to Kotaku site specifically, right? So this is one of the recommended articles. You know how it is. Yeah, and then I just saw Akira Toriyama and Xbox in the headline. Like, this could be an interesting read, and then it turned into typical nonsense. But yeah, Yeah, those people, you know, back in the day, first I don't know why this is what drives me crazy about the social media era. Can we you know it's possible to just not give these people attention, right? Because my favorite sitcom ever is Married with Children.
Yes.
And I remember seeing a documentary about the show before, and they talked about how at the show's peak, they used to have soccer moms writing all the time wanting the show to be canceled. And you know what Fox and the writers did? They threw it away, and then they end up making an episode pretty much making fun of them, right?
Yeah, because they not only double down, they triple down.
Yeah. And so, but it's like these days the reaction is always the opposite. Where if one person says something, everybody's gotta just give them all the attention in the world. And some of them are just flat out attention whores too, which makes it worse. So once they get the attention, they start saying even more ridiculous stuff. And that's how. And I could guess. I could pretty much copy and paste. Listen. I don't need to see a fucking tweet from any of these guys to copy and paste what they said. Let me guess. Akira Toriyama didn't make enough black characters. Akira Toriyama, you know, I guarantee it's gonna be something stupid like that. Yeah. I could guarantee. Like, you don't need to. These guys are so predictable. You know, I can't wait till they start blaming him for being sexist too, right? Akira Toriyama, he didn't have enough powerful women. Yeah. That's right. The show that made Bulma. Bulma is literally the most important character in Dragon Ball if you really watch it and pay attention. She's the reason why Dragon Raiders exist. She's the reason why they're able to travel to Namek to even wish from. You know what I'm saying? She found Goku in literally the first episode. You know what I'm saying? She's if you look at it low key, she's the most important character in the whole series, right? Even in Dragon Ball Super, which I know people don't like, but I watched some of it. She was even important in that series due to her technical. Like, I think there's something, and the Dragon Ball fans will be able to correct me a bit better, where they went into the future, and Bulma was even important in the future where they were helping out future Trunks. So spare me on any of this stuff, man. Stop, you know. And by the way, why the hell would you expect Japan, a country where the black population is literally 0.000 something, to represent black people that well? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, dude, the guy literally lives in a country where 99% of the population are his own people. So, of course, it's going to be a reflection of his environment. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why I think it's important when a lot of these. So, anime in itself has come so popular. Like, there's an anime I watched called Vinland Saga.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, it's an anime, but it's also trying to take Viking culture.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but then they add the anime stuff, right? So if you're a person that's offended by what do you call that, cultural appropriation and all this kind of stuff, dude, you're not going to enjoy anything.
Yeah.
Because this is the space that we occupy with these kind of things, and it's that pushing the norms and going out of bounds with a lot of this stuff, where you gotta let what happens is the fan base or the fans or the people will decide if these things rise and fall.
Yeah.
You don't need like a ministry of truth.
Yeah, or this stupid idea that you can't create characters from a different, you know, if you're not of the culture. Well, if you think that, I got bad news for you, because white people created Mahoney John Stewart, white people created Spawn. You know what I'm saying? White people created Miles Morales, and y'all sent for him. Y'all been sent for him the last 3 years with the video games and the Into the Spider-Verse. You know what I'm saying? So.
And it's funny, right? When that thing comes back to bite them, right? Because you have these people that are that want representation and stuff like that. They tend to be white and have a certain political lean. You have that one thing they did with Miles Morales. I know we talked about this before, but they did, like, Miles Morales got, like, what, he became Thor, or we got the hammer. Right? And so, but when you look at the comic book, it's like a person that's never been around
black people, man, or never been around Nordic people or black people. Because for some reason he's talking in 1970 jive talk like he's fucking Shaft. Oh, my goodness. Yeah,
if they did one, like, it's kind of funny because if it's just like if they did something for Hawaii, right? Like there's this comic book that I loved called Hawaiian Dick. And so detective, sorry, but his name has Dick in his name, right?
Yeah.
So it was kind of like a Magnum PI kind of thing, but it was set back, I would say, like 50s. right? And Hawaii was a different. And I was amazed by how the guy kind of got Hawaii down. But what he did to skirt all the racial stuff that people might have a problem, which I doubt they was, because we don't really rank on the totem pole. But what I thought was really smart that he did, he tied it into tiki culture.
Oh, okay, that's dope.
Tiki culture, yeah, which I thought was pretty cool. So he did like that. He took some Hawaiian stuff, like he did the night marchers, which is a thing, right? And he took some of the folklore of Hawaii. But then there's an Asian population here, so they did like the dragon lady thing. Like they were doing. He did all this kind of stuff, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And then when I looked at the guy, he's a white dude.
Yeah.
But he grew up. When I looked at it, I was like, dude, this guy probably loves that Brady Bunch episode when they came to Hawaii. That's probably where they get it. Because it had a big impact on tiki culture and stuff, right? So, but it's kind of cool. Like he had a feel and a flavor for it, right? But then he also made it his own. And for somebody like me, I wouldn't get offended by it because I think I like his creativity. And it was a great comic book, dude. The way he did it, the way he laid it out, the drawing, the art. And then he had a dude that was Hawaiian, either Hawaiian or Samoan. Like he was a big dude and stuff like that. He was a detective. Like he worked on the force and stuff like that. It kind of reminded me of my uncle, right? So, you know what I'm saying? But if you don't allow, if you're like this and you're just a person that's going to cancel stuff and not allow things to, look, dude, art can be offensive, right? That's just the reality of it. But in the growing pangs that art goes through and creatives go through, like this is how some of this stuff is forged.
Yeah.
Right. And this is something my she's getting into this industry, and it's something I try and hammer home with her, right? I'm like, dude, don't. Just be open. You got to have an open mind.
Right.
But let me read the realist. Eventually, the casual gamer will understand that certain games will only be in Game Pass. Yeah, realist. If the money things continue to be a problem, 100%. I think that's good. They're going to need a place to. The one thing about Game Pass is good because you can do a lot of stuff with Game Pass as a developer. Right. This is why they have. Like I just played Sherwood. What's it called? Thieves Knights of something of Sherwood.
Yeah. Gangs of Sherwood.
Gangs of Sherwood. I just wanted to feel like how the gameplay is solid, dude. I love it. I'm gonna buy it. I played Bolt Gun, Warhammer, Bolt Gun, which is like a Doom-esque Warhammer Doom. And the thing I was worried about is nausea. Right? If I couldn't play, I ended up downloading. I played it. I'm gonna buy that game. I played several levels, had no problem. Because of the movement, I didn't get lost in it. I wasn't getting sick. And people don't. That's one of the things I appreciate about Game Pass because sometimes you don't know, right?
Right.
So yeah, I agree with you, really. I think Bethesda games will go multi-plat in the near future. I hope not. That's me personally, Cloud Gamer. I hope it doesn't because I think Microsoft needs to have stuff for their own.
Yeah. The one thing, one thing Xbox needs to, I would like them to, I don't know, because they do already do this, but people don't listen.
Yeah.
They double down on the exclusivity all the time, but people don't listen. So just do what they got to do. Keep these games off PlayStation, Nintendo, and after Hi-Fi Rush flops and Pentiment flops and all that, you realize that Nintendo PlayStation gamers, they don't give a shit about your games, and they checked out on Bethesda games in 2020 when they realized Microsoft now owns them anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd keep it to Xbox and Game Pass as well.
If you want to know how bad the bias is, Starfield is a great example.
Yeah.
To show you that a brand. And it did well. It did better than well, right? They made money on that, and there's still the hardcore fans that play it. What it is for a lot of people, like and I'll use my daughter as an example. She loves Fallout, so she played Starfield. To her, Starfield wasn't as engrossing as Fallout, and I agree with her because we had a long discussion last night because we watched the Fallout trailer, and so I can tell she's into more of the mythology and the lore of Fallout. For me, I love one of the things I love about Starfield because I love the exploration aspect of it. Right, it feels a certain way. There's something about that game and the space exploration that feels this that I enjoy a lot because I do love NASA and I do love Star Trek and I do love stuff like that, right? And that's something that you don't see a lot of, that they actually explore. So it puts me in the position of feeling like I'm actually an explorer. Now, for some people, that's not going to cut it, right? And that's why you see there's differing opinions on Starfield when it comes to that stuff. Because if and there's action and stuff, that there's side quests and stuff that you can do, but it's not on the level of other Bethesda games. That's the best way I can put it, right? So, but the unfortunate thing is when you have a media that hates Xbox, the gaming media, and people just want to push clicks. You have these influencers that are commenting on stuff that they shouldn't be commenting on, right? They're just hearing, they just see what's like the topic of the day, and then they jump on that, right? That's why you need to pick and choose who you listen to. I'm a cloud gamer. I hope not, because they really do. I think what they will do is they'll keep these games because they need titles and unique titles to make their brand
stand out.
Yeah, to stand out. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just think it's a bad idea in general for your brand to already have the reputation of having no games to be the ones to put your games out everywhere first. Nah, man, let Sony die off, man. You know, let Nintendo stay in their corner, and then you reap the benefits of all that. Hell, man, Phil said he wants to buy Nintendo. Keep working on that, man. Keep working on that.
That's why I was a little bit. I talked about this, and I tried to make it a point of not saying it as I have inside information or stuff like that. But one of the things I was looking forward to was because of the title partnership, right, which Nintendo used. So I was wondering if Nintendo would reciprocate, right, back to Xbox with something. That did not happen, right? So that further informs me, hopefully, that Microsoft is being cognizant of what they're trying to do, as far as, like you're saying, how they're going to put the games. Because like Rilla says, they can keep hoping for Starfield, but Microsoft won't put their big games on PlayStation unless they're service games. And I agree with that, because all you have to do, you don't, like, for me, guys, I tell you guys all this all the time, dude. I just say nuke everybody, right? That's the way I approach stuff. I'm kind of like E-Rock in that sense, right? I just think, because they could take Sony out anytime they wanted to, and I think they should do that. But you can also, starve them to death, right? Or you can have a slow death, right? They'll go away eventually, right? And so Microsoft doesn't have to go with the nuclear option. They could just buy everybody. Right? Yeah. That's why Cloud Gamer, I hope they do buy Square Enix. I hope they buy everyone. That's what I was saying on the podcast last time, dude. It's just leave nobody no option. And then when Sony goes away, you're going to have to deal with Microsoft. That's just going to be the reality. Because for all the people that sit over there and tell me about Nintendo and how great they are, you guys don't play their games, because that's not the type of games you play. Nintendo won't be able to fill that gap for the AAA, right? Because for all the kudos that Nintendo gets for their great games and all that kind of stuff, their Marios and all this kind of stuff, that will not sustain gamers. Because most gamers like third-party games. That's just the reality. As the ponies are finding out with Spider-Man, right? They talk a good game, but when the numbers hit, and then the budget now being being the economy is the way it is now, and people are penny pinching, right? And then all this reality starts kicking in, right? Sony bet on the wrong horse.
Yeah, they did. Well, I mean, that's because arrogant Sony, because whenever, and Sony has a history of doing this, when they get into the quote unquote big lead, so to speak, they tend to think that they're unstoppable, and every time it happens, they end up getting smacked in the face some way. So I'm all for this downturn with them. I'm all for seeing them, and I just find it funny how they're canceling games and closing studios, and man, nobody's selling their PlayStation 5s. I mean, all it took was a rumor for people to sell their Xbox. But these guys, man, they're attached. They love that PS5, even though they're a dead man walking.
Well, I hope a lot of these Sony guys are beginning to realize why Sony closed their Japan studios, right? Because they couldn't afford it back then.
Yeah, and they didn't support the Japanese games that they claimed to love, which low key. If I listen. If I knew about Gravity Rush 1 and 2, who the Japan studios made those games, I would have been pissed when that news first came out. So I thought that it was just I mean, it was typical Sony failure when they closed it some years ago. And then I played Gravity Rush 1 and 2, and they're easily the most creative games Sony released. And I'm just like, so this is what we lose out on because you idiots don't support their games.
Yeah, they they've always been like that, and they've been like that for a long time. Again, this is why I said they've been propped up for years. We should have gone away probably 2014, 2013, right? We were all there for the Xbox One launch, and we saw firsthand what the media and gamers were doing to prop up their console. Yeah. That whole PlayStation 4 thing was nothing but a revenge console.
Yeah,
because these guys got their asses whooped. They got the Stone Cold Stunner put on them with the Xbox 360 because these guys thought they were untouchable. Like I tell you guys all the time, there's a generation of people just grew up on PlayStation. So some of the stuff that you see in the media and stuff like that, it's natural because a lot of these guys are only PlayStation gamers. Even though they sit there and say, "I'm a gamer," it's like, no, you're not.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell that they grew up in like the early 2000s when PlayStation had 90% of the console market. Because that's what they wish, that's what they pretend gaming is still is now.
Yeah, and I was there ground floor because you guys know my gamer tag Sega forever, right? and that's how I that was my first encounter with these guys and how they lie. Like a couple weeks ago, or it was a couple months ago, they were like, "Oh, Xbox should go with third party. It'll be great for the game." Dude, they were saying the same thing with Sega. And Sega went third party, and look what happened to Sega.
Yep. Hell, we're seeing a low key version of that. Xbox are putting their games on PlayStation. Pentiment, like Keybot said. Keybot said on my show weeks ago, had like 6 players or something like that on PlayStation.
Yeah. So it's these dudes do not play games. They do not buy games. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what they say. They're liars. They've always been this way. It's their brand. Like I tell you guys, they're brand gamers, right? They buy the brand.
Yeah.
They're into the brand. Well, they don't even buy the brand. They're into the brand. All they care about is the Sony thing, right? And they'll. This is why they make no sense, right? That's why these guys are illogical when you talk to them, right? I mean, that's what you're gonna deal with these guys. This is one of the reasons. Again, I want them gone. Faded Blaze put rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I wasn't the biggest Dragon Ball Z fan, but it's always great to see any type of medium that somebody creates have the impact that it has. And like I said, I've been enjoying it on X, seeing it go cross-platform, going everybody.
Yeah, it sounds similar to when Stan Lee passed away a few years ago.
Yeah.
Now everybody, every single entity you could imagine was putting out some type of tribute. Then you see all the people who talk about how they grew up on his work and stuff, and people. I remember seeing people that you never think even knew about comics. They would still show their old beat up, old 60s eras comics written by Stan Lee and stuff. Yeah, so Akira Toriyama was massive. Dragon Ball was massive for anime. It's popular, especially out here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Where it was huge when I was in like middle school. It was huge.
I'm older, so I was the generation before that. And then when Dragon Ball Z hit, like I said, it had such a big impact. I knew of the impact, didn't participate in it. But again, I'm reminded of everything that's going on and the impact he had. Like you're saying, Stanley's a perfect example. The sad thing about that people tried to cancel him too.
Yeah, I remember.
So that's what you see trying to happen now with Akira. But dude, they're messing with the wrong dude, because that person wrote that article about the character and tried to bring it into a race thing, and that person is getting destroyed.
As he should.
As they should, right? Because what it boils down to is like, dude, you can see the lasting impact this guy has had. Again, that crosses genres, right? And so just let it go, right? Especially if you're wrong. Right, and that's what people pointed out to this person, which tells you the space that these guys occupy. This is why you got to be careful. Like again, this is the whole Sweet Baby thing. These people, what it's like. The analogy I'll use, it's the FTC all over again. Like how they tell you they're for the gamers and for consumers, and then you watch what they do and you're like, I don't think they're for us, right?
Yeah.
That's basically what Sweet Baby Inc. is. Right, these guys come in, they say they want diversity, they say they want inclusion, they say they want representation. And then when you watch what they do, it's the opposite. Because some of the stuff they talk about, they have no idea about. So that's clue number one.
Yeah.
So they're not in the space with you, right? The one thing you would want to have is somebody like how we're talking about this now. You guys might not agree with everything I say. You might not agree with everything Unlimited says, but you can't deny the fact that we play games.
Mm-hmm.
And that we play games for a while, that we know a lot of stuff about pop culture. Just because we occupy the space, we do it, right? Just like I like to use this. I say this all the time about me. I don't have to Google stuff because I was there.
Right.
I participated in it, and I'm not trying to put myself above anybody else, but you have to be in the space to speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is why gaming is having such a hard time now because a lot of people and these are the popular influencers that are talking about stuff they have no idea about. The amount of Xbox guys, I don't follow them because these guys are dude bro gamers, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love Halo as much as the next guy, but I can tell most of these dudes never played a platformer. They were never in the arcades playing Street Fighter with their quarters up on the console.
Mm-hmm.
They never cried when Atari went away. You know what I'm saying? Like that culture. They're not from that culture.
Right.
And you don't have to be. But when you purport yourself to be something that you're not, this is why you get that business, in my opinion. So Faded Blaze, but don't forget that Sony pissed off a lot of Funimation users by removing their libraries by merging with it. Yeah. Thanks, Faded Blaze. That's the other one they did, Unlimited.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or by Crunchyroll. And then everybody lost their access. I think people are losing their access. I know I get the message because I have Crunchyroll, and they said, "Do you want to convert your Funimation over?" I was like, "Well, I don't have a Funimation account." The only thing I'm kind of concerned about Faded is that I bought Funimation I bought anime on Xbox Store, so then that are made by Funimation. Some of my favorite ones. So my concern is like, oh, I'm going to lose access to that because they're going to pull the plug on across the board. I don't know if they can do that because I bought it with Xbox. But we'll see. The average person just wants to play sports games in Fortnite. Yeah, realistic. I realized that when the switch over with COD. Right? That's why I'm waiting for that to happen again. CNBC people are average gamers. Yeah, they're an echo chamber. Unfortunately, they're getting their news from the gaming media, which is absolute trash.
Yeah.
Realist is asking, what's the title of the CNBC video? Do you know?
Oh yeah. Hold on, let me pull it up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
The title, you'll find it under YouTube channel CNBC, and it's titled "How Sony Beat Microsoft and Nintendo with PlayStation." It's only 16, 17 minutes long. It's not a super long video. But pretty much, if you know anything about gaming, you could debunk damn near everything they said, and that's why I might make a reaction video on my channel just to debunk it. I think it'll be fun because I had fun when I used to debunk Colin Moriarty and stuff.
Oh yeah, that dude's another dude. Well, I'm behind. It was realistic Bill Cowher.
Oh yeah.
So I'll try to catch up, guys. Sorry. Tomlin might be the best coach never sees another 500. He's lost the organization itself is not so much Tomlin, but the organization as a whole has lost a lot of good people. That's why.
Yeah.
So they find themselves. Yeah, he might not be under 500, but getting to that ring, right? People like the fact that they're in the playoffs, but people want another ring.
Yeah, well, listen. I'm as a Texans fan, I envy the Steelers because that's a team that had history. They got more legendary players than you can remember. They always have great coaches. They're always at least competitive. And I mean, I'm pretty sure. Listen, the Texans only been here for 20 years, and I guarantee they've had more horrible 2-win seasons than the Steelers probably had since at least the 60s. Because that's the last time that they're truly terrible was before they got Terry Bradshaw.
80s was pretty rough. That's because I was born in 72, so I missed the Steel Curtain. And so when I came up in my own with being a Steeler fan, I was going through the 80s.
Okay, yeah. You probably saw the tail end of Chuck Nolan and all them.
Dude, you got the Oilers, dude. Man, I hated the Oilers. I hated because y'all had Warren Moon and Lorenzo White. Dude, you guys had who's your
and the Oilers history is tricky. Because first of all, I'm old enough to have went to an Oilers game, but not old enough to just love them. Because they left Houston in the late about 90. I want to say 97. They left Houston. So I don't have that same attachment to them the way like my dad does, who You know, if you want to talk about football, he's gonna talk about the likes of Warren Moon and Earl Campbell and all them.
Earl Campbell,
yeah. So
your defense too, man.
Yeah.
Man, I can't remember, dude, but I remember Lorenzo Wright used to run all over us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Earl Campbell. So I'm from that old school of AFC when it was still AFC. Central, yeah.
Yeah.
So that whole Central division, we're kind of like it's similar to the NFC, bro. It's like that blue collar, right stuff. So smash mouth football, dude.
Yeah. I think that it's what the AFC, no, not the AFC. The NFC, they have the more city folks. That's where you get the Atlantas, the Dallas, the New Yorks, and the Phillies, and then the AFC is where you get the blue collar towns, your Pittsburghs, your Cincinnati's and Cleveland's.
Yeah.
Good and times. Buffalo's.
Yeah, even we had Kansas City's in our division, San Diego's, right? Like the kind of the Midwest kind of that middle town.
Yeah, so that's why historically the AFC tends to be a little more tougher, and the NFC tends to be more flashy. You know, because that's where you get all the big city folks.
That was a big thing with us back then. Well, at least for me, AFC versus NFC was a big thing. Yeah. So, but man, that Central Division. That was brutal, dude. We hated everybody. Hated everybody.
Yeah.
Couldn't stand Browns fan. Never met anybody from Cleveland. Couldn't stand. Like, you're a Browns fan? I hate you. Like it was like that. Right. It's just like not like in the like I'm a Lakers fan, dude. So I hated the Celtics, and it was during that time, right? Of man, the Celtics, dude. They were just that when we finally got over that hump. Mm-hmm. That's why I was happy for Chicago fans. The Bulls.
Yeah.
They were getting destroyed. Like the Detroit and the Jordan rules and stuff. And you could see that happening with Mike. It's like you just need that one element to get over that hump. And once you get over that hump, then they became like unstoppable.
Yeah.
Where the NBA, they had to, I remember they were talking about they had to break them up, dude, because they were just too good. Anyway, that's the sports eras I'm from. But Houston, dude. Houston, Warren Moon was the man, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because Houston still loved Warren Moon and all them, but I don't think a lot of them don't got that love for the Oilers anymore. And it's kind of weird because Tennessee, Nashville, the Tennessee Titans, they try to claim our history, but it's like, dude, they didn't play. Warren Moon didn't become a legend in fucking Tennessee. You became a legend in Houston. Right. Yeah. And so there's always a bit of a rivalry. That's why last season. A lot of Texans fans' favorite game was when we beat the Tennessee when they wore the Oilers colors and uniform.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and
they should give that up.
Yeah, exactly. But they won't because Tennessee, like Bud Adams, just being petty. Because it was a lot of drama when he left Houston.
No, that's why mad respect to the Browns. The Browns is my most hated team. Mm-hmm. But when they left, dude, I was sad, dude. And then the people, they fought. Right, and they kept the Browns in Cleveland, so that then you have Baltimore, which I hate even more.
Yeah,
Baltimore I never have a problem with, but like when they came into, there was like, once they started to say we're tougher than the Steelers, I was like, okay.
Hey, right? But I'll say this: if you want to watch hard hitting football, them Steelers Ravens games were the best. I mean, because them two teams, man, they used to kill each other. Man, they used to kill each other, and then what I also used to like about that rivalry, especially at its peak. Yeah. Y'all would meet the Ravens in the playoffs, and those games would be even better.
Yeah, those were great games. But what I hated about the Ravens, because man, you guys ain't the Raiders. The rivalry between the Raiders and the Steelers, because me and my sister, when we get together, that's why we can't be together like whenever a team go to the Super Bowl, right? Because my sister will always bring up the Immaculate Reception.
Oh yeah,
every single time, right? And so, but that's a rivalry to me. That's the genuine rivalry that we had. Like to me, the Ravens were like just a bunch of thugs. That came in. At least the Raiders earned their thuggishness.
Right.
You know what I mean? They were like that. Like they would actually beat you up.
Mm-hmm.
To me, the Raiders were guys that, because like the Steelers were considered tough, right? Because of the steel, the blue collar. Mm-hmm. The Raiders were tough because these are guys that were like they beat up people and they were thugs and they were at that level. And it's like somebody came, like Al Davis went to them and said, hey, you can do this and you can do this in football. And nobody will test you. You know what I'm saying? Like Ted Hendricks. They were evil, dude. They would clothesline you, face mask. What's his name? Tatum. Jack Tatum was evil.
Yeah. They're the NFL version of the Bad Boy Pistons with them.
Yeah, dude. They were like, I swear to God, that's what I think. It's just like he said. Hey, you don't want to do. You remember like the Green Machine?
Mm-hmm.
Like what's that? The Longest Yard. right? When they played.
Yeah.
That's what I think about the Raiders. That's why I didn't like the Raiders. But then when the Ravens came around, I'm like, dude, you're a '90s football team. We're making contracts, having fancy dinners, living in mansions. You know, you guys are pseudo. I don't take it away for like Ray Lewis, man. I will say this about Ray Lewis: he looked good in black and gold.
Yeah,
that's about all the credit I give him because that dude was the real deal.
Yeah,
and I didn't say like I like Sorogusa and all those guys, right? You know, if I put on my football hat. But that's what I couldn't stand about the Ravens, man. Because I look at them, I was like, dude, you guys are pseudo. You know, you guys will get into your Escalades. Dude, the Raiders would show up. They would go like in their Jumpalunk or with their Jumpalunk fans. Like you like I would joke with my sister. I was like, yeah, your team is the team. Like they finish football, jump in a car, and go rob someplace. Oh man, me and my sister used to get into it. I mean, they were tough, dude. They were like that type of tough. So.
Yeah. The realist said you see JJ Watt was clowning them for wearing the jersey. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, just give it up, Tennessee. Y'all were not the Houston Oilers, and I don't tell me the 2 years y'all the Tennessee Oilers. Y'all don't even remember that.
Yeah, it's weird. Like they would want to, you know. It's a great thing that you changed your name.
Yeah,
I think that's more befitting than the Oilers, right? That's one of the problems that a lot of people, like I have personally, right? When an organization, like I like it worked out for the Lakers, right? Maybe because Minnesota wasn't a big team at the time, and then
yeah.
But there's a reason why the Minnesota Lakers are you know, they match, or like the New Orleans Jazz, right? Or like the what is it? The wasn't the Cardinals?
Oh, that's right. The Arizona Cardinals used to be in St. Louis, I think.
Right, because of their you know, with Mardi Gras and stuff like that. Right?
Yeah,
it all falls into place. Well, anyway.
Yeah. The Oilers. I don't even think they drill for oil in Tennessee, so that really wouldn't have made sense.
If they do anything, they frack, which is not the same. So
yeah, no.
They should change it to Tennessee frackers.
Yeah. In Texas, we killing the environment one day at a time with the drilling we do out here. So
yeah, good. Thank God for that. Because it's been cloudy in Hawaii for like a week now, and nobody has hot water. Just saying.
Oh, jeez.
Right. My son was like, Dad, can I go to mom's house and take a shower because they don't have solar? They have straight up, you know.
What do they got at your mom's house?
No, they don't have the solar thing, right? They just have straight up hot water.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
My stuff is on a timer, right, to save. And that wasn't my idea. That was the mom's idea.
Yeah.
That'll save us money. I'm like, no, it won't. Then we got the bill. She's like, I thought we were saving money. I'm like, no, well, I told her, well, on the bright side, our electric bill is $70 more. But if we didn't have the solar, it'd be $90 more.
Yeah.
And then she's like, huh? I was like, yeah. Basically, they ripped you off is what they did. Sorry, dude. I'm anti-green. I think there's a necessity for it, but it's not. It's gonna. Plus, if you follow the money, that's what really pisses me off.
Yeah.
Making money off of this stuff, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I'm not even against like trying to change, you know, fix the environment and stuff. My thing is just that like you said, follow the money. And my argument will always be, I just don't see how fighting pollution is being taxed. Like, how is taking more money out of my pocket going to solve anything?
Yeah, it doesn't.
When you know what I'm saying, and it's not going to some government organization that's doing anything. So just you know, so you got to find, if you're going to check, because as we saw, say, I remember hearing about Pittsburgh was a good example.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, they said, used to be so small that I think it was the 60s or 70s. You know, they'd go outside during the daytime and feel like night. So they cleaned up pollution there. They stopped the manufacturing 24 hours a day, and they cleaned up the city. Good idea, great idea. You know, same thing with the smog that used to hurt places like New York and LA and London.
Right.
You know, so I'm for that. You know, so you know, I'm not a black and white thinking person, so I'm not one of those people who think, oh, you know, that to fight. You know, I'm all for clean up the environment. I'll support that. What I don't support though is this idea that the solution is to tax people. Come on, man.
Well, the problem with a lot of these people with the narratives they have, that was the coal industry back in the 60s and 70s, right? The technology we have now, right? And the way that we can process stuff is just 100% better.
Yeah.
And one of the best things that I saw, they had this lady that she said she wants to shut down coal and oil. She was running for some seat, probably in the Environmental Protection Agency. They should just get rid of that. But she was basically, and so the guy that was questioning her because she was trying to get approved, right? And she said that, and he basically says, "Oh, so how are you going to make your glasses?" Because she was wearing glasses, right? And then she had a water bottle. What about that water bottle? How are you going to make that if you get rid of this? Because people don't understand the amount of stuff that comes from. It's not just about the gas or the coal, right?
No.
It's a lot of the stuff, the plastics.
The plastic, yep.
Yeah. Now, an argument could be made about the environment in those senses, right? But because we regulate so hard here, right, in the U.S., right, it tends, it takes care of itself. And the reason I can say that because all you have to do is go to China, who doesn't care anything about the environment. That's not even on their radar. So these dudes are putting out pollution on a level.
Yep.
That anybody who lives here should lose their mind. So if they should be attacking anybody, it should be those countries. But because we don't listen to them.
Yeah, I don't think. Sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
But I don't think people realize the most polluted cities are almost exclusively Indian and Chinese cities.
Yeah, because they're
you got to go a pretty deep down the list of most populated cities before you get out of those two countries alone, and they're the countries that don't get any of the smoke.
Yeah, because they don't care, and then you can't make any. It's just like people screaming at. It's like if you're screaming at like Well, anyway, right? They don't care because that's not their focus. Their focus is growing from a third world country to economically viable country, and to be that way, you need energy. And if you need energy on that level, like Japan, when you're either going to go coal or you're going to go nuclear. You can't do that with renewable stuff, right? And it's kind of funny, right? Because China, what they were doing, right? When they go to places like Africa or invest in these other places, they push that, right? Because it helps keep them down. In fact, I love Africa, right? Because right now they're looking at the U.S. and the European Union and basically telling them to pound sand because what they're trying to do is they're trying to introduce renewable energy. And then South Africa, like the representative there was like at the European thing that they meet, and he's basically like, how do you expect us to evolve? And then he basically looked at them and said, okay, so you guys can do this, because basically like the Western states are trying to go green, which will not work. But then the guy basically called him on it. He goes, okay, you guys are telling me that because you guys are already there, we're trying to get to where you are, but we can't, right? You want us to do solar and farming and stuff like that. Meanwhile, we don't have the resources you have. We're not as developed as you. And I thought that was funny, right? Because of course, this is a certain type of mindset of a certain type of people and a certain type of political bent of a certain type of nationality. We won't get racial here, but we all know, right? They're affiliated with Karens, right? These type of people. So for them to, which I think is hypocritical because they're basically standing above them, looking at them as a third world country, trying to develop and trying to tell them, regulate what they do. Meanwhile, you've developed because you came up that way, right? And then now you're trying to tell other people, no, you can't do it that way, right? So
that's insane.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Zink say, bro. What's up, Zink?
Yeah, that I saw that. That was a while ago. Zink commented. I think he said he can't participate, unfortunately. But with Zink, you got to hit him up before you do a show. That's how I get him on because I'll tell him a day or two before. Hey, man, I'm doing this later. You could join. He'll be like, yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, I know. I gotta connect with him on because the only way I do it is like I don't have Facebook. So Twitter is the only way I could reach out unless he's on.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I got his number, so I reach him out through text.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If he ever wants to come in, dude, if you can, just send him the link.
Yeah, I also reach out sometimes through Xbox Live. That's how I reach Daya most of the time is through Xbox Live. Yeah. I'm at the Xbox chat.
Oh, Realist put Sifu and Stray aren't first party. Small games need exclusivity deals, not AAA publishing. That's true, dude. But I mean, if you're like when they bring them over, that's what I'm trying to say. Like especially for a game like Sifu. So hopefully they made their money on the Sony side because people will start buying it. I mean, when it comes over here, it's going to get discounted. That's when people are going to buy it.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
No, I'm not just disagreeing with you, Realist. I agree, actually. Todd Howard created a platform with Starfield, no different than Fallout or Elder Scrolls. He told the director of Insomniac in an interview that it wasn't done, and people, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I wanted to mention when you're talking about your daughter in Fallout and why I love Starfield personally.
Yeah.
Because Fallout does have like 20 years of lore, 5 games, multiple spin-offs, and a bunch of extra content that expanded its lore. And Starfield is just getting started, so I can't wait for more Starfield, man. And I'd love to see how they expand and what their ideas for expanding is. Because I love the game. It was my game of the year last year for a reason. Not because it was exclusive or not because I'm a fan. Like I'm not even close to Bethesda fanboy, right? But I love Starfield and I love space adventures. That's why Mass Effect, The Outer Worlds, and those type of games resonate with me too. Dead Space for a horror game in space. I just love me a good space adventure. It's cute, like Star Trek. I'm a fan of Star Trek and Star Wars, although I tend to lean more Star Trek personally. I just love a good space adventure, man, and Starfield gave me that in abundance. You know, and Starfield joined that rare list, that rare pantheon list of games where I just jump back into it. Where you know how there's sometimes you don't know what to play. Maybe there's nothing to play or nothing recently came out that really caught your eye. I jump into Starfield, play for a few hours, and love it. I'm like, oh, that's right. That's why this game's amazing. And games that give me that sense for me, and this is just me personally, games that give me that sense of like every time I jump back into it, hours pass by because I'm having so much fun. That ends up being like my Hall of Fame of games where, I'll always defend that game. That's why I'm one of the few people that defend the modern Assassin's Creed games, because I could jump back into Odyssey, Valhalla, any time and just end up playing for hours because of how brilliant I feel them games are. And that's also why I tend to like longer games as well. I mean, because obviously there's nothing wrong with short games. We all got different lives. Our lives busy. Hell, I've been so busy. I haven't gamed as much as I like to since I got my little promotion at work. Right. So my gaming hours aren't nearly as abundant, but still, man, when I need to chill and relax, Starfield come in handy. But the beauty of short games is that you can progress in them a little faster and a little more easier. So that's always a plus for more people. But I don't know. It's just for me. I also love games that just say, hey, go out and have fun, and that's it. The game don't care if you're following the main story, if you do a million side quests or what. And I just love stuff like that as well in my games. I don't need to be directed and to have my handheld. And this is why I don't like Sony games, because I don't need to be directed. I don't need to have my handheld every step of the way. You know what I'm saying? I don't need my games to preach to me about some morals I don't care about. So I barely care about stories and games anyway. I
like when you did your video talking about what's that one? Horizon. Yeah. That cracked me up because I'm like, because for some people they just can't get it to their head. Like I don't expect Starfield to appeal to everybody.
Yeah.
One thing I love about talking to my daughter though is like, I like her perspective because she's a Bethesda fan in general.
Yeah.
So she plays a lot of their different games. So like Skyrim, she plays it, she likes it, right? But then she definitely goes around but she plays out Fallout 76, and she loves Fallout 76, right? So when I talk to her about this kind of stuff, and then we talk about it, then I like that I get a perspective from her that I think is on par with the Bethesda community as a whole, which reassures me that no matter what happens, right, they have a built-in fan base, which I'm pretty sure Microsoft and Phil are happy about.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not worried about Starfield. And then, like you said, when the stuff starts rolling out, it's going to be great because Starfield, like Fallout, like Skyrim, just to back up what you said, they'll put out content that'll draw people in, and then somewhere along the way, they might release something that'll bring somebody in that'll make them a fan, and that's the real magic of a lot of these Bethesda games, right?
Right.
Because I remember playing Skyrim, and Skyrim was like a certain type of person played Skyrim. But now over time, right, there's people still playing it to this day.
Yeah.
The audience, by millions probably.
Yeah, and I'm going to be one of those people with Starfield where don't be surprised if years from now you've like, Unlimited, man, put that damn game down the way I do with Zinc and Gears, where he still play Gears 5 these years later. I say that jokingly though. I actually love that he still plays the game so heavily.
Well, that's the magic of the ecosystem. I think Phil's striving for. Well, I give him a wide berth on stuff, because I have an idea of what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And it's funny because this is what He said about the Steelers don't scapegoat their coaches. So hopefully Microsoft won't do that with them, which I don't
Yeah.
think they will.
Yeah.
Right? You gotta give the Steelers. This can be like for Steeler fans, it's kind of a bane as well.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I do appreciate is like that is that they will give the time the Steelers coach to
Mm-hmm.
a fault, right? In a sense, right? But this is how you build dynasties, honestly.
Yeah. And I think the Texans are finally learned that under Cal McNair.
Yeah.
Because we went through a rough patch where every year you hire a coach, you fire a coach, and that you're not going to win that way. But I think that was in the plan. It just and just being a black dude, it just sucked that it happened to black coaches, and but I will say this: it did piss me off when ESPN was saying black coaches don't go work for Houston. I'm like, no, dude, these coaches were fired because they sucked, not because they're black. It just pissed me off that the narrative was that these black coaches were being set to fail. I'm like, nah, man, they were. Lovie Smith, unfortunately, wasn't nearly as good in Houston as he was in Chicago. Now, to be fair, they did have terrible rosters. You can't do nothing about that. But when we hired DeMeco Ryans, I think it showed people like, no, this team is trying to do something here. And so the fact that they were good this season, and hopefully this is start for a legit Super Bowl run. I'm all in. And I also love that the team is finally rebuilding the defense, because my thing in football, I know we live in the era of people want to see high offense and stuff. But if you look at this Kansas City team that won, their defense held every team under 25 points.
Yeah, dude, you need a defense.
Yeah, and so the Texans rebuilt and our defense was pathetic the last 4 or 5 seasons. So the fact that we're rebuilding defense, man, I can't wait to see some more tough, hard-hitting football from this team. And it seems like we got the quarterback right. Yeah, this could be a good run for us Texans, man.
The one thing that's interesting about the Steelers that people that are not fans and don't follow, one of the comments you get all the time is like they'll come back or they'll see the Steelers in the playoffs and oh, Mike Tomlin's still the coach. That's how bad the turnover is in the NFL.
Yeah.
Times, right?
Yeah. The real. Let me address the realist latest comment.
Yeah.
He said they said don't go to Houston because we were overcompensating for the inmates running the prison comment. Yeah, and even that was taken out of context. Look, man, I'm not. I get it. When you're the owner, the old owner, Bach McNair, before he passed, he said that, right? The inmates running and it was in reference. It was not in reference to the kneeling stuff. It was in reference to something else, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But it just so happened to be juxtaposed with the whole Colin Kaepernick situation at the same time. So it was taken out of context. Yeah, realist. It was not what but that's one of the things that sucks about the media, and why if you notice your boy Unloaded being so anti-media, it's just because I'm sick of being lied to and manipulated, right? And stuff like that is a good reason why. You could criticize. Okay, you could be like, hey man, that wasn't the best phrase of words, but to paint the whole Texas organization as racist over that. And I saw people say, well, there's Texas, you know how they are. I'm like, dude, Houston is one of the most diverse cities in the whole country. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? If you guys think Texas is anything close to what you might think, no, man, it's not. You know what I'm saying? And so it was driving me crazy that it was apparently this idea that it's just typical Texas racism. Like, yeah, you never been to the state if you think that. Oh, don't get me wrong. There is racism too, but it's not, and I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but I saw a video on YouTube not long ago talking about growing up black in the South. I'm like, dude, I grew up in the South. It wasn't, the way some people think the South is that it's the same. Nothing has changed since 1920, and don't get me wrong. Down here in the South, I don't know if it's still a thing in other places, but there's still sundown towns out here where, yeah, your black ass don't want to be seen in certain parts of the South. But for the most part, man, you go, especially in any type of major populated area, you're all right. Life is good. I didn't grow up like the most racism, the most extreme racism I faced was when I was in Pennsylvania, not in Texas, for example. you know, and people might, you know, people think, oh, but in Texas, shouldn't you? Right now, man. The time that I got called N-word in my face, I was in Pennsylvania. So don't sit here. So you know, and I'm not ignorant to the issues that the South might have geographically down here. I just don't think the South is like this whole backwards place of the country that people be pretending it is. When nah, man, there's actually a lot of just good people out here, man. They just don't have the same sensibilities someone from the West Coast or East Coast have. That's it.
I think the one thing that I know that this is what Hawaii suffers from, right? Because we've been diverse for, I think we're probably the most diverse state in the union for the longest time, right? Since the local plantation and the worker influx and stuff like that, right? But the one thing, and I wanted to talk about this with the DEI stuff or the Sweet Big Wing stuff. All right, is you know, there's a lot of baggage that comes with diversity too, because like you're saying, I think it's more about the culture. So regardless of who you are, where you're from, what your race is, right? Like if you move to Hawaii, there's a local culture that's getting left behind, right? So like for me, by blood, I'm Hawaiian, right? So Hawaiians have our own, you know, native people of the island and stuff like that, right? But when a lot of the influx of a lot of the people from China, Korea, Japan, Filipinos, like from Philippines and all stuff like that, Portuguese was a big influx. So a lot of different people moved here. And so what happened is they created this local culture, right, that became synonymous with what Hawaii is. And it's been like that for generations, right? And what's happening now, though, is you have an influx of people that are coming in and they're not assimilating to the local culture. So the local culture is losing that feel. This is why some people, when tourists come here, they'll come here and they're like, you know, I went to Hawaii, but it feels like it wasn't as, you know, like people say aloha spirit. It's like Southern hospitality in a sense, right? Where people are like, you know, come on in, yeah, you're welcome, you know, stuff like that. But what's happening is not that the people have changed. The people are changing, but it's the culture that's changing. Right? Because this stuff that was done by generational, passed on from generation to generation. When you had a close-knit community, is all fading away for a lot of various reasons, right? A lot of the local people can't afford it here, so they're moving to the mainland, namely Vegas. Because like I said on the podcast before, we call Vegas the ninth island. Hawaii is comprised of 8 islands, so Vegas. But even before all of this, a lot of people from Hawaii would vacation in Vegas. Right. And so it's that dynamic that's changing. So sometimes when the tourists come here, like I like to use the term, it's not like the postcards, right? Because it's developed so much, right? It's like if you expect to come here with like grass huts and somebody putting a lei on you when you get off the plane, and then just gonna learn hula and all this kind of stuff. That's there's some people, like I know some people I know from California came and that's like, oh wow, it's kind of like California here.
Oh wow.
Because you got to get out of you got to go out to the outer islands, but even the outer islands, there's a lot of people. This is the whole thing with the economy as well, right? How people are moving here with money. Yeah, it's changing in that sense, which a lot of people don't kind of focus on. Right. You know, people move here because they like, you know, Hawaii's pretty safe, right? We don't have a lot of the stuff that the mainland has. But when the culture changes, they lose that, and then it's becoming more like the mainland now. Yeah, which I find ironic. I mean, I grew up in the mainland, so it doesn't affect me as much as like if you're local that grew up here your whole life. It's hard. I was talking to my coworker. Her family, 2-3 generations deep. Her family's from Japan. Like they worked at plantations, ran their own businesses. She's a successful person, right? But even we were talking about that, about how it's losing its culture. Right.
The realist with a great comment. Just know where you're at. Don't be in Jasper. Yeah, man. Yeah, there's some places, but I mean, look, man. To me, that's no different than don't be in some places, West Virginia or something, man. Where, I mean, just you know, you don't want to be, or the Appalachians or something. You don't want to be, you don't want to be stuck somewhere out there in the east.
Yeah, like Hawaii back in the day, man, we had like Kill Holi Day. So Holi is referred to white people. So like if you're a white and you went to school when I was growing up here, yeah, dude, you didn't come to school that day. You just didn't. And if you showed up to school someday, you get beat up. Right. Because here the minority, at least when I was growing up, was white people. Right, because you have a lot of like Polynesians.
Right.
You have a lot of Asian. You were the minority. You were the minority if you were here. That's just the way it was, and it's not like that anymore. I'm not saying I agree with it. I was younger at the time. My cousins mostly did that stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's when you talk about like racism and stuff like that, dude, it cuts in all different kind of ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess I moved from Hawaii, I moved from Hawaii to Florida when Florida was still like a southern, right? So that that's God showing me, here you go. This is why now you the minority, right? And a minority amongst minorities, right? You won't find one.
Yeah. That's what you said is an excellent point. Excellent point, especially about the culture changes and stuff. Yeah. Because I'm starting to hear that about states like North Carolina. Yeah. I have a good friend who lives out there, and he was telling me how they got a lot of people from New York that's moving there now. And he's talking about how it's just like that same Southern hospitality just ain't there because New Yorkers aren't built like that.
No, they're not.
And it's like, man, it just sucks to see it change. I mean, the state is growing, which is good, but
kind of.
Yeah.
They're gonna lose. Like you gotta be careful because they're gonna lose. Because I see some of these governors of these states and they like the economy and it's driving their economy and they're growing. But you got to be careful with that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, as a Hawaiian from Hawaii, because Hawaiians experienced that firsthand with Hawaii. Right? Our culture died in a sense, right? They're trying to revive it now. But I'm talking like true like Hawaiian culture. And that came in for the local culture, which is fine. But now the people who are the local culture are beginning to realize what the Hawaiians went through.
Right. That's how a lot of Southerners are feeling because the South is growing a lot.
Yeah. So when you have an influx of people like that, because the local people here are experiencing that now, because we're getting people that have money that can just basically just buy you out, and ironically, right, the people selling their homes here to make it because they can't make it here, they move to the mainland, and they're moving those people out because you sell your house here for like 1.5 million. 1 million, 1.5 million. Where are you going to move to?
Right.
Idaho, Vegas, some of the southern states. I know some of my friends moved to Dallas or Texas. I don't know what parts. Right, but San Antonio mostly. So they're coming in with their money and driving your guys' prices up. Right? And it's like this vicious cycle.
Yeah. And then the states they're leaving are already way too expensive for. So it's not like it's a swap, if you will, where if you're leaving Texas, you might go to California. That ain't going to happen because ain't nobody in Texas going to pay $1 million for a house that costs $300,000 here.
Like you said, right? When you saw the license plates and you began to realize, right? And so when you have an influx like that, that's what changes your environment.
Yeah.
That's when people start to notice, right? And so, I was making fun of my sister, right? I was like, "Hey, dude, we call people colonizers. Now we're the colonizers." And she's like, "Shoot up." Because the funny thing to me is that here people think of white people as like just rich people, and of course, if you have to have money to move here, so if you're white and you're rich and you come over, but now you guys are taking your money and you're misplacing all the poor white people,
right?
And I laugh because I'm like, because you're dealing with people who are Caucasian and Hawaii and stuff like that. Now you're going to these states where there's people that have lower income than you, lower money than you, and they're white, right? And my sister was like, that kind of threw her off. My sister's kind of an activist. I love my sister, but she's kind of an activist. So you can be an activist all you want to, but reality dictates what really goes on.
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, so
it's crazy in that sense. So.
Yeah, and people, and rightfully so, people want to hold on to the culture that they grew up in and raised in, and that's important for them.
And it goes beyond. It's like technology, right? It's everything, dude. The internet broke down a lot of barriers, which is good, but it's also bad. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's good that the world is connected in ways that we never thought possible. Safe, just hell, even as simple as 50 years ago. But we see the consequences of that real fast.
Yes.
Yeah, real fast, and
especially in the gaming.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, gaming is unique in that I feel maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong with this statement, but I feel like only comics has been invaded this hard, this fast that gaming is. because when comics got invaded, it almost felt overnight. Where one moment, everything was good, and then the next, I swear, it almost felt like in one moment, you see Marvel hiring these writers, and then they got these guys like Safe Space and stuff like that, and Snowflake, and then in DC they're trying to turn Tim Drake gay, not gay or bi, whatever stuff, and it happens. So, and if you look at that timeline, it's so specific that it feels overnight, and that's kind of how it feels with gaming, where everything was cool, and then all of a sudden, a few years ago, almost overnight, everything turned over its head.
Well, I think gaming. So this now they're calling it Gamergate 2.0 is kicking off because of the CTV and stuff. The problem with comic books, what happened was there was a generational shift from guys like Stan Lee, right? The Golden Age. So comics has that history, that generational history behind it. So you have the Golden Age of comics to the Silver Age, to what they call it in the Copper Age, and then a lot of the counterculture people are now calling the irony because we want comics back, right? To telling good stories and respecting our heroes and stuff like that. That's the problem with comics, right? There's a point in time that it went to the counterculture, and then it shifted, and so you had a lot of people. I mean, it was just right for millennials. I'll just be honest with you.
Yeah,
it was just right for millennials to come in because comic books you were always ostracized, so you're a more open environment. So it's easier for them to come in and kind of infiltrate the system. And this is one of the things I can't stand because I hear people all the time talk about X-Men and how it was a soapbox for them to talk about racism, and it's like, no, it wasn't, dude. It was a soapbox for if you were an outcast, you could read an X-Men comic book. Right. It wasn't necessarily to do with race. It was any type of outcast, whether he was a nerd, whether he was fat, whatever, right? And so that would help you. No matter what your hang up was, you could find comfort in that X-Men universe.
Right.
Me and Sega Man were talking about this. There's a lot of the Gen Z people are going back and listening to the old music, going back to the old pop culture, as far as movies, fashion, all this kind of stuff. And so what I've been trying to encourage people to do on social media, at least with the younger generation, I did this with my kids. I said, if you want to know about social justice in its purest form, I'll recommend something like Sanford and Son.
Yeah.
Something like Good Times, Jefferson's, some of the stuff that we grew up on watching. That's how old I am. So, and what you find in there is that there was a message in everything. Chico and the Man. You can identify it, especially back then, right? When you did feel like more of a minority, you had a minority status. But one thing that was always great about those shows or movies and the stuff that they did, there was a message in it, but it didn't overlap the actual entertainment factor and the story and the production quality and stuff like that of those shows. Right. So to the point now that when you go back and watch these shows, and even up into the 90s, some of the stuff that they were doing, you felt like you got everything already. Right? So basically, they're not holding you down and preaching to you.
Yeah, and I think it's the whole being preached to and the bad writing that really drives people up the wall. Because nobody wants to read their favorite medium and be talked down to like they're fucking five. Hell, when I was a kid, I used to hate Captain Planet because I thought it was too preachy. Hey kids, it's our fault that the environment sucks, so we need to do something. I'm like, man, why am I watching this bullshit? The X-Men cartoon also had messages, but damn it was still an entertainment show, right? The Batman cartoon,
the 90s version, yeah.
Yeah, the Batman cartoon would have messages. It was still an entertainment show. And then here comes not Power Rangers, but here comes Captain Planet, right? And every episode is literally just 30 minutes preaching to you. And damn you, Ted Turner, because he's the one who greenlit that show. Well, I don't think people realize Ted Turner was a damn near hippie with money, or fake hippie with money, because he didn't mind getting rich off you, but damn, he was gonna preach his ass off any chance he got.
Yeah, he was a medium mogul, but yeah, and Captain Planet turned a lot of people onto that they began to realize, because TBS was in Atlanta. And so and then the coup de grace of all of that is when he started dating Jane Fonda. Then everybody realized.
I forgot about that. Holy Lord.
And that pissed me off because I believe they're the ones that are WCW. Right? And he ruined all that. I was like, thanks, Ted. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I hope the Braves lose.
Right.
I hated the Braves because they would always beat the Pirates, dude. I hated the Braves, dude. It was just a killer team. I hated that team.
They're a great team, but they would never actually win in the World Series.
No. But
I think they only won one World Series in that era.
Every time I'm glad because every time they would go, they would lose. I think they won maybe once or twice, but
yeah, I literally think they only won once, and but yeah, they will always be in the World Series.
They had that factor, right? Because they would beat the Pirates, right? That's why I hated them. So I loved them when Minnesota cheated.
Yeah,
and that dude lifted him off the bag. What did got tagged out? The ref didn't see it. And I was like, that's justice. But you guys are because they were so stacked, dude. They had like the pitching, Glavine, Smoltz. Who else, man? I can't remember now. But dude, they had Dave Justice. They had a great team.
I hate the Braves too.
Yeah,
they beat us in the 2021 World Series, and
seeing them suffer now is just karma in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because people throw that. Well, what about the Pirates? I was like, the Pirates is always like that.
Yeah, realist. I hate them when they beat us, man. So fuck the Braves.
Yeah, Braves suck.
Yeah.
If there's anything, I'm not for the racial thing, but if anybody wanted to come and take away the Braves thing to go through, I'm not all for that kind of stuff. But just because it's the Braves, I'll let it slide. Yeah. In fact, I should start.
No. I don't want to see that. Then it'll happen to the Chiefs.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know the Chiefs.
Then it'll happen to the Blackhawks in hockey, and I don't want to see that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Smoltz and Glavine, thanks, realist. Who else they had? They had like 3 or 4 guys, dude. Was Pena one of them?
Yeah, they had a stacked roster in that era. It's just that when it mattered most, they'd lose. So,
well, it also didn't help because we had the Killer Bees. And they were awesome into the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
And all they had was Andy Van Slyke. I was like, come on, Andy, carry us over the hump. Like, nope, not enough.
Yeah.
And then Bonds went to be but I always stuck up for Bonds because even some of my Pirates fans, they hated him. But then when he went to San Francisco, right, and then he was getting the whole steroids thing, that he was running on steroids, I was like, dude, we could take steroids. We can't hit like him. They would get mad at me because I was like, no, I'm just being honest, dude. Hey, look, there's people taking steroids right now. They'll never be able to hit like this dude.
I know.
There's talent involved with that. Does that give him a marriage? Okay, you can say that. But you still got to hit the ball. Dude, if steroids made you good, then everybody would be taking steroids and become professional athletes. It doesn't work.
Yeah, man. So
I did defend them on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I became like the anti Bond people. Go Giants! I was like, go Giants. Plus, I got stationed in San Francisco, so
yeah. Well, I'll say this, man. I'm a Barry Bonds defender too, but he did treat his fans like trash, man.
Oh yeah, he wasn't.
He was one of them athletes, man.
Dude, you pissed off. Oh man, I can't remember the coach now. Jeff Nealon.
Yeah.
You can't get along with him. Dude, something wrong with you. I'm all, Pittsburgh teams and their cultures are kind of built because their organizations are built a certain way. If you have problems fitting in there, dude, sorry, dude, I lose all type of thing. But I mean, he did the right thing in my opinion, right? He wanted the money, he wanted a bigger media, bigger audience, and he did what he had to do.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I didn't go to the Yankees, dude. I was getting tired.
Yeah, same here.
I was like, dude, man, come on, man. That's why everybody would cheer against them, dude. I didn't even know anything about the Mets. I was like the biggest Mets fan. Like, come on, Mets, let's go. But yeah, just getting back to Smoltz and Glavine, dude. Okay, I got it. I think we're caught up, right?
Yeah, we are.
But just real quick, dude, on the DEI stuff. Again, diversity, equity, and inclusion, guys. I did a video on my channel years ago. I used to talk about this years ago. I did a video called the exclusion of inclusion, right? And so what I meant by that video, and I talked about it, was because I see that a lot. It's just like you want to be diverse and you want to be accepting, but it can't happen because the reason why that doesn't work is because people look at it in our own Xbox community. Look at it among us guys, like the time when E-Rock and 100 were all Xbox guys, but they started scrapping over Halo. Like everybody has my point is everybody has opinions, right? So regardless of your race or culture, like I don't get along with everybody in my family, even though we're all native and we kind of believe in certain things that are the same, right? But everybody has their own set of principles, morals, and values, and you can't put it in a one-size-catch-all.
Yeah.
Right? And especially it's never going to work because the reason why Sweet Baby Inc. is getting hammered right now is because they're generalizing it. And at the end of the day, like I made the correlation with the FTC, it has nothing to do with DEI. It has nothing about leveling the playing field. They want to say that, and their intention might be in some way to that. But at the end of the day, follow the money, right? That's problem number one. Because a lot of these industries and businesses and stuff like that, it's the same way when Passion of the Christ became such a huge movie, then everybody started doing these faith-based movies.
Yeah.
You know, they tried to hump on that bandwagon. They're like, why aren't they getting this stuff? I'm like, dude, this is not biblical. If you're a Christian, like, no, this is not biblical. Jesus wouldn't do this kind of stuff, right? But they don't care about that. They just want to make money.
Right.
So that's what you're getting right now. You have these corporations that are trying to, especially with the economy, they're trying to branch out to certain types of ideologies, certain type of groups, right? Quote unquote groups. The problem with gamers is we don't fit into one standard.
Right.
Gaming is very diverse. Right, you have people that play mobile games that don't care that much about, there's different levels, as Darko likes to say, which is 100% correct, right? There's levels to this kind of stuff, right? The gamers there's not a one solution fits all. So when you're trying to pigeonhole people into certain things, especially if you're trying to bring politics, race, and culture into it, right, you're gonna have a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me in general to focus on what is naturally divisive topics.
Yeah.
If you want to sell a product. So that aspect has always been confusing to me because again, people, and then not only that, we're talking about passionate views too. It always did just seem like a bad idea to me to make that the focal point of what you're putting out there.
Well, the problem that these guys don't understand, and even the people in our industry don't understand, everything is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I play Starfield and somebody told me it's boring, the thing that they consider boring is the thing I love the most about the game.
Right.
All I do is I get in my ship and I travel. I'm pretending to be a space traveler visiting planets because I know in my real life I'll never be able to do that.
Right.
There's nothing spatial, NASA, or anything about my real life that encompasses that, right? Mm-hmm. At all. So when I go into Starfield, this is what I want to experience. Like my daughter will watch for me. I spend hours just flying to different planets, running around, looking into to cave after cave, and my daughter's like, Dad, why are you doing that? It's the same thing. He said, yeah, but you might find something, and then after 25 caves, I'm like, okay, well, my daughter's right. But still, I'm going to do it, right? It's what I want to, it's my own experience. It's what I want to get from the game that somebody else might not like, and therefore might not like the game. I will push back on people who are gamers, quote unquote gamers, because they can't put into words why they don't like a game. They just say it sucks.
Right.
And then when you start doing that, right, that's a problem, right? But gaming in and of itself is a very subjective, and any type of medium that is entertainment, movies, music, right? You might like one thing, I might not like something. We might like the same thing, but you like this about them, I don't like this. I've argued with Steeler fans, right? Because the generation of people came in that were like, well, we need to pass the ball. I'm like, no, we run and we play defense. That's what the Steelers do, right? We run the ball, which is boring, because that's what they say, it's boring. But our defense makes up for it. And eventually we'll eke out a 14. We'll eke out a 14-12 win on a couple field goals.
Right.
Right. And the newer generation don't want that. Right. And this is how you get slashed.
I like a good defensive game. One thing I liked about this year's Super Bowl that it wasn't a bunch of fucking touchdowns, like the Eagles and Chiefs ones.
Yeah.
That one just got ridiculous at some point because that game was like 38-35, and it's like, come on, are any of these defenses trying? And what I liked about the last one is that defenses were actually playing well and holding teams and not giving up these easy looking touchdowns.
But since football is inundated like gaming with a bunch of normies, right? What's the narrative that comes out of there? There's two narratives that come out of there.
Yeah, if there's a defense game, they always say it's boring.
That's boring. The commercials were way better than the game. That's one.
Yeah.
And then number two, for some reason, I don't even know what goes on with Taylor Swift. Well, I know now. Right? Taylor Swift and that one dude, Kelsey. I don't even know.
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce. And I don't even keep up with that stuff, but I know now. Because that's the two narratives that came out of that football game.
Yeah, the NFL, and this is such a capitalist move. And I don't say it derogatorily because I actually love capitalism. But, man, they saw that a bunch of teenage girls were watching Chief games thanks to Taylor Swift dating them, and they just ran with it. I'm like, the NFL, you're such a business because all in business is see that shit and exploit it as much as they possibly can. Like they're literally flying her out to New York just so she with the Jets, the team that's almost never good, right? and they played the Chiefs, they flew her out to New York just to put her on screen. I'm like, these guys, man. If you're gonna, at least if you're gonna run a business, they like, we might as well get every dollar we can out of them.
Well, the problem I have with the NFL, I'm actually all for that, bro. Right? Because that's how they should be. Because they're one of the biggest money making. Right? They're all in on capitalism.
Yeah.
Right? So there's no denying that. The problem I have with the NFL, but they also suck off the teeth of what like companies like Sweet Baby Inc. does, right? Because what it is you had a generation of people that went to college and grew up with all of this stuff. Look, we're spiritual people by nature. I'm not saying that you guys have to be, right? But what I'm saying is we're spiritual people by nature. People are always looking for something to believe in, something to belong to, right? This is why one of the commandments is idolatry, right? Because if you're not looking to God, then you're going to find some kind of higher power, or you're going to find something to believe in. And this is why with DEI, a lot of people look at it and they're like, wow, this is almost like a religion. Well, game recognized game, right? Because I am a religious person. So game recognized game.
Yeah.
A lot of the money thing I could understand. If these businesses were just trying to do it like you're seeing with Taylor Swift, totally respect that. Because I can totally walk away from that.
Yeah.
The problem is there are people in these organizations. Like, again, I can't, there's a generation of people that grew up on learning these kind of stuff, and they're the people calling the shots. They're the ones in the board meetings. They're the ones on the board. They're the ones that are in the industries. Right. This is why when you're seeing it now, like with the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing, right? It's catching. Like I know you said you don't. You can do some after this. Unlimited. Just look it up. It's everywhere. Because what happened is this is stuff we knew about comic books and about movies. If you guys want to know what all this stuff is, just look at Disney right now. Disney has lost $143 billion.
Yep.
Something like that. I think they're in the trillions myself, if I'm being honest. Right? Because nobody's factoring how this stuff affecting their cruises, their parks, their merchandising. This is just people. When people talk about that, they talk about how bad the movies are. Right? But Disney is a brand that runs on brand stuff, and when their brand goes bad, it affects multiple stuff. When they're firing on cylinders, this is how they make the big bucks. Since they're a machine, when one piston goes out, they're in trouble. That's Disney. So I think they're in the $1 trillion debt personally, right? But if you want to know all about this stuff, just basic form, just look at what Disney's been doing, and what they should have done years ago was course corrected with their brands, especially with Star Wars and Marvel. But they never do, they're not going to, and they're going to run that thing into the ground. So if you like gaming and you consider yourself a gamer, right? This is why this should matter to you, right? Because like me and Unlimited said earlier. We saw it with comic books, right? Because it went from the Stanley generation to the culture generation, and like I said, comic books is more generational. So now Superman is gay, right? Because the pushback against authority, the revolutionaries that came into the industry, which I will give them credit though. At least they made great content.
Yeah,
that's what kept it, and they respected the culture, and more importantly, they respected the characters, right? And what they would do is they would go around the edges. Because they understood who their audience was. And that's not changed, to be perfectly honest with you, right? So this is why you're stuck in the comic books has gone the way that it has. And you know who doesn't do that? Japan. And you know what Japan produces? Manga. And you know what else Japan produces? Anime. And Japan has none of those hangups at all. And Japan's pop culture is having a bigger influence in culture, especially on the other Asian cultures, Southeast Asian, even in Europe. And then you have places like France who are going back to those old pulp serials with their comic books. Unfortunately, I can't read French, so I can't. Right? But they're bucking the trend, they're bucking the norm. And until this stuff is pretty much purged, I'm just going to be honest with you guys, you got to purge this stuff in this industry because it's not going to work out. And I have faith in gamers. Because the one thing gamers hate the most is being told what to do.
Right.
That's the one thing that these guys don't understand because they tried this before with Gamergate 1. There was Comicsgate before, and comic books pushed back, but already the problem with comic books was that they were already in comic books. They were inundated with comic books. So it was too late. The cancer was already set in, and it just was a matter of time, so comic books fell. Right? With gaming, it's not like that at all. Especially the way gaming is built. It's a more personal connection with the games that you play. So it's basically like somebody coming in, like your dad telling you what to do when you're 18 years old.
Right.
Or 19 years old. and these guys try and come at you like it's cool and hip, and you just look at them like the adults that own the iPhone. like my kid, I know my daughter was telling me that one time, right? It's like with the iPhone, and she's telling my dad, I was like, yeah, but I like the iPhone. It's simple, right? And I realized that, but I'm not over here trying to shove stuff down their throat. You know what I'm saying? And that's what these guys are trying to do. And like I said, the problem that they're having is it goes from they were at one level preachy, which was bad enough. Now they're trying to hold you down and push their ideology on you. That's what they're Instead of learning and going back and starting to see other people's perspective, other people's point of view, maybe trying to learn from it, like why they're losing money and why people don't like this, right? And why they're getting ostracized. No, they double, triple down. And now they're trying to hold you down and shove it down your throat. And it's so bad that it's the one unifying thing that we can all get behind. Because you even have Sony guys, which I normally don't get along with, right? Because they like their games a certain way. Sure, they don't buy or play their games, but I'm just saying. They still hold on to their tropes of how they like their stuff, right? And that's something we can all get behind.
What the Sony guys say, because they love Spider-Man, and that was cool.
But they do, but they like their Japanese stuff.
They didn't buy the Japanese stuff.
No, they don't. But they're from that. How can I put it? They're like comic book guys that talk about the Green Lantern Corps, but never read the old stuff.
Oh yeah, because the Sony guys they bought less of the Japanese stuff than the Western stuff that Sony put out.
Yeah, but they're still stuck in that mindset. It's just like talking to people about X-Men right now. Because X-Men have changed over the years, which I'm very cognizant of. Right, but when somebody tries to throw back to my time about that, I shut them down. No. They didn't do that. Nope, they didn't do that. You're taking what they're doing now and you're trying to put it on past events. And I can tell you, since I was there, no, they did not do that.
Yeah.
Right. So at least if the Sony people are consistent in one thing, right, is at least they hold on to some of their doctrines, some of their towels, right. And this is how overreaching it is with these guys. Not the Sony guys, but the whole Sweet Baby Inc. stuff. I mean, it's at a level now, right, that people are kind of waking up and beginning to realize. So what happened is it's crossed over to the normie part. So there's people that I follow politically, and real world stuff that I follow. Like I've been sharing a lot of stuff with China on my social media just to get people perspective on economy. And you have people that cover that stuff that are talking about this stuff. That's how far-reaching it's become.
Yeah. So is Sweet Baby Inc. Are they like a PR company or something?
They're a consultant.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it. They're a consulting company. Yeah. Okay. I see. That tells me at least 70% of what I need to know now. Thank you.
Yeah. And the thing is that they'll come in and they do these things, right? And so what happened was there's a guy that was on Steam, and he basically correlated a lot of the games that they worked on. So they basically created this list because people don't want the gamers are like becoming aware of them, and they're like, oh, what other games are they coming up with, right? Yeah. And so what they did was one guy created this list, and then it basically has all the games they worked on or consulted on. Right. So like if you write a story, they can come in and look at your script and say, well, this isn't diverse enough, or instead of making this person a male person, you think you should probably include a female because 40% of females play video games, which I guess they do. I don't know. Maybe I'm too old. I know more girls play games than when I was growing up.
Oh yeah. That is 100%. That's definitely thing. I'll put it this way because he always talked about how they were being a gamer, they were the nerds and all that stuff. And for me, for example, in my experience, I've never dated a woman who is like she knew I was a gamer and never had a problem with it, and I know that's probably a generational thing where.
Well, E-Rock is a perfect example, right?
Yeah,
E-Rock says that all the time. I never tell this, he's a little bit older from us. Probably dates people about his age that's a little bit older than us.
Yeah.
And they don't know. They don't understand that, right?
Yeah, I used to be engaged to a woman who she was a gamer herself.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely a generational thing with that, and I do believe that more women play games, but they got into games the same reason we did, because it was good, not because they need representation, but these corporations and companies they think they're God these days.
I mean, we don't have to go any further than our own community, right? Like you have grown women gaming, right? They're in the industry, right? They're pushing, right? And that's a perfect example of how much more further they have to go, right? To be an impact in gaming, right? And they're putting in that work.
Yeah.
Right. So then when you have a company that just comes in and talks about it, like there's this massive amount of girl games, and then I remember somebody ran the figures. What they were including was people on mobile, right? Which to me throws it all askew, right? Because when people talk about gaming on the console space and even in the PC space, right? Like I said, I'm not sitting here saying like I know it changed, because when I played 360 and we went online, I actually played with girls for the first time.
Yeah.
Because when I was growing up, girls wasn't hanging around in the arcades. They just
right.
I did not see them, dude. And I grew up in a lot of different states. I'm telling you, dude, when you're in an arcade, I remember one girl I taught her, just actually a lady, I should say, and she paid me to teach her how to play Mr. Do.
Oh wow!
Because she loved Mr. Do, and she'd watch me play, and I was playing for like 5-6 hours straight.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh my god!" She was in a wheelchair, and that's one of her things. She loved to play video games. And she goes, "How are you so good?" And I was trying to explain to her. So what she did was she's like, "Can you teach me?" And I was like, "Oh well, I can, but like I didn't have any money, like I got that out of I think I got that quarter out of the ashtray, you know what I'm saying? My mom wasn't gonna give me money to play video games, like you got an auntie or an uncle gave you like $1. Like, that's why you have to be good, man. I couldn't I had to be good at these games. So but what she did do, she gave me money. She paid me like $20.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, and we meet every day. She was on vacation. This is in Florida. This is in Daytona Beach. We met every day, and she was a super nice lady, and I taught her how to play. Right, and so, yeah, but that's there was no. I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm looking at this stuff. I think what I think the problem is that the people they want to target don't work for them. For example, I'm gonna use Spider-Man 2 as an example. It's clear that Insomniac doesn't employ any Hispanic people because they didn't know the difference between the black and the
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so what's happened is that they want. It's kind of weird. Is it not weird to me now that I think about it? They want the diversity, but they don't actually hire the diverse people that they claim they want.
No, just like Microsoft kind of does this, but Microsoft doesn't go all in on it, right? They're in that stuff, but they don't go all in because at the end of the day, you need somebody that can program and run software.
Yeah.
So what it is the great thing, I watched this comedian, and then the comedian was saying, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And the lady was like a DEI type person. But the funny thing, she was white, right? Or she's white, and then the guy's a white comedian, so he goes, "Oh, okay, so you're one of those people, right, Joe? So you're for equity, except for your job."
Yeah.
And busted it right on the spot, and the whole audience was cracking up because that's the irony of all this kind of stuff, right? It's just like look, dude, I live in Hawaii, right? Again, like a Hawaiian doesn't have to teach you how to surf, right? There's a lot of different people surfing to that point where any type of race, as long as they know how to surf, a lot of people know the spots here, right? They're good at surfing and stuff like that, right? But if you want some of the best, you probably go with somebody that's local at least, or somebody that's Hawaiian. Like my brother, great surfer, right? Because he just grew up surfing and he knows everything about this area, right? So, but I'm saying it's not out of the realm of possibility to have somebody that's non-Hawaiian to teach you,
right?
Because there's watermen of every race on this island. Right? It's not the thing, right? It's the qualification. If you get some dude, regardless of what his race is, that doesn't know how to surf or can't swim, right? That's probably not the person to go with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I understand what they're trying to do, but the thing I don't like about it is there's an organic nature of this stuff that needs to happen, right? That you see it, and you see it already, right? Demographics are changing to some extent, right? But a lot of the times when this stuff starts getting pigeonholed or generalized, right? This is where you come up, and then on top of the fact that a lot of these people pushing for this stuff are not of that culture.
Yeah. Right. And it creates a weird irony where since they're not of the culture, they push stereotypes of what they're pushing on us. So so the stereotype now is that they'll make a lot of women very mannish because they think that combats sexism or something. You know, and it creates a weird situation where, you know, if every woman is the same in the games, for example, then none of them are going to stand out. So yeah, I'm with you there, and plus, you know, when you say that they're a consulting company, that's okay, because consulting companies, even without all this DEI nonsense, they ruin a lot of companies in general because they come in and start putting in different ideas that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about in industries they don't know anything about, and for some reason, the goddamn excuse my language. Forgive me, Jesus. But for some reason,
I know you're working on that.
yeah. But for some reason, the dang corporation, they'll listen to them, and this is just look at history of consulting firms in general. If you want to know why a lot of your favorite companies aren't around from say the 70s or 80s, chances are they listen to a consulting company. That consulting company put in bad ideas. The CEO ran with it and drove them to the ground. Remember, there's a time when GE was the biggest company on the planet, damn near.
Yeah.
And what happened? I believe the history for them is that they listened to a consultant company. The CEOs start to just listen exclusively to shareholders, and that company end up being nothing. Now, at least not nearly as powerful as it was decades ago. You know, so that part, you know, when you said that, I'm like, okay, I think I get it. And then I'm looking at some of the. I'm doing a little research as you're talking, and yeah, the CEO or the CEO or CEO is a white dude. He's coming and telling, "Hey, put a black woman in this game," but it's like, dude, you're not a black woman, so exactly what kind of insight can you add?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Let the people that you want to represent, let them make the headway.
Yeah,
like, and in some aspects, right, it's just like I look at them, I'm like, just like when I'm here, dude, and somebody comes up, like I don't like white guilt at all, dude. And it hits me a certain way because where I live, somebody will be guilty what happened to Hawaiians, like the land was taken, all this stuff, right? And then they'll come and say stuff to me, and then I'm like, dude, what does that do for me? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because in some aspect, like I think they just feel guilty and they want to assuage their own guilt. They don't really care about the actual plight. So then I'll throw something at them, like, you know, like I said this before on the podcast, I'll just say it here, but I was like, okay, well, why don't you give the owner a house, right? They're like, yeah, so we'll give it to a Hawaiian.
Right.
Because they have a lot of homeless Hawaiians, right? I'm like, well, give it to a Hawaiian then. And they're like, I'm like, yeah, I know, right? It's hard, yeah. It's easier to say yes, but it's hard to actually do something about it. So I told them, I was like, look, dude, I don't need your apology, dude. Just be cool, right? Live your life good. If you can help somebody out, help them out. It doesn't have to be Hawaiian. Is anybody down and out? There's a lot of homeless people on our streets over here, dude. If you can slide them a plate lunch.
Yeah.
Even though that plate lunch is now like $13. But you know, if you have that money, right, and you can buy something like that for a homeless person that's struggling, or help a family out, you know, maybe buy them some clothes, right? You know, I don't need you to cause a government program here.
Yeah.
That's what my Caucasian brothers, no offense, guys, but they love to do, right? They like to create programs. We need to do something about this. We need justice.
Yeah. They be attacking everything like it was slavery in the 1800s, man. Like, yeah, something like that needs radical. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if it's extreme and affects a large portion of the population. Yeah.
Look, this is why I don't mess with white people, because, like, look, dude, I could take a punch in the face from a 6'6", 400-pound Samoan. I'll recover, man. But when white people go nuts, dude, it's dude, we have nuclear war, the economy goes bad. You know what I'm saying? They don't mess around, dude. So, you know, I mean, I understand. I sympathize in a sense, right? Because, you know, they are like especially now in this day and age, right? They're the evil that everybody talks about, right? But at some point in time, dude, you gotta be like, you know, we gotta move on at some point, right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't help any of us, right? At all. Right. And then the world, and the sad thing about this, like I tell like my family, you know, like, look, the world's going to move on without us or not. Right. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, and let's work on the things we can work on. Like, you know, like I was saying about earlier, dude, like here in Hawaii, dude, local people are just getting priced out of the market. I've seen that happening in places and it's like states in Idaho is going through the same thing. Generations of people growing there getting priced out. Dude, the Harlem in New York, I watched this video. And it was interesting because there's a culture within Harlem, right?
Right.
Black, Hispanic,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they had this melting pot that created their own local culture. And then they were talking to this lady. I felt bad for her because she lived there her whole life. She's like in her 80s, man. And she goes, I don't even recognize this neighborhood anymore. And then when they got the camera, what do you see? Panera, Starbucks, Yuppies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, like these people that are living there. It's basically. I don't get too hard on gentrification because I think it's just economy as well. There's a lot of reasons, not just trying to remove people. But you see that, and it's like that's the stuff I think people need to pay attention to, personally.
All right.
But to your point, like Kodak was another company.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, I think it was Kodak or Polaroid, and they had a person that came to them was trying to push digital to them, and they were like, no, because they were the big wig at the time, right? And they didn't want to change. So then that person went to Japan, and the companies over there listened to them, and that's why they switched it around. They became dominant. Japan is riddled with stories like that. I'm sorry, bro. Let me get in on this real quick. Everything GE touched just burned. Oil and gas, credit lending. Jack Welch was the man when GE was on top. He started the fire every 3 years. Thing. Yeah. And that's what, and it's sad to see, man, because there was a big industry.
Yeah.
When it comes to electronics, General Electric became Sony. They didn't make anything industry leading, and the products were there's only 2 brands. Wow, nice, Realist.
Yeah, and a lot of that Realist was due to the changes the CEO was making internally. So nice. They they were cutting, for example, any type of like development programs, and they're so focused on firing people, they were losing great talent that was making great products for them, and they end up falling behind.
Man, that's an excellent comment. Thanks, Willis. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was, man.
I didn't think about it. Real quick, Unlimited. There's another kickback that's growing with the DEI stuff, and I know you're gonna look into it, and if you could do a video on it, because I think you do a better job than I could. But it's basically there's also another thing that's coming out from the DEI stuff, which I worry about, which is like the event of the Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. So how can I put this? Not everything that you see is DEI is the problem.
Yeah.
And then you also you guys got to be cognizant. You guys really got to do your research, man. I don't know how else to put it, because you guys got to be cognizant and keep your fingers on the pulse of what's going on, because people always hijack the conversation, and people always use it as clickbait, or they're using it to get their own numbers up. Right. So, like, for example, I don't think Sweet Baby Inc. had anything to do with Starfield. Right. And I know one of the guys I follow made a rad video that went viral, but he was talking about the pronouns when it came to Starfield. Right. Now, I agree with him on that. Don't agree with, but then it went from that to like Starfield sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a type of nuanced point that I like hearing.
Well, that's why I asked if you could, like, I know you're gonna look into it, and if you could do a video on that, because I can't really do that. Like, because I think it's important, especially in the Xbox community, because we do support Microsoft, and Microsoft does this stuff. Now, I don't think they have. I would say I don't think they have to hire a company like Sweet Baby Inc. Right? Because they're not like that. They're already doing it in their own way.
Right.
Again, we know every Pride Month, right? We know Microsoft is going to be. They don't even wait till 12:01. Right? Microsoft is like at 11:43. Right? And their stuff is going up all over their website. Right? You're going to get the honorary themes that promote certain things, right? One thing I do appreciate about Microsoft is that they don't shove it down your throat, right? And then I can say something about it, and then Sarah Bond will unfollow me. You know what I'm saying? I love Sarah Bond; she's awesome. But you know what I'm saying? So they're not at that level. So the reason why I'm telling that, because we are a pro Xbox channel. So again, like Unlimited does a great job with this, the nuance behind all of this stuff, right? Because there's people downing. They look at the DEI, which is bad, but then they look at game like then everything sucks.
Yeah, and that's a point that I tend to disagree with too.
Yeah,
I mean, listen, guys.
I know you put videos on that I appreciate. So.
Yeah. Look, listen. I love Starfield. It just waxed poetic about it a few minutes ago. Loving Suicide Squad. I think the gameplay is just absolutely fun.
Right.
And even then, the DEI stuff, I personally haven't really noticed yet. I don't. because off the top of my head, I can't think of nothing too extreme that I've ran into.
Well, I could if when you do the when you look at what's happening with just Suicide Squad kills Justice.
Yeah,
that's a good example for me because I will definitely listen to you and Hebot. For me personally, Masters of the Universe.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't for Hebot, I never would have watched the show.
Oh,
I
really?
did have problems with the show.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm tuned into that.
Oh, you're talking about the new one on Netflix.
Yeah,
okay.
But if it wasn't for Hebot, like I really ended up enjoying the show more than I should. And the one issue I had was just one portion of it.
Yeah.
Like, had I not watched it, I wouldn't have enjoyed the rest.
Yeah. You know, I was talking to somebody about another game that did something. I'm trying to think what it was. I think it was Gotham Knights. You know, because in Gotham Knights, one of the you fight this big lady in the prison, and she ends up being one of the regular bad guys. I'm like, just having one big woman in the game don't make it bad, man. So, but to be fair, I wasted so much time debating people about Gotham Knights for so long, and then this is how stupid I was when the game hit Game Pass and they finally played it. Then they're like, oh yeah, that game's pretty good. And so the same people that I was telling was good when it first came before it hit Game Pass, they didn't even play the damn game. And so I'm over here I'm over here having a realization. Yeah, I'm wasting my time arguing with people about a game they didn't even play. Yeah. And I need to, going forward, I need to start saying, did you play the game? Because if you say no, then I'm dropping the conversation instantly.
I know for some of the stuff that they talked about it when it came to Gotham, I played the game myself based on your recommendation. And it is exactly the type of game I love to play.
Yeah. And see, and the thing with Gotham Knights is that, and this is what I appreciate about the game. So if you don't know Renee Montoya, the policewoman, she's gay. But what Gotham Knights didn't do that Spider-Man 2 did do is that they never did a mission where like, you gotta save my wife. You gotta save my wife, Nightwing. Instead, she was just there to help you in some side missions. And so at no point did the game, was the game try to just explicitly do that nonsense? Because video games these days, they love that. They love that whole, you gotta save my wife if the character's gay. And Spider-Man did that shit and Spider-Man does it in the dumbest way. Even if the characters were straight, does helping the teenagers go to the prom sound fun to you? You know what I'm saying? Like who in the meeting of developing this game was like, let's do a side. So, all right, guys, I got a side quest idea. Spider-Man helps kids go to the prom. Nobody in that writing room like, that sounds kind of stupid. Because to me, it sounds like if somebody came to me and told me that in a video game you catch pigeons, find backpacks, and help kids go to the prom, I'm like, that sounds like the dumbest fucking game ever. And yet both Spider-Man games have those type of side missions, and it gets praised to high heavens, and I'll never understand it. Meanwhile, Starfield is boring, but their side missions could take hours to complete.
Well, I think this is a problem within the entertainment industry in general, because if you like, I'm old school, man, so I remember some of the stories there because I would follow Hollywood, right? Mm-hmm. And they had great stories about these writers' rooms, like some of the dudes that were writing on some of the shows I loved, and then later on, they would be on an interview or they would do a book or something, and they would talk about how the writing rooms were, and it was all out war sometimes, right? And because the writing rooms are treated as safe spaces now, you can't have that dynamic, right? In fact, there's this guy I follow, Karan Pasha, where he was talking about that dude. This dude is I think he's a Muslim dude, and he got fired off of a show, and he was like the Muslim consultant because his ideology didn't go in groove with the other people's ideology, and they felt like it was like a threatening thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cameron Pasha, yeah. So he had a great story about that, but he was my point being, so a lot of times you need that type of dynamic, right, to flush this stuff out. Yeah. You can tell that this stuff is not like you're saying. There should have been somebody to say that, like, look, don't you guys think this is boring? Now, if it's another thing, like gaming did this for years, right? They just needed fluff to add in there. That's how this stuff will come about. And as gamers, you'll be like, okay, I see what you're trying to do here. You still don't like it, but you understood it. Right? But it's like there was nobody there to tell them, right, whether younger or newer generation. And it's because you can't really say anything, right? Somebody might get triggered, right? Like that whole thing you said about safe space with the new Warriors. They created these characters that nobody in their any comic book person would have sat there and been honest, who would have been honest, that, dude, this is not good.
Yeah.
And then somebody would have said like, so I get this all the time. People say, "Oh, you're just a right wing white Nazi," of which I'm none, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to call me that makes you feel good, I don't care,
Yeah.
right? Because at the end of the day, I just look at them and say, "Look, dude. At the end of the day, all of this stuff that you're trying to push, it's just you just can't write."
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And it's funny. And it's funny because, like, for example, in the Green Lantern universe,
Yeah.
they introduced not long ago Simon Boz, who is Middle Eastern, and Jessica. I love Jessica Cruz,
Yeah.
you know, who's Hispanic, right?
Yes.
And the reason why they worked is because when they introduced them back in, I think, 2011, they had their own arcs. For example, Jessica Cruz has severe post-traumatic stress disorder, right? And instead of writing her as like a typical, a stereotypical, you know, my mental health, she went through a whole journey to overcome her fear. And at no point through her journey was she being like this weird modern day person who uses mental health as an excuse for everything they do. You know, like if you're a shitty person, just say that you're bipolar or something.
Right.
No, instead she went through this whole journey. She came out stronger for it, right? And then Simon Boz had to deal with his own trials and tribulation. And I don't know why when it comes to writing new characters, the writers these days just don't know how to pull off, you know, nuanced stuff like that. Like people will get behind these characters if they go through something, learn from it, you know, go through trials and tribulation. And most importantly, they don't need people are smart enough to understand things. They don't need to be preached to you, you know.
Well, the problem is that they have an idea of what a strong woman is, right? And their idea, this is the ideology that come by. So this is where I disagree, and I follow a lot of people and I respect their opinions.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys are coming in from a capitalist, like a capital, like a money thing or a grift thing. I'm like, no, dude, this is a 100% pure ideological thing, right? But the problem is a lot of people look at women as a certain way, and if you look at some of the characters that created, they're basically men, right? They're women as far as gender.
Yeah. But
they're actually dudes, right?
Yeah.
And what it is that they have this hang up. I'll just be honest. I know I'll offend people with this. I don't care. It comes from that feminism time frame, right? Because a lot of people are above that age, so they want to be as strong as a man, right? So this is why a lot of the protagonists, which are male, get replaced or removed as a whole, and so they make the women, which are basically men, and I think that's sad. Because one of the greatest examples I'll give you, and I hate to say this, but if you guys go watch Captain Marvel, the first movie, and then go right after that, go watch Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
And then you see the big difference of what I'm talking about. Where Captain Marvel is a character that they want to make her so strong, she has no flaws. She's basically a dude, but they didn't want the dude sex. They wanted, because that's how they see power, because they want to be as strong as men. They have this, basically they have a chip on their shoulder and they have a hang up, and they can't see it. And then when you watch Wonder Woman was strong, powerful, everything, and she was still feminine.
Yep.
Right?
One of people's favorite scenes in Wonder Woman is when she comes across the baby. She's like, "Oh, baby!" Right? It's funny, you know, and it's something that a woman will probably react to that way.
Especially, that's one of my favorite scenes, and especially because, again, it goes with what Wonder Woman is. She grew up on an island, nothing but female warriors. They have a warrior's creed, right? They're basically monks, right, in a sense, right? I know they've tried to change that in the later writings, like they're trying to make them an island of lesbians, but in the term when she does that, it makes sense, right? It doesn't take away. It adds a little bit of depth, but it doesn't take anything away from the character, and that's just to me good writing.
Yeah.
That's why I felt for DC, because DC has at least stuck to their tropes. Now they're getting into the whole studio getting too many cooks in the kitchen type of problem. But Marvel's totally off their rocker, dude. They're going all the way down this rainbow slide, and I mean that by
DC just needs to stop trying to chase Marvel, man, and they'll be all right. And just use your history. Like DC history goes back near 100 years. Just use your history, DC. Don't overcomplicate it, guys. Like if I worked at Warner Bros, that'd be my message, guys. We got about 100 years of history. Let's just use that. Don't overcomplicate it, you know, and things will work out.
Then I want to walk up to them so bad, smack them in the face, like, "Do you guys know who you are?" I know who you are because I hated you guys for 40 years of my life. I couldn't stand you guys.
Yeah, listen, I'll give everybody a copy of the first Superman movie from 1978.
Yeah,
it's
not complicated.
There you go. You'll see how man could fly. The wonderful music, and like, guys, this is the what's that term? This is the blueprint for what we're going to do. Study it, and then we'll work from there. Don't overcome. It's funny sometimes to be successful in entertainment, just don't overcomplicate things. You know what I'm saying?
When they start saying stuff like modernity or about the times.
Yeah.
Just whip out your cross and get behind me, Satan.
Right, exactly.
People.
Yeah, exactly, man. Learn from movies like even modern examples like from the Batman and from Wonder Woman. Those movies kept it simple. They stuck to their characters and people loved it. It's when you try to do something new that and try to be quote unquote modern and stuff and modern sensibilities, which is one of the gayest fucking terms I ever heard. Dude, I'm an adult. I don't need my sensibilities protected. You know what I'm saying?
Let me handle my own sensibilities. I don't need sensibilities.
That's the sad part. And that's why what I still love that's under people's radar are DC animated stuff, because DC animated movies are still very, very good, and it's got none of the nonsense, none of it, right? And I don't know. I guess because they're under such a low radar at Warner Bros. That they're not paying attention to them or something. But they'll release them. They'll still be good, and it has none of the bullshit that even the modern comics would have. It's a miracle, damn near.
Yeah, TV shows too. I mean, well, for the most part, I think they went a little woke. They went woke as well in some aspects. Which was unfortunate, but. I look at DC like how, as a Steelers fan, looked at the Browns. Right? I hated the Browns. I really did. I could not stand. I didn't mean it. Didn't know anybody from Ohio. I just hated them. You're Brown.
Yeah.
Everybody's a Brown, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but the day that the Browns left, I teared up, bro. when our model did, I think I was more mad. I was in the Browns chat rooms writing about that. I was like, how dare you move? And people was like, dude, you're a Steeler fan. I was like, I was using big words. This is ludicrous. Right. This is a travesty. Like, I was sounding like E-Rock, dude. I was like, writing, like, even Browns fan was like, dude, what's wrong with this guy? I was like, how dare, it was just like, Superman lost Lex or Lex loses, or if Lex lost Superman. This is my rival, dude, and you did them wrong. Yeah. So I loved it when the city fought back and they got the Brown name back. And then I went back to hating them. Once they got the team off the ground, but then after you go through that, right, it changes you. So I kind of feel like that way with Disney, man, DC. Because with DC, man, like again, Marvel was always playing catch up, dude.
Yeah,
for the longest time, and DC was they were like I like to use the analogy of the Olympian gods.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel was down on we're the lower tier, we were like the lower tier area, and then I was sitting on Mount Olympus. You had Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. Right, you sold Underoos. You were on Nestle Quick bottles. Everywhere, couldn't escape it.
They had like the Super Friends and all that on TV and Saturday morning cartoons, and Superman was the first one in theaters. Dude, I could imagine how Marvel's fans felt in that era.
Yeah, it sucked, dude.
And then hell, even in I wonder how did y'all feel in the '80s when DC started to put out the Frank Miller Batman and Crisis on Infinite Earth and all that stuff.
Well, I was making fun of DC all the time, especially Crisis and Infinite Earth, because like the one claim to fame that we'd hold on to is Marvel had. I felt, my personal opinion, Marvel had the canon down.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I was teasing my friend Alex, because he loved DC.
Yeah.
Everything I loved, he hated. Everything he loved, I hated. He was a big DC fan, but he's like a fan. So we'd argue.
Yeah.
I was like, well, so I said, oh yeah, so when you guys get taken to court. Or I said, when you guys get taken to court, or your cannons goes out of whack. Oh, here we go. Infinite. What was it? What do you call it?
Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Another Crisis on Infinite Earth. Just reset everything. And then he would come back with me. Yeah, because our stuff matters. That's what he'd tell me. And then he would always win at the end because he's like, "Well, did you like that Superman? Man of Steel comes like, yeah, that was pretty good." Yeah. Because what's his name was writing it? Orwell.
John Burns.
Burns was writing it too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got into Wonder Woman heavy, man, because I love the.
Oh, was it the George Perez run?
Yeah.
Rest in peace to him. Talk about a legend, man. Yeah, I was sad when he passed away a few years. No, last year actually.
Yeah. So my friend, he loved X-Men.
Yeah. Oh yeah, your friend's like me. He's a DC guy, but I like that X-Men.
Yeah, he liked X-Men, and I would read Teen Titans, Suicide Squad.
Mm-hmm. Can I say this about Suicide Squad real quick? Can the Suicide Squad get back to the suicide aspect of the franchise? Please. Yeah, because the whole point of the Suicide Squad was that their missions were so dangerous, someone would always die. But nowadays, it's like nobody important ever dies. Even in the movies, the people who die in it are like the nobodies who are on screen for like 5 minutes.
Well, I was trying to push online. I was trying to push Indian Killer for DC because they killed my boy Adam Beach.
Oh,
they killed him because he was the one dude that got his head blown off, right?
Yeah.
Marvel had that stench about them through the 70s. Which they kind of deserve, man, because like every Native American character, and I don't think it was like a racial thing. It was just, it's the noble savage thing that they're all hung up on, especially in Marvel. Marvel was hung up on that big time.
Right? What are they hung up on?
Huh? The noble savage dynamic, right? Like the Indian with the tear.
Oh yeah.
Type of thing, right? They had that noble thing, so they had a good death kind of thing. Unfortunately, white people was writing that. So
yo, if you go back and read them old comics with what's that dude from X-Men name? Thunder.
Yeah, Thunderbird. Yeah.
Thunderbird. Thank you, dog. He used to get on Professor X ass, yo. He used to be like, whenever he get pissed off in the comics, he'd be like, Professor X and you white folks. When I reread them as an adult, I was dying laughing at everything he said because he just get on Professor X and shit on him.
That's why I recommend to people to go watch the old serials that we grew up watching because you get that. Go watch Archie Bunker. Go watch Archie Bunker's Place, man. If you want to get a good feel, because it would go both ways, which you can't do anymore, right?
Yeah.
But the sad thing about Thunderbird, right? That's why people get mad because it seems like they're just trying to kill off the character, right? And then he died like second mission out. I forget. And then they tried to bring it back with Warpath, his brother, right, which was kind of cool. And I think they overcompensated with Warpath, but he was cool. I liked him. But then what's his name? Wasn't it Byrne that did? Was it Byrne that did Alpha Flight?
I think so.
Yeah, I forget. It was because his thing was he just killed all his characters. My friend was a huge Alpha Flight fan. And he got pissed off by the end of the series. They he had all the issues and was waiting for it because they were crossing over with X-Men, which was really cool.
Yeah.
So they killed Vindicator and he was okay. And then once all the other people start dropping, right, then by the end of that series, dude, I think he made it to issue 30 and he was done.
Yeah.
And then because I was reading it because of him. And, but I mean that's the thing I would say to DC. And you be the behemoth that you are.
Yeah.
Do not follow Marvel because you guys are nothing alike.
No. And then historically, every time they try to follow Marvel, always blew up in their face. So just be you, DC. Because there's been a handful of times where for some reason DC forgot that they're DC and they try to chase Marvel with something. And it never worked.
You know what it is? Because Marvel did have that hip counterculture thing going with them. Right? But that didn't help us financially. So DC reminds me of Microsoft in a sense. How Microsoft likes to be like, so that's the only flaw I've seen with DC. But man, when they put their, and I know I can speak of this because I was reading DC, and I'm a comic book person, guys. Like this is odd to some people because we draw our little tribes now, where comic books wasn't like that back before. You fought for what you love, but it wasn't like that serious on that level because at the end of the day, you all read comic books. And they went through a lot of their different, and at their highest points, man, it was amazing. Yeah. All the way up into the 2013, 2014, when they read the New 52, right? Was that the time, New 52?
Yeah. New 52 came out in 2011.
Yeah. So they were doing new stuff. And I know people have problems with it. And then Infinite Crisis. Yeah, Infinite Crisis was awesome, dude.
I absolutely love Infinite Crisis.
That's the first crossover that knocked it out of the park, man. Like Marvel did the Fall of the Mutants, and then all of us when I had to buy Power Pack, I was like, okay, come on now. Power Pack wasn't even X-Men. They tied it into Thor, which Thor tied into it.
Yeah,
which was kind of cool. They did Thor, but then at that point, you know, at that point, it's like, okay, now they're just trying to, now they're just trying to get money out of you.
Yeah.
But when I had to buy Power Pack, I'm like, okay, I'm done. But with DC, man, with that Crisis. Or Infinite Crisis, man, that was awesome, dude.
Yeah,
when he did Batman, it was interesting because they had that story on Batman, right? What happened with him? How he got his memory erased, and then that's what called him to do the OMAC project.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, that whole thing was.
Yeah, the way they tied everything in just man, was just such phenomenal writing from them.
And it was awesome
and
too. Because, yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying, and to pull it off at such a large scale is why I love comics. It feels like only comics are, and I guess to a lesser extent, the MCU kind of pulled it off, kind of sorta, but not to the extent the way comics did it. Because the comics were able to just somehow tie literally decades of continuity into their big crisis books, and it still mesmerizes me how they pull that off.
Well, the thing I loved about that whole thing was like Batman was not apologetic.
Yeah,
he didn't need to be, man, because they did him wrong,
mm-hmm.
right? But so his stuff caused problems too, right? But I'm looking at this like, okay, look, so it's almost like it was just left. It just hung there the way it was supposed to, in my opinion, right? And I was like, yeah, don't apologize to these bastards. Yeah, they wiped your memory. They was doing something wrong. They got caught. These are supposed to be the heroes, right? Yeah. And then all of a sudden, yeah, they did something that they wasn't supposed to do.
Yeah, and then it kind of drives me crazy because I remember people saying, DC, this is too dark, and I'm like, no, this is exactly what I want. Let them tell stories like guys, let the story play. Back in the day, I used to tell them all the time, just let the story play out. Because for some reason, a lot of DC fans thought it was a little too dark for them. I'm like, no. This is where DC clearly been trying to go for a while now with them.
Well, and you remember, like I tell you, the thing I think DC has, which I think is something that they just deal with, is they're generational, right? So a lot of the people that were saying that, as I know them, they're used to the Batman TV show.
Oh yeah,
good cartoon.
Good.
But when that's why Frank Miller talked about it in the interview, how he got death threats. Like, and then some industry, which he didn't, that's par for the course, but he was the one that really got him was like, I don't want to say it was Gil Kane, but some of the old school guys that worked on the book called him. They were ranting at him for The Dark Knight Returns. And he basically said, like, I remember in the interview, he says, if you look at Superman, you look at Batman, these two guys would not be friends.
Right.
And that's why he came up with what he did. Plus, he hated, like, I know he had a thing against Reagan, because that's why he had that. Yeah, he did, right?
I think so.
Because it's kind of like his politics were in there too. I mean, at least he's not as wacky as Alan Moore. That dude is off his rocker.
Yeah.
But it is. But credit to Alan Moore, right? At least his stuff didn't come. Well, it might have came from drugs, but I don't think so. Like, I was disappointed with the Marvel side. I thought they were creative, and they just were doing Orange Sunshine and Speed.
Yeah.
And heroin probably. I was like, oh man, that's so disappointing. I thought you guys were talented.
Right.
Even if I got hopped up on drugs, I'm pretty sure I could pull out a story. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, some of that stuff was out there, and I was like, "Wow, how did they come up with this stuff?" Well, sometimes it's not. Ignorance is bliss.
Right.
I wish I knew where to find out. But to your point, like DC, like they just need to be DC again. They just need to be the Olympian gods that they are. Create those stories because they have the biggest heroes of all time. You can't. I mean, I know there's a little bit of difficulty with it, especially in this day and age, but. I mean, how people flock to the Wonder Woman movie. I loved it, dude. I watched it constantly. I go back and watch it. I'll go back and watch Wonder Woman and Aquaman the most.
Yeah.
And then people are like, "Oh, that's because you like Jason Momoa." I was like, "No, I'm not that way. I don't care about a person's race. I mean, he's Hawaiian. That's cool, right? But can this dude pull it off? That's what I mean, I was a fan of his because of Stargate Atlantis, dude. I was like, dude, this dude got some range, man. He's playing the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I thought he killed it, man. I was like, oh my, you know what? I'll say because what I respect about Jason Momoa's Aquaman is that he gave him a cool factor that Aquaman kind of like from the mainstream perspective, black in the sense that like for example, when most people think of Aquaman, they think of him the same way, say a Family Guy joke would, where he's just some guy who talks to fish, right? Yeah. And here comes Jason Momoa showing the mainstream audience that no, Aquaman's actually pretty awesome. Now,
there's been runs where he's not a person to mess with.
No.
With some of the other Justice League.
Yeah, plenty of times. I mean, even from his '90s run that I used to like, that's where that's the first time he had the long hair, the beard, and he lost his arm from trying to save his son and stuff like that. Yeah. And then even in the 2000s when the homie Jeff Johns took over and that a lot to him.
Yeah,
because Jeff was like me. He's like, why does people keep thinking this guy's lame? And unlike me, he was actually in a position to write for a character he loves.
Well, even in Justice League, remember? Justice League animated.
Yeah.
I love that angle they took with him.
So same here. Because again, there are a lot of people who, or maybe they saw him from the Super Friends or something and thought he was riding seahorses and stuff. But like, nah, man, Aquaman's legit. You know, don't be hating on the homie Arthur Curry, man. This guy's actually way more. Like, he used to give Superman a run for his money. Let's not forget that.
All you need is a great writer and a semi good artist.
Mm-hmm.
You can pull off some amazing stuff with these guys.
Yeah.
Like they did that with Invisible Woman, man. When Invisible Woman, because at the time Rogue was so popular and she was powerful, right? And they were writing her that way, and so the X-Men versus Fantastic Four, and then Rogue thought she was going to have her way with Invisible Woman, and Invisible Woman just encased her in a bubble, totally sucked out all her air because she sucked away Johnny Storm's power. Basically, she could absorb people's power.
Right.
And then Invisible Woman's like, oh, that's cute, and they put her in a bubble, and she couldn't breathe. And then she's like, basically choked her out of the route. Right. So yeah, you know, if you can do amazing thing with these characters if you know how.
Yep.
But I mean, Jason Momoa, like the thing with Jason Momoa, I'll do the DEI thing with him because I get that a lot, dude. Like we have like an Asian Pacific Islander. You know how like how black people say like, you know, February is the shortest month, so that's why they got Black History Month.
Yeah.
So Polynesian, we don't even rank. We get thrown in with Asians.
Right. Yeah. Yo, you know, I learned that from Xbox because whenever that month comes, they like Pacific Islander and Asian month. Oh, what the fuck is Pacific Islander?
Yeah, exactly. That's me, bro. That's
No. I know who Pacific, but I'm like, why are they? I was like, why the hell are they connected into one? Do you have the guys not know how far the Pacific Island is?
Yeah. That's why, like sometimes when they try to recognize, I'm like, sometimes it's better than not to get recognized at all. You know, because it's kind of like that backhanded thing, right? They'd be like, because then it's not even like I'm Hawaiian by blood, right? So, but I mean, they put us all like so I'm in there with Samoans, the Tongans, the Fijians. I'm in there with the Micronesians. But anytime like one of the cultures get recognized in the Pacific, they're like, oh, and then they get added in there. So like when you have the month, like you were the hotness, right? You were the Hawaiians was the hotness when The Rock mentioned us,
right?
And then people found out Keanu Reeves was Hawaiian, right? So then we were the hotness, and then like then like Micronesians started coming into the picture, so then they took over the next time, like the next year, right? And then Samoans, of course, came back around, right?
Yeah. It's
that
funny,
revolving door.
Let's be real. 99% of us know Samoans because of wrestling. From the Wild
especially now, dude, that bloodline thing going on. Yeah.
Even before then, when I was younger, I only knew them from wrestling. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the wrestling guys. Then the Rock blew up. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the Rock's people.
Yeah. Well, so then the Rock, I feel bad because I tell people, I get people mad all the time because he got maybe the Hawaii, the height and kind of some of the size he got but the size he got from someone, but that body all is his dad. That's his dad's body.
Yeah.
And he's able to get like abs and be able to get like the definition. And then people's like, what are you talking about? And I show him a picture of Rocky Johnson because I was like, fan of his dad and Tony Atlas. Those two, like they stepped out, like wrestlers were big. Those two stepped out, they look like both of them looked like they was just chiseled on a rock.
Yeah, big. Right? They were there next level.
Yeah, they were next level. They were before their time. I think they were like the first African American tag team champions, right?
Yeah,
they were there. Like they were before Harlem Heat because Harlem Heat was awesome.
Oh yeah, Harlem Heat, fellow Houston wrestlers, Booker T and Stevie Ray. So that's how I knew them because even though they were called Harlem Heat, we knew they were from Houston even as a kid.
Oh, you can tell because they're country boys.
Yeah.
They got that.
And when they would talk, they did not sound like no damn New Yorkers.
Yeah. Or like you know, like one of my favorites is Ron Simmons.
Yeah. He was WCW champion for a while too.
Oh yeah, dude. Like there's stories about him, and anytime you got a locker room stories, dude, you know.
Yeah.
So but yeah, so like for the whole thing, like you know, we like our month, right? Is like we have to share.
Yeah. That's funny.
The best thing I heard about that is like Filipinos, they play both sides.
Because
Because Filipinos are like, if it's good, they'll be Asian.
You're right.
They got dual citizenship in this bad boy. You know what I mean?
Man.
But like for me, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying. Speaking of Philippines, man, I need to see what Lerper off Twitter. She's Philippine. I need to see how she's doing out there.
Yeah, what's her name?
I think I fought Lurpa.
Yeah,
you communicate with her a lot too. She got that. Think she used to have the Helga Pataki. Now she got an anime. I don't know who that character is though, but she's cool, man. She's cool. She always have. She's one of the few Xbox people who could give a point without being a lunatic. Like if she don't like something, she'll say it, but she ain't out here being like, "Oh, screw you, Xbox. I'm still on my Xbox," and I respect that. You know, I respect anybody who could actually be nuanced these days because that seems to be a dying art where you could express your opinion without having the most extreme reaction possible.
Well, you can take her word, like I mean, as gospel, right? Because she's in that area of not just Philippines, but the Southeast Asia realm, right? So when she talks about stuff with Xbox, I like how she talks about Xbox actually making a dent in Asia and Southeast Asia, stuff like that. Like that's why I follow Koreans for Xbox, like some of the guys in Korea too. Because I mean, I feel like Microsoft is like leaving a lot on the table at this point with some of with the way they're doing things. You know, like exactly like I love what she says because she's absolutely right. You know, if you want to influence, there's certain things that you got to do to appeal to certain markets.
Right.
You can't be a one size fit all. And then with the South Korean Xbox guys, their biggest problem is they don't localize the stuff. Right, and they're telling Xbox like you got to localize it if you want to grow.
Yeah.
Like if you're saying you want to reach all these people,
and for you know, I'm going to tie it into this whole DEI stuff. Yeah. But if Xbox, man, if y'all going to be out here trying to support everything, look, why aren't you localizing games? That's about as pro DEI as you could get is literally localizing your games in areas that don't have it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is the whole thing about the talking about doing this stuff and actually doing it. You know
yeah. Oh, sorry, man. I keep feeling bad. I keep cutting you off, man.
No, that's pretty good.
But Gorillas Booker T, like Booker T's so Houston, his wrestling school is literally out here. He has I think he has a little wrestling show that comes on Saturday nights on WB something like that, or Channel 39. I mean, not WB. Yeah. Like that's how ingrained in Houston Booker T is. His wrestling school's out here, and he has a little wrestling promotion that comes on TV on Saturday nights. You know, so you can't be more Houston than that for Harlem Heat. Like, and it's because again, even as a kid, we knew they were from Houston, and it was just, and so it used to be kind of and you know when you love your hometown like I do, you'll be watching it like, no, it's not Harlem Heat. Like that used to drive me crazy when they say from Harlem, New York. Like, oh God, WCW, you're pissing me off, man.
I know, but you know that at least like they have that range because you know the Samoans is just Samoans.
Yeah,
right? They're growing up. It's like it's not they can't get like there's the wild Samoans, there's the Islanders. Yeah, you know they can't diversify. The best one they had was somebody came out. It's WCW. They had the Samoan SWAT team.
Yeah, that's a badass. Their tag team name was so badass though. Yeah, Samoan SWAT team. Like if that don't sound like they're gonna kick ass, I don't know what does. Yeah. The Undertaker's from Houston too. Yep.
Yeah, and the only reason I say that, dude, is because when I was on the mean playgrounds of Kissimmee, Florida. Right? And I wanted to be wrestling. I wanted to be Barry Windham, but they're like, no, you can't be Barry Windham, man.
Oh, jeez. They did that to you?
Yeah, like I couldn't be any of the Four Horsemen. I wanted to be Arn Anderson. They're like, no. Then Ricky the Dragon Steamboat came along, right? And so when he came along, then my friend was like, oh, I want to be Ricky the Dragon. I said, nah, bro, you can't be Ricky the Dragon. Right. You got to be Cactus Jack, brother. Sorry, you know, you can't. So once wrestling started to grow, like when they went from NWA to WCW, because there's that whole Southern circuit. Because I grew up in Florida, bro. So there's that whole Southern circuit. That's where all these guys came from, man. So these guys lived. A lot of them lived in these states, and that's why I'm a big fan of Dusty Rhodes. I remember when Dusty Rhodes coming out, dude. Consummate showman, you know what I mean? I remember what is that dude, man? Magnum TA. I remember all these dudes, man. It was crazy, but a lot of that the Texas connections, right? Out of Oklahoma, Midwest wrestling, all of that stuff, dude. I mean, I feel bad because everybody just knows wrestling from Vince McMahon.
Yeah,
I'm not crapping on Vince McMahon. I know he goes through this stuff. I don't know any of what. I don't know any about that. I'm not that tuned into wrestling anymore. Right. I hear it's bad, but you know, all I know is the dude from when I was growing up. Man, he put wrestling.
Yeah. Now, when I was a kid, it was mostly just WCW, WWF. But my dad used to tell me about Houston wrestling And so Houston used to have their own little thing out here. And he used to tell me that's how he used to watch Andre the Giant would come in the town and stuff like that. And so he used to tell me about stories about that era of wrestling, man, and it used to fascinate me.
Yeah, we had that in here in Hawaii, dude. In fact, one of the Bulldog Iaukea.
Mm-hmm.
He was a local wrestler, and then his son Prince Iaukea, he was in WCW.
Yeah.
So there's like I think a lot of the states were like that, dude.
Yeah. Would it had their own little localized wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because my dad used to tell me a lot of stories, man. I think his favorite wrestler was when he first came to America was the Junkyard Dog.
Oh yeah, Junkyard Dog.
Yeah. He used to talk. He used to rave about him, man. Like
Junkyard Dog. Realist, dude. Realist, stop killing everybody's. I'm trying to destroy everybody's illusion.
Oh yeah, Zoe, send Zoe a link, man, because the homie, he's someone I want to hear, because he got the Dragon Ball avatar, so I know he has a lot to say about the unfortunate passing of Akira Toriyama, man.
Yeah,
I like to hear him speak before I head out, because it's getting kind of late actually. Holy cow!
What time or?
Terry and Dory Funk. Yep, I think they're from like the Amarillo area, Texas.
Von Erichs, where are they from?
Dallas.
Let's see if I have to do this again.
They made a movie about them. E-Rock was saying it was a great movie.
Yeah, Iron Claw.
Yeah, Iron Claw. Yeah, so I'm gonna check that out.
Zobi, I sent it.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was this late, so I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna be listening to chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I got stuff to do. Oh my goodness, it's been 3 hours. Wow, this conversation flew by. But I'll be in the chat, man.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, don't forget to ask Zobi about Akira Toriyama, because I'd love to hear his thoughts on it, because he seems like he knows more about Dragon Ball than both of us put together.
Oh yeah, he could talk about it. I know. Zobi. Hey, what's up, Zobi?
Hey, what's up, dudes?
Same old. I unfortunately Unlimited had to tap out.
Unlimited, that's my guy though, man. Got a lot of love and respect for that guy, man. A lot of love and respect.
So I mean, not to pigeonhole you, but I guess Unlimited, really wanted your opinion. I mean, I saw you tweet. I saw you on X. What's going on?
It's very unfortunate. I mean, we're all out of here. Don't get it twisted. We're all going to be going to the next realm. You know what I'm saying? But it's just sad to see somebody like that, such a young man who's done so much in a short amount of time, from the Dragon Ball Z to Dragon Ball and other animes and things of that such. His impact on the Dragon Quest series. I'm not sure if you guys know too much about that, but it's a phenomenal JRPG. It's sad to see somebody that great go out of here, but he's done so much. I'm not even sure if I can feel too bad. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like he got a chance to live the life he wanted to live. He's impacted me from a very young age with Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would be Zobi 70 if it wasn't for Dragon Ball Z. My channel has been dedicated to Dragon Ball Z. Everything is Goku. I feel like I didn't watch Dragon Ball Z and took on the personality of Goku. I've watched Dragon Ball Z and I said, hey, that's me. And he wasn't black. I didn't need representation. I just said, that's freaking me. How he operates and moves. I always felt like, Goku, the character that Toriyama created, I felt like he, phenomenal job, just a phenomenal job. And one of my idols, him and Miyazaki, who does the Studio Ghibli films.
Yeah.
Those two guys are my idols. I don't have any idols or fans, or I'm not a fan of very much people, but those two guys, they did the work. They continue to do work, except for Akira Toriyama. He's out of here now, but nothing but love and respect, man. Nothing but love and respect.
It has such an impact on their industry. And then it was like I was letting Unlimited know So I'll give you reign over this. I'll just say this real quick. Like I was not a fan of Dragon Ball Z because at that age, I was in it. Like I was telling Unlimited, I was into other things. I was into going out. I was into girls.
You was into what?
I was into girls. I was into going out because I was like in my 20s.
Oh, girls. Yeah. I feel you.
So and hanging out with friends and stuff.
Yeah.
The thing about it is that what ended up happening was I was still a nerd, right? So I knew of its impact, like with Power Rangers, and then but that whole '90s thing was beyond me at that point. But one thing I was telling Unlimited that I love was I was on X-Men and I seen people sharing that, and I know who he is, but I don't know him that much. But the kind of thing I thought was amazing, and it made me realize an impact that he had was like his people were coming across every genre, dude. I'm talking wrestlers were talking about that, people from All Japan Pro Wrestling, Kenny Omega, which we were talking about earlier, right? And then across the spectrum, right? Some of them were athletes, people that made me realize what an influence. How I knew Dragon Ball Z was big. I didn't realize what an impact it was until, unfortunately, the passing.
I think Dragon Ball Z made all of us want to draw, like made all of us artists.
Yeah.
Like we wanted to create our own. Like I'm telling you, with Dragon Ball Z, before Dragon Ball Z, we've never seen anything like that before, where characters were dying in the first episode, arms were getting ripped off, people were shooting projectile beams from their hands. People were reading power levels with scouters and sensing power levels. Like these are things we just never saw before. Before that, it was goofy ass Ninja Turtles running around, jumping and kicking and cowabunga, dude, and always winning. You know what I'm saying? So it was like
it was something that shocked the senses of a lot of people. I think that's a lot of people got their first taste of what Japanese.
It was that in Pokemon. You know, it came in and dominated.
And for me, it was the first Transformers movie. I remember watching that. And
yeah, that's true. That was intense. The first first Transformers movie. Yeah, not to cut you off, but I thought that was rumor. I thought the Transformer movie was a rumor. My uncle tell me about that movie, and I was like, "What? Optimus Prime died? Get out of here!"
I got the uncut version. The one I got, that one we got, was the uncut version. So you see these dudes getting wasted, and I was kind of like, "What is going on?" Because in the TV show, right, that never happens, right? Will Jack will come along, repair them.
Yeah.
But these dudes was dying from the jump. I was like, holy, what? I was like, dude, I was in shock watching this thing.
Yeah, I thought I was like, there's no way. I was like, I'm dead. Because, when the cartoons back in then, good guys always won. The G.I. Joe always won. The Ninja Turtles always won. The Autobots, you know what I mean?
Even Cobra, dude. Like, even before, like, something hit and destroyed, like, a vehicle, these guys always got out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nothing against G.I. Joe. I grew up on that stuff, but I think that's why Thundercats had such a visceral attachment, like a lot of the fans, because when Thundercats hit, dude, the speed of the animation in itself, I think that's probably the closest you'll get to anime in a sense, right? Of that time. Like if you look at the type of cartoons we had, like that's why to this day, dude, people like that opening still amazes me. Thundercats opening right to this day.
Thundercats. He used to play on Toonami back in the day with the anime.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder, but yeah, continue, please.
No, it's you're good. You're good. Yeah, it was. It's sad, but I'm happy because of what the guy was able to bring into my life. Not just with Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest as well. Blue Dragon, a phenomenal game that he worked on for the Xbox 360. Dr. Slump, so much work. Very good. Rest in peace, brother. Yes.
It's amazing. Dang, dude, I mean, I hate to say it this way, and it's happening like in other genres as well, dude. I mean, we're not spring chickens anymore, and so a lot of the people we grew up.
He was young, man. At 68 years old, he's about a year older than my father.
Yeah, because like that. It's that Asian thing we joke. Well, we joke about it in Hawaii. A lot of Asians don't look as old as they do.
68 seems young to me. That's when I seen that because he's done so much that I just thought he would have been older, But
yeah,
damn.
Well, when they, in their industry, man, they gotta, you got a talent like that, dude. That's all. It's talent. It's natural, but it's also harvested. It's what do they do? They take care of they culture, cultivate it, right? You know, I only know because my daughter wants to do anime.
Yeah.
She's talented, but I'm like, dude, the work ethic you have to have, and then the opportunities. It's hard. It's hard.
Akira Toriyama passed, the creator of Berserk passed, the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh passed.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these guys who've impacted our 90s childhood are passing. And, you know, I was just talking last night on the Discord with Blandrew. After these guys go, you know, it's like, who in this modern generation can we really put on that level? Are there creative people anymore? Now it's about the corporations, you know, what the corporations are doing. But are there single-handed people out there anymore that we can look to and say that person's doing a phenomenal job?
Well, I'll say this, dude, and this is where I get pushback from the Xbox guys, which I understand, right? I don't care. I want Japanese animation. I want Japanese culture to stay Japanese. I'm not for all of this, like, oh, you need to be inclusive, you need to be diverse. No. Dude, when I consume my Japanese content, right? Like, so I don't care if they bring their stuff to Xbox. Honestly, if we get it, fine, I'll play it, right? But I don't want it to be westernized at all, right? I haven't even been to Japan, dude. I'm just like a hop, skip, and a jump, dude. I'm in Hawaii, and I want to go to Japan one day. I don't want to go over there one day and watch this stuff be like, and it won't, because Japan will never. Their culture is that strong; they will never change. So like for somebody like me who's on the Xbox side.
No disrespect to my Caucasian brethren, but there are a lot more Caucasians out there than it ever was due to the rise of Japanese culture, you know, Japanese entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little concerned as well. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they won't make it because if you watch, there's a lot of videos where people.
They're bringing that Western mindset. You know, oh my God, these nurse cafes are just sexist, and you know, and I'm like, oh my God, like, can you please go home? You know what I mean?
Well, they eventually do.
Yeah,
culture will not change, and that's what some people like. Like, I follow a lot of the political stuff as well. I know you did too, Zobi, but it's like people are saying it's kind of to their detriment because, you know, they're having issues with their population, right? Is dropping. Their generations are getting older, like how you're talking about with a lot of these creative juggernauts, right, that have passed away. You know, who's going to carry on? But as long as they stay central to who they are and their culture, I think they'll be fine. But you have, like you said, exactly right. You have these people trying to come in and change things. You know, like for me, I'm against that, and I tell people straight up, doesn't that bother you that they draw the girls like that? I was like, yeah, it might be a little bit too fan service for me, but you know what I do? I don't read it. You know what I do? I don't watch it.
Yeah.
And that's what you need to do. What you guys want to do is you guys want to change them.
Yeah.
Because of your sensibilities, right? And you guys aren't even fans. That's what really pisses me off about these people.
Please help me out. I need help. I'm slow. Things I don't care about, I just don't know. I just don't care about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, what's this baby blue? What's this blue thing you're talking about? Baby blue. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Sweet Baby Inc.
Sweet Baby. I'm sorry, Sweet Baby Inc. I don't know where I got blue from, but what's going on? What is that?
So I know I listen to your podcast and I follow you on Twitter. So I know I kind of have an idea of where you fall. You know, I know like you're a big proponent of if own nothing, you will own nothing, which I agree with you on. You know, with the whole digital thing, stuff like that.
Oh my God, the digital gaming is going down. Yeah, if you've been paying attention, people's accounts have been removing games, and the new demo that came out, that was removed. Did you see that?
Yeah, I had to go to the gym this morning. I got a glimpse of it on the way there, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" You know, that's a podcast for another day, right there.
Yeah. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
on. So Sweet Baby Inc. is basically DEI, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Oh God.
Which you know, look, on the surface, of course, right? You would want everything to be that way, but unfortunately, they're trying to do that in the gaming industry, and you know, like when you were on the last podcast, Zoe. Look, we might not agree on certain things, but we're gonna have these conversations, right?
Yeah.
And what these guys are, they're like a one size fit all, right? You will do this, you will do that, and if you're not, we're gonna take steps to try and force you to do it. This is what it boils down
That's
to.
what I saw. I saw a person saying that they don't do what we tell them to do, then we're going to bully them and that. They were just up.
Yeah. They've been doing this for years. I've been talking about this since the early, like mid 2000s, because it infected comic books first, and then comic books is gone. They've fallen. So what they're trying to do now is they're trying to come after manga and anime.
Yeah.
And you see them trying to do that with the character, like the Stellar Blade. I don't know. I think the person's Korean though. That developed. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's Korean. Yeah,
it's Korean, right? So this is what I can't stand about these people, because they don't understand. Like, I follow Korean pop culture in the sense of K-dramas. Like, I'm not a total expert, but I consume their pop culture. And right now, I know in Korea, there's a lot of things going on in their fitness industry. So if you just do a simple search, right, and you do Korean fitness influencer, the girl that they're talking about, that everybody has a problem with, the model of the character,
yeah,
that girl is just one of many of Korean women right now that are just beyond the pale, because and I'm talking about the men too. Their fitness industry is on fire right now because these guys have discovered stuff that we were doing back in the 80s and 90s when it came to, like, I was into lifting and all that kind of stuff. Followed all the major dudes that was big at the time. Flex Wheeler, all of these dudes, Lee Haney, and the Monster Look was in at that time. So what it is now this is spread internationally. It's in South Korea. It's going to Japan now, and it's in China. Well, China's economy is collapsing, so it's hurting them right now. And then it's also in India, dude. And India is going next level with their stuff. So the only reason I bring this up is because if you did any type of research or actually went in and followed their culture, like most of us do, that are into like J-pop, K-pop, any of these cultures that have their own popular culture, like we don't just go entry level, we go deep. That's how we are. So people like Sweet Baby Inc., they don't do that kind of stuff, right? And they'll come in and they want to change a lot of this stuff, like Realist said. Sweet Baby doesn't just write gaming scripts. So what they do is they'll consult on stuff. Like they'll come in and they'll look at the stuff the game that you want to have, and they'll be like, oh, it'd be great if you had some representation, because I noticed that all of the characters, like your main character, is male, and you don't have enough female characters in there. So why don't you make They suggest that the main character be changed to female. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're done now, right? Now that they've just so happen to be exposed at this time.
Well, what people are finding out is it's not just them, dude. There's like a network of people, and this was Gamergate back in early mid 2000s. This is Comicsgate the first time around. They had a Comicsgate. It was Comicsgate first, and then it went to Gamergate, the first one. Now this is what they're calling Gamergate 2.0. Right? Because,
now they just so happen to get exposed. Do you might think that the Sony and Microsoft are done with getting bullied? Because I just saw Sony release Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and they were showing off women, scantily clad women. Now they're showing off Stellar Blade, and Stellar Blade has the only thing she's wearing is an electric, mechanical umbilical cord or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Sony and Microsoft might be exposing them? And this is it? Like, we're going to go back to having fun?
Well, I don't think Microsoft is really in bed with them, but Microsoft is already like that. Microsoft is one of the things, like me and Heba was talking about this. I'm an Xbot dude, but I'm going to be honest and call it down the line when I have to. Microsoft is already in that stuff, but they're not as ideologically driven, or they don't try and shove it down your throat as much. So I don't think Sweet Baby Inc. has anything to do with Microsoft, because Microsoft does that on their own. That's the joke.
But I know Microsoft is in bed with BlackRock. BlackRock is another corporation that is pushing.
Everybody's in bed with BlackRock. Yeah, that's how bad. So to make the correlation real quick, where you know how you say BlackRock is? Yeah. So Sweet Baby Inc. is exposed, but it looks like they might have BlackRock level roots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's not just them, that company. It's like multiple little satellites that people are trying to find now.
I know Sony and Microsoft are struggling when it pertains to the gaming sector, and I do believe has to do with the forcing of homosexuality, transgenderism, Black Lives Matter, Asian Lives Matter. So I think. Do you think it's over now? Or you think it's going to ramp up? Because I just heard, what's the guy that made The Last of Us? I heard him say that he doesn't have any more ideas. He's dry.
The Last of Us, Neil something, right?
Neil Druckmann. Yeah, excuse me. Neil Druckmann. Yes. Neil Druckmann. But I also saw that Sony shut down a company today that they bought back in 2020 that we talked about on our podcast, X-Tendo podcast. Did you hear about something just now shutting down the studio they just bought? And I said it was stupid back then, and everybody said I was trolling. I didn't know what I was talking about, and they just shut it down. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think you were one of the few people that was blowing the trumpet when they shut down all the Japanese studios.
And they shut down Japan studios for this company.
Yeah. So people owe you a big apology, Louis, honestly.
No, well, they owe me more than a big apology for that. But just for that. Yeah. Just for that, I've been talking about this going 10 years now, brother.
Longer.
This is ridiculous.
You were doing this, 2010?
I've been warning people for so long, and they still haven't hit me up yet, man. They still think I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, I know. But and then some of the hate you got.
Yeah,
it's not just unwarranted, but you're like the voice in the wilderness, dude. You're the prophet, right? You're trying to let these people know, this is not the path you want to go to, and here we are.
Yeah,
2024 now, right? And it's all it's all coming. All of this stuff is coming to light, dude, and it's sad because this could hurt the gaming industry in a way that could change things.
I am glad that Sweet Baby Inc. and everybody is getting exposed. I heard they created some type of page where it lets you know if this is I think it's on Steam. Like they let you know if Sweet Baby Inc. has any influence on this game and is causing people to buy it. Did you see that?
So what happened was there's a creator on Steam. And then he went through the painstaking task of showing the games that they're affiliated with.
Yeah.
And then Sweet Baby Inc. didn't like that, and I think they might have doxed him. And of course, they do the normal thing, right? This dude's a right-wing Nazi supporter.
Yeah. Right.
Unfortunately for them, this dude's from Brazil. So, so that blew up in their face. And the one problem that they did was they attacked. Look, I'm just going to be honest, right? This is why I like PC guys. Because if you go to war with PC guys, that's a whole nother level of war with these dudes, right? And so to the point where some of the guys that are PC are talking about it, and they got big channels. So that's what, and then so that's being pushed out there, and then the normies are picking up on it, and that's what's driving this right now. That's why they're getting so exposed, and it's happening so fast. There's nothing they can do to stop it. I know they tried to erase some stuff and pull some stuff down. It's too late.
But the weird thing is, why do you want it? Sweet Baby Inc.? Why are you trying to hide? Why are you trying to stop it? You're not proud of your work. You're not proud of what you're doing. Why are you trying to hide?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to dox people? What's going on?
Because if it's ideologically driven, which it is, right? Because why? Because they tried to. A lot of these people tried to create their own content and their own space, and it doesn't. People don't want it, right? And so it's not successful. So the only thing they can do, they're basically like a parasite, right? They'll come and infect your spaces. So they come in with the guise of like, okay, we want to. Because a lot of these companies do that. Microsoft does that too, right? You want to be open. You want equality for everybody. We want to push these certain narratives and genres and stuff like that. So, and then guys like this come in too, and they're like, okay, well, here's how we can help you, right? But what ends up happening is like, look, dude. I said this early in the podcast, dude. I am a religious person. I am a person of faith, and this is why I disagree with some of the people that are talking about this as a grift or just money. There is that aspect. But this is totally 100% ideological, right? This is their faith. They're basically, this is their tenets of their faith. And if you won't come along peacefully, they will try and ram it down your throat. Dude, the Inquisition has nothing on these guys. I'm just going to tell you straight off the jump, because a lot of these companies are losing money. Disney is a perfect example. Disney is dying, and they're going down with the ship, bro. They got 7 billion they supposedly lost. I think they've lost trillions of dollars. They're just not going to admit it because people are just focusing on the movie, not mentioning the merchandising and all that other crap, right? And how they're hemorrhaging money left and right. But they don't course correct, dude. They will not course correct. That is not that is not that goes beyond just grifting, right? That is ideological, man. That's like a person of faith that you cannot change their mind. They're all in on it. You know what I'm saying? And they're not. What's going to happen is Disney, because they're so inundated within corporate Disney at every level, that Disney's going to have to die before
Yeah,
that. Because there's a quick way there's an easy way to fix this, right? Just give people what they want, which businesses have been doing for years. And I know this, you know this, right? Because we consume this stuff, and there's been times in the stuff that we consume that we don't like, right? But they'll go with what the majority wants, right? Yeah. So me and you do a podcast, or we read our old stuff, and we'll bitch like grouchy old guys about how our stuff sucks now, right? But that's what we do.
Yeah.
But these guys, dude, they will not let go, dude. They will wait till this host dies, and then they'll scurry off into someplace else.
I love it. I think it's great, man. I'm rejoicing. I'm partying. Disney and them, the people who are currently working there right now, they're evil. Sony, well, Sony's getting rid of a lot of people, so that's a good thing. But still,
let's cross our fingers that Sony will be Sony.
Yeah,
like it doesn't shock me that they did that with the digital. Right? Just being honest, dude. As a guy who can see their stuff from back in the 90s. Right?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I can buy a PlayStation console knowing that they had that much power to remove games like that. Like I can't. I don't feel confident with it. How do you feel about that?
I think if it's more on the money side, I could understand it. I'm not saying I like it or agree with it or anything like that, right? Yeah. But if they were doing it because they were canceling a bunch of stuff, right, that was offensive to a certain group of people, that's like 0.001% of our population. Yeah. They can go kiss my, what.
Yeah, going in and censor. They went into Final Fantasy and started censoring things and adding shirts and stuff, and I'm just like, whoa. I don't know if I could be a gamer anymore, bro.
Well, just like Disney Plus, right? They started censoring. Not censoring. They put that little disclaimer, right? One of my favorite shows has James Gardner. I don't know if you know who he is, an actor.
Yeah.
He was popular with the Rockford Files. Well, he did this movie. It was a Disney movie back in the day, where he gets shipwrecked on Hawaii, right? And then he teaches. So this is kind of like Hawaii's history, right? There's these things we call them paniolos, right? They're Hawaiian cowboys. So he's from Texas. So he teaches these guys how to be cowboys, right? Mm-hmm. Now, in the real history of it, the Spanish cowboys came over and taught the Hawaiians how to be cowboys, right? That's why a lot of our country stuff is Spanish influenced, like the way of our
Shout out to King Kamehameha, who inspired Goku's Kamehameha wave attack.
Yeah.
A dark-skinned man, very dark-skinned man.
Yeah, dude. That's Hawaiian, dude. Yeah, that's 100% unadulterated, uncut. Yeah. If you guys want to see what it looks like, just go Google it. You might have a problem with the name.
Kamehameha.
But yeah, dude, and that's the affinity that you see that a lot in some of their stuff now, like the newest Like a Dragon. It takes place in Hawaii. Infinite, Like a Dragon, Infinite. Yeah, so Hawaii has a real close cross-culture thing, right? A lot of Japanese, from the plantation days, a lot of Japanese moved to Hawaii. So much so that we have our own local Japanese culture.
Nice.
Right, a lot of the tourists come here because they like Hawaii. Yeah, it's a kind of interesting thing. So yeah, Kamehameha is actually the King Kamehameha. Yeah. I was just impressed that it taught people how to say Kamehameha. Because that's not easy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people are telling me, like, I was in the Navy, and it's like, hey man, Kubo, do you know what Kamehameha is? Oh yeah, you mean like King Kamehameha? He goes, yeah man, it's on Dragon Ball Z. I was like, oh really? And they show me. I was like, oh, that's cool, Yeah, it's a Kamehameha. I was like, yeah. So they taught a generation how to pronounce his name correctly. So
yeah, I like I've never been to Hawaii. My uncle lives out there. He invited my grandmother, his mother said that we were invited, but he never said it personally, so I wasn't.
Well, let me know if you come by, dude. We can hang out. I can take you around.
Sure. I would love to have seen Maui before they
that's sad, dude. The Lahaina, it matters so much because people don't realize. I forgot who said it, but he said unless you've been there. Right, yeah. So I was watching some guys, Peter Beth David, And he was talking about it. So he has a podcast where he talked about, because he's been out to Lahaina and he has fond memories because of some of the life altering, changing things in his life happened there, right?
Yeah.
And so anyway, the long story short is just like he was explaining it, and I was like, it's a town out of time,
Yeah.
because like a lot of the places in Hawaii, it's changing. Everything's becoming condominiums, and gentrification is a thing, and then you get in a lot of the local people moving, right? So Hawaii is changing drastically.
Yeah.
I had this lady who came here. She's actually from I want to say she's from New Hampshire. I think she might be Dominican, but she had an idea of how Hawaii was, and she specifically came here, took a contracting job because she wanted to see Hawaii for herself. And when she came here, like I think I was like one of the first Hawaiians she met, and we were talking about it, and then she's like, I expected it to be different. I was like, oh, it's really developed. She goes, yeah. And so I told her that I use this all the time. I said, yeah, it's not like the postcards, huh? She goes, no. So she expected to come here and everybody looked like either Jason Momoa, Keanu Reeves, or The Rock. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, she's walking around and she might see somebody that looks like Maui, from from Moana, more like that style. But yeah, so I felt bad for her because her fantasy, like the idealism she had about it, just kind of collapsed. But I did tell her some places she can still go to that's out in country. I told her, well, if you want to see, you definitely got to go to the outer islands like Kauai. And like you said, with Maui was one of them, but with Lahaina.
You know that guy? He did Somewhere Over the Rainbow. The big guy.
Oh yeah, Israel.
Yeah, I didn't know he passed. Well, he passed a long time ago, but I always liked that song. I didn't know he was big, and I saw the video.
So when you see Hawaiians now, we're really mixed.
Yeah,
that's why people tell me diversity is our strength. I'm like, not really. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, right? But there's drawbacks to being diverse as well. Because, like for me, like when people come here, like there's no native Hawaiians left. My grandmother was the last pure Hawaiian. When she passed away, like my dad's not pure Hawaiian. I'm not pure Hawaiian. I'm majority Hawaiian blood. People can tell when they see my family. Like brother is when you see brother, they call him his last name's Kamakawiwo'ole, yeah. So, but everybody calls him brother is for short. But when you see him, you can tell that dude's Hawaiian. Like my cousin is like, my cousin's what 6'9". He tells me he's 400 something, bro. He's over 500 pounds. I mean, he's a big dude, and I call him National Geographic Hawaiian. Like when he was working at the airport and he hurt his back, so he had to work at the front desk. So I had to pull on the aloha shirt and all this stuff, and all the tourists took pictures with him.
Oh wow!
Because you don't see, you can come to Hawaii and not meet a Hawaiian. I'll just put it that way. You can meet somebody that's part Hawaiian, but the mixing, dude. Everybody here is chop suey, dude. That's the. There's no there's no really half anymore either. Like you're one race or one. Everybody's like either part Chinese, part Japanese, part Filipino. A lot of the Asian mix here. So, yeah, hurry up and come, man. I introduce you to my family so you can take pictures and say, "Well, at least I met one."
I want to hit on some Hawaiian babes. You know what I mean? But they're all gone now.
Well, I mean, there's local girls you might like that fits your profile.
Yeah.
But I just warn you, man. If you hook up with a local girl, you just don't get the girl, you get the family. Just saying.
The girl, I want to get on a girl that looks like the sister from Lilo and Stitch. Heard you seen her body?
Yeah, that's kind of hard, man. You got the Hawaiian and Asian mix. You got the Hawaiian Howley mix, which is the white mix, and then Hawaiian Portuguese. Probably Hawaiian Portuguese is the closest you get, but they tend to be fair.
Oh, that's got to be a nice look, Hawaiian and Portuguese.
Yeah, it is. But they're kind of punchy too, right? Because everybody they don't think they're Hawaiian because they're not dark enough.
Yeah.
Dude, I got like people from Big Island. Dude, they're darker than you. So my Big Island family, yeah. That's the skin color is super, right? So that's all the race mixing over the years, because it's an island, you're mixing with somebody that has mixed blood.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm not trying to turn this into like a genetic thing. I'm just a 23andMe. I'm just saying. But I feel bad when people come here; they get kind of disappointed, right? Because it's not the ideal thing that they're getting, dude. You know what I'm saying? Maybe in the 90s you could have got that, but it's not like that anymore. Plus, a lot of local people have moved to the mainland now. So if you go to Vegas, you'll probably see more there.
Yeah, when I used to live in Arizona, I saw a Hawaiian guy. He got He was the prom king when I was in the prom.
Yeah.
He was a good dude. Always positive.
Yeah, that's what we kind of understand. Like Joe, I think it was Joe Rogan said that. Well, not Joe Rogan, that other dude. He said like we're like Care Bears, and it's not that. It's just because Hawaii like has always been the local culture has always been kind of laid back, mellow. So people that come here they tend to like it, but it's changing now, dude. I mean, you get an influx of people that are coming in that's not assimilating to the local culture. That's what me and Unlimited was talking about earlier. Is he seeing that in his area, or his friend? I think he said in Nashville is changing so fast. Right. So I mean, it is what it is. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to hijack the conversation. But yeah,
No,
I mean, for you, I mean, just to, and I know, I think I know Unlimited. I asked if we could do a video because he's going to do a deep dive on it. And kind of break it down.
on Sweet Baby Inc.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff going on because they're getting a lot of blowback, but there's also people trying to grift on that as well. So Unlimited, he likes the nuance of stuff, and he'll come in and he'll talk about it straight up. So.
Do a video, but I will be asking questions more than giving my. I'm just glad it's being exposed, especially in gaming. But a lot of those games I didn't buy, but I could have bought. But I already knew there was some type of weird demonic energy on a lot of these games, like the Spider-Man games. And
well, you see everything that's coming out of Hollywood now, and all the stories. You saw Cat Williams. You saw the Cat Williams interview. He's exposed. Dude, every time I hear him, I think of you. You've been talking about, not on that level, but on, with gaming and stuff like you've been talking about this for years.
Yeah.
So with the Sweet Baby Inc., I know you're gonna read into it, which I recommend you do, so you can form your own opinion. But basically, all the stuff you've been saying, boom, there you go. Your day has come. How about that? I understand it. So go ahead.
I saw one of I don't know if this person was a trans. It was a black. It looked like a black woman, but something about her energy just it looked right. Her right eye was covered. She was exposing her left eye. So I knew there was some type of, Masonic or Illuminati type thing going on there. I don't know.
Man. Yeah. You know what it is? The sad part about it is some of these are just they're dabbling with it, which is even more dangerous because they don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Some of these people are doing it for the fame and fortune. I mean, it's dude, all the stuff that's coming out now.
I wish somebody told them to kiss my butt because they really messed up Sony, man. Sony's in a bad spot. They just released Final Fantasy Rebirth. Yeah. This is Final Fantasy 7. This is a Final Fantasy game, bro. And it lost. What's this game? Hell Divers or Hell? What's this game that everybody's talking about? Hell something.
Hell Divers too.
Hell Divers. Yeah, it lost to that game. I never even heard of Hell Divers. Yeah. And Final Fantasy Rebirth lost to that. I said, oh my!
I know you've been saying this since like the mid 2000s, man. I mean,
yeah.
What you're seeing, like people are not. You've been saying this for years, dude, decades. These guys are not gamers.
Yeah.
These guys that everybody or their definition of gamers or what they think a gamer is, dude. It's just like if somebody says they're a Christian but don't read a Bible. These dudes are gamers that don't play games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So like I know you've been Hebot. Hebot's been talking about this since I've known him, right? And it's starting to come out, right? And then it takes a bad economy like this to actually add to the, exposition, right? Because you see these people losing their jobs, studios closing down, right? Because they decided to do what they're doing, and now it's starting to come back and haunt them. So congratulations, dude, you're vindicated. It's horrible. It has to be this way, but
yeah. People thought I had some type of vicious or evil. I wanted Sony to fail, and I was like, no, that's not the case. I feel as a Sony fan, and I am a PlayStation fan. I playing PlayStation back when I was watching Dragon Ball Z, and it's like I want them to succeed, but what they're doing, it just wasn't right. Just wasn't right.
I know some people say, "Oh, why do you?" I know some Xbox guy give me some flack about, why are you associated with this dude? And I'm like, because I need a reality check, bro. I need a reality check because I don't want to get caught in an echo chamber. I have guys like Hebot, keeps me in check. Like perspective. Now you have E-Rock, who pisses everybody off. and then you have Unlimited, who's like the new blood, right? In our group, and Sega Man, old school, right? You need and Tuckmaster, dude. Tuckmaster is just he's that uncle that just spits it out. You know, he has no filter. But you need people like this in your group so that it'll help keep you in check, right?
Yeah.
So this is why when this stuff happens, I'm not shocked because, like I said, you've been saying this for as long as I followed you. Hebot's been preaching about this forever. That's why they try to shut him out. Right. You know, he was one of the first guys that got excommunicated from the Xbox side.
Yeah.
That and the fact that he was blowing up too big, and these guys had egos.
Yeah.
But yeah, we experienced all that stuff. So yes, again, congratulations, Obi. But now we don't know how this is going to affect gaming. We don't.
Oh, we know it's going to be bad, man.
Yeah,
it's going to be.
I hope not.
Whew. Oh.
Now, if we could only find those guys that gave you all that crap in those 8-hour podcasts, but I'll call it the struggle sections. I remember you was on that one PlayStation podcast, and you was the only one, dude, that was going in on you, man. It's like 8 dudes. What is it, like 6 or 8 dudes?
Yeah, they were all wrong, but just because they all were agreeing with each other and they were all loud, they thought that was a victory. And I said, no, that's not a victory.
I've listened to you before, but it was that made me realize, okay, this dude's the real deal.
This guy, they're wrong. You guys are all wrong. I'm right.
Yeah.
Always, I'm not. I don't want to be right. I want Sony to succeed, but they're not going to succeed that way. The Last of Us 2, Horizon Forbidden West, these were horrible games. They were terrible. Uncharted, they were terrible, man. But it is what it is.
Oh man, it's again. Yeah, but I have a question for you. I think Unlimited, because you wanted your opinion on this. What do you think they're going to do moving forward with Dragon Ball Z or the anime in general, dude? Because this dude just cast such a big shadow. Do you think they're going to push forward? What do you think they're going to do? They're just going to end it?
Anime is doing better than I thought. My current girlfriend at the time, she loves, what is that, Demon Slayer?
Oh, Demon Slayer. I love Demon Slayer. Yeah.
I took her to go see the movie. Did you see that?
Yeah, it kind of made me mad.
You said what?
Yeah, it made me mad.
Oh, you didn't like it?
Standalone movie. It kind of was, but it was like you can see that it's part of the episode. It's part of their series. They just put it in a movie form.
I didn't watch it. I knew she liked it, so I said, "Oh, they got the movie. Let's go check it out." I went to go see it. I fell asleep, not because it was bad. It's just I work 6 days a week, and I was really tired.
Well, if you get a chance, definitely watch the first season.
Yeah,
just some of the stuff they do. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I did watch the first one, but before the guy with the hair died, the red hair fire, he had a fire blade thing.
Yeah.
I stopped right there. So I don't know what happens after that. I saw her. Came in and she was watching. She was fighting some guy. I don't know, but anyway, when I went to go see, I had no idea what was going on. I just know it was really violent. I was like, "Oh my god, this is extremely violent compared to what I grew up on, like Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z." But I think.
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
No, I think anime is in a very good spot. Even with Akira Toriyama's passing, merchandise sales are through the roof. You go to the mall, and there's just anime toys everywhere. Have you been to the mall?
Yeah. Well, I'm in Hawaii. It's. I can't. I'm kind of. We were like that already.
They got their own anime stores now. I was like, man, nothing like this, man. I had to go to New York City just to get access to some anime stuff, man. Anime is booming. Even with the passing of Akira Toriyama, I think it's in a good spot right now.
It's that next level generation coming up, and I think the thing is that anime is filling a gap left by every other like comic books and our animation here. Dude, you can't. Dude, I tell people that tell me is like, oh, what's the classic Marvel stuff that you love? When they wanted me to talk about, and I tell them, do you ever heard of My Hero Academia? And they go, yeah. I go, oh yeah, go watch that. Go watch that anime. And then I
haven't watched, but people love it. There's merchandise. Pop figures. People are coming in and snatching in pop figures. One Piece is carrying that mantle right now, especially for Japan.
Yes.
Attack on Titans. A lot of people. My sister and her boyfriend just got done watching that.
Yeah, and it's done too. I don't think I think that's the end of the series.
You have your Pokemon is still doing its thing. They just released a new season of that. They dropped Ash Ketchum, and now they're focusing on new kids.
Yeah.
I think anime is in a really good spot right now.
I think it's done. Yeah, I was telling Unlimited earlier. The reason why I know anime is just starting is because it's influence. It's like what America was in the 80s and 90s. Like our music would influence, like 80s and 90s Japanese pop is coming back into vogue with people, and it's funny because that influences our pop, right? So with anime is going on into Southeast Asia, and coming back here into America, and even in like Europe, right? Yeah. And what they're doing is they're taking the anime and they're making it kind of their own and putting it out. So that's how you know something is that powerful.
Anime now has something that it didn't have when I was a kid. Girls watching. These girls love anime, and anime's not even wasting their time on trying to representation and stuff that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And these girls they're locked in, man. They know what's going on. They know all the character names. I'm like, they're dressing up as these characters.
Yeah, cosplay. I was into cosplay ever since I was little, because I remember because of Star Wars, right?
Uh-huh.
The original people that was doing this stuff, but somewhere in the 2000s, man, this thing just took off. Yeah. In fact, there was this girl that I followed for the longest time, and she was awesome, dude. She was one of these people that she lived it, dude. She made her own costumes, her own arms. She was like, she had armory skills. She made all this stuff. No matter what the fantasy thing was, she could do it. And then it just leveled up. It just kept on getting better and better because the newer generation came in, right? To the point where these people are learning how to do blacksmithing. They're learning how to use a sewing machine, right? One of the biggest Dragon Ball Z cosplayers I know, he's real popular. He's from Hawaii, dude. He's Japanese. Yeah. And he actually built his whole body around looking like the main character of Dragon Ball Z. I don't want Goku, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so when you see it, like you just look a Hawaii Dragon Ball Z cosplay and he'll pop up. And that dude, look, he's ripped.
Yeah, it's big. I just heard my girl who, when I first met her, she had posters on her wall of Marvel characters. Just yesterday, she told me, I ain't watching that Marvel crap anymore.
Yeah, Marvel's trash.
Marvel is good. You know, if the girls have.
Yeah. me as a Marvel, well, I'm a comic book guy, but when it comes to the movies, I've already drawn the line at the end of Avengers, the ending of Avengers. That phases 1, 2, 3, I'll draw the line. Right, and the only bad thing about we had Captain Marvel in that collection, they absolutely blew it.
I have to be honest with you. I don't think I liked not one of those movies. I never watched a Marvel movie twice. Only watch it once, and then that was it.
You know, I was so into the I'm so into the comic books, and I'll give them credit for this. Look, mind you, my expectations were very low. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like this. I was like that grouchy dude. I was like, okay, yeah, whatever. But you know, they did some stuff, and I could appreciate it. But again, my expectations were low. But they did borrow a lot from the comic books. Yeah, they switched a lot of stuff around. But I come from a generation, we just wanted something, bro. We just wanted something. DC's lucky. DC had Superman in all type of facets. They had Batman, a generational Batman, where you can go from Adam West to the Dark Knight. I mean, come on. How are you going to touch that? Jason Momoa actually made Aquaman cool. And I didn't even have a problem with Aquaman before, right?
Yeah.
So DC always had that, but Marvel never did, and we've at least with this, I felt we finally got it. But then now Kevin Feige, you know, they started feeling himself a little bit too much. Wanted to be artsy, wanted to be respected by Hollywood, the very corporation that hates him, or the very, you know, Hollywood can't stand superhero movies. But then he wanted to be because he's from the producer side too, so he wanted to get some level of respect. And then all this stuff, Super Baby Inc. stuff. This is the stuff that they do. Right? They come in and they resify everything, they reswap everything, you know, screw your characters. And then when you say something, right, like this is why they'll fall against anime, right? Because like the women in anime, like you mentioned, Zobi is awesome. Because you turn around and call you'll turn around and call people like this right wing white Nazi Trump supporters.
Yeah,
and you get some, you know, a black girl who's knee deep into anime that has her hair pink, that she's the whole nine. Right? Yeah. She doesn't just talk about it; she's into it, the culture, and she'll turn around and tell you to go to hell. Right? this is why they can't. This is why they're getting exposed and they can't get the traction because they don't understand the subculture of pop culture in gaming and anime. It's a hardcore sub. It's an otaku culture, if I'm being honest. Right.
Yeah, I wish Japan the best. Hopefully, the powers that be do not get their claws into them. I do know that a lot of them have submitted to the West. Namco Bandai, Capcom, Square Enix, when it pertains to the gaming side.
Take solace in this. They're shutting down a lot of their Western stuff, right?
Yeah.
And take solace in this. When it comes to Japan, they will fold in. They will go back into themselves.
Yeah.
Right? That's how they always been. Look, it took us like I said in one of the podcasts, dude. We had to send a fleet of ships in there to get them to open up.
Yeah.
Japan is a strange dude. They will not conform. They have their society. They like the way their society is. If you don't like it, like the symbol for temple, right? When Japan had the Olympics, and then there was people over there. So the symbol for temple in Japan looks similar to a Nazi symbol, but it's not. So some people saw that and they were telling them, "Oh, you should change that," or they were telling them that, to be sensitive to people, they should block it off. And then I think they started doing that, but then it started getting ridiculous, and then they took it down. But they're not like Americans in your face kind of thing. It was like, you can kiss my ass, like that kind of stuff. They'll be just like, oh yeah, thank you, okay, yeah, thank you, and they walk away. They got that nice way about it.
I think there's an award show tonight. I think, and they're going to be. I think the Boy and the Heron that's made by Studios Ghibli, Hayao Miyazaki, one of my idols. He's up for nomination. I think he did win an award, best animated film. He beat out Spider-Verse, where I thought it was a good movie. He beat out the Mario movie. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I love Spider-Verse too. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh man, yeah, that was good. But I never saw the Hayao Miyazaki movie because the theaters in my area weren't showing them.
Yeah.
But from what I'm hearing, it's a phenomenal movie. But I think tonight there's going to be an award show, so we'll see what happens with Hayao Miyazaki's film. And Japan is on the rise, man. Like I said, I just hope that the powers that be don't mess with them. Hopefully, we don't get another, artificial earthquake like we did back in 2011, allegedly. Hopefully, we don't get some type of what happened in Maui or what happened in Australia. Remember Australia burned down a couple years ago?
Yeah.
So hopefully something like that doesn't happen. I'm not trying to wish that on anybody, but these are things that do happen with
dubious.
I think our government has a hand in, because our government has always had a hand on this situations like this.
It's funny how all this stuff is coming to light now.
Yeah.
Like I love the thing is like conspiracy theorists is like conspiracy fact. Yeah, exactly. The only thing I would say, Zobi, is that their economy is kind of bad, so maybe that could be a factor.
Yeah.
Like,
but I'm cheering for Japan, and I even the Demon Slayer movie was violent, but I also saw what Japan does with a lot of their stuff, and I love it. There was still a spiritual element there. There was still some type of teaching element there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like banging you over the head with the teaching. It was subtle, and I love that about Japan animation as well.
Well, one thing I love that they're doing is you notice in certain aspects of Demon Slayer, like the movie that you saw with the train.
Yeah.
Like they would do full 3D. Like there are aspects of that. Like they won't do it for the whole thing, but when they do it, it's amazing. So that's that next level stuff. I know that they're pushing forward to, which we don't do here in the States, right? Because we're too busy making everybody gay or trans or it's like I remember like here like I guess what's that game? There's a shooter game that came out, man. It's the guys who made Titanfall, and it was so popular. So some people here was excited because they're like a Samoan dude.
Yeah.
And then they showed the Samoan dude and he was gay. my friend then were like, wow, we finally got a Samoan dude and he's gay.
That's how it feels. Yeah. That's how it feels for Black America. We'd be like, oh, yo, the dude is black. Or did he be gay? You'd be like, oh, come on, man. What in the hell?
that fear of a black hat is real, bro.
And they had that badass show, man. That dude was beating up bad guys and having sex with women every episode. What was that show? Marvel, the bald-headed guy.
Yeah, dude, that's Luke Cage, man.
They canceled that damn show.
Yeah, they didn't have that, dude. You know what I mean? That's, my friend would talk about this. My friend, because my friend, he was like into like Public Enemy and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
and stuff like so. You know, he was on that level, right? But he would tell me that stuff. It's like
I didn't get a chance to see him get up. He did hook up with her, but he's supposed to wife her. They're supposed to have kids together, man. They didn't get to that point. That fine Caucasian woman, what's her name? That's a fine. That's a hot chick right there, man.
Jessica Drew, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I remember I saw her in that movie, Wedding Dress, 2012. 28 Wedding Dresses, and she had a big role. And when I saw her the first time, I was like, "Oh, this girl's gonna be famous."
She's hot, man. That's a hot white chick.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that you have the stars of the show, and then when she's like in the background.
Yeah,
I was in a big role. She was in the background, but man, she you could tell. I could tell from the jump she'd be big.
Yeah, man.
My friend told me that, dude. It's like he told me stuff like, yeah, you know, because they don't like the masculinity of black men.
Yeah, the Caucasian males can be as masculine as they want. They don't have to marry no chicks. They can sleep with the chicks all night, every night. Yeah. But the brothers, that's a problem to them.
I remember him telling me, I didn't understand it at the time, but like fast forward to now.
Yeah, and it's not the conservatives. That's the thing that catches me every time. It's always the liberals that have a problem with it.
You see, like for example, you see a lot of, I'm pretty sure you see the videos where they're talking like the younger black dudes, right? And they're like, "Look, dude, I gotta get paid. I got my money." And as long as I've known, like, look, dude, I come from the culture, like, Ice-T was a huge influence pop culture wise, and he was always about the hustle. Look, you gotta hustle. You gotta hustle.
Yeah.
So when you have a mentality like that, you can't control a person like that, right? And that's what they want to do. They want to control. But when you come from, like, if you're a person from the streets, like, or if you grew up like me, like they trying to push to me stuff. I grew up with I grew up poor, right? And then you're trying to tell me that money's bad. I'm like, well, I don't know. Being poor is bad. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So you can't. That's an experience, right? That's like my friend would say this. He goes, "That's the black experience. That's what it means to be this way, dude. This is why they try and like he would tell me, like he would say it to me, like they trying to make our men weak." You say that to me all the time, dude. This is like the 2000s, dude. They're trying to make because he loved Public Enemies, like Chuck D. He talked about Chuck D. and his philosophy to me and stuff like that. And so it's like they're always trying to keep us down. They're trying to keep us, and fast forward to now, and I'm like, damn, he was right. Not that I didn't believe him, I just didn't understand. Because and another thing, that wasn't my experience. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, dude, that's why the whole Cat Williams thing is huge, dude.
Yeah, he really set it off, man.
Dude. I mean, he left no rock unturned.
Yeah.
Because it's stuff like people whisper about or people talk about, but he just came on and bam.
Yeah, he was definitely in his own. I prefer Cat Williams when he's doing his political talk more than his comedy. His comedy is kind of, it's that lowbrow black comedy that people like. But I like his political talk. When he gets focused, he's good.
Well, I guess because he's getting older, that's why. It's kind of like Dave Chappelle, right? Dave Chappelle, when he's talking, you can see that he's matured. I mean, it's not a mature as he's gotten wiser and older, but like it's a natural progression of anybody. Like, the saying says, like when you're younger, you're a little bit more liberal. When you get older, you be a little bit more conservative, right? Because your life changes in stages, right? Normally. Right? So that's why I think you see that with him, right? And, he's been around the block. Yeah, so I agree. Like to me, when I look at somebody like Cat Williams, if he wasn't a comedian, he'd probably be like a motivational speaker or something.
I appreciate him as a speaker more than a comedian because it's a little too lowbrow for me. Not that I'm some type of high intellectual person. I watch Dragon Ball Z, but still, that black comedy is kind of corny to me. Sometimes.
I think I like how it's changed.
Yeah.
Right, because I mean, dude, my uncle had I forgot that Richard Pryor 8-track that he would listen to when I was there.
Those guys were great. Those guys were phenomenal.
Yeah, but it's it's like a cycle, right? It goes through the motions and stuff like that. So look, I'm not sitting here as an expert on it. I'm just saying from a pop culture perspective. You know, we ingested all of this stuff, dude. Because I remember when oh wait, realist Rosario Dawson. What is that? Rosario Dawson?
Oh yeah, she was part of the Luke Cage show. I was like,
Oh, where's she? I lost you there, Zobi. Can you say that again?
well, Rosario Dawson. She was part of the Luke Cage show.
Yeah. She was the nurse, right? The night nurse.
Yeah. I was talking about the Caucasian girl. What was it called? Jessica Jones.
Yeah. Oh, Jessica Jones. That's it, not Drew. I'm thinking of.
She's got the dark hair, pink lips.
Yeah, I forgot her name. Yeah, because her show was pretty cool too. I mean, you know, she had a good show too. That whole thing, the only one I didn't like was Iron Fist.
Oh yeah, I don't think I watched that. That was I didn't.
Yeah,
give it a try.
Don't watch it. Yeah, it's horrible.
I didn't give it a try. I watched when they all came together. Oh, and they went to a place where the towers, like towers fell, and under it was some dragon bones. I thought that was very interesting.
Well, they were trying to tie it to so that's the Defenders, right? Which I thought that was pretty cool that they did the Defenders. And I liked how they brought the people together. The only thing I didn't like is I thought they were gonna play off of you know, they didn't do it with Shang-Chi. They definitely did it with Iron Fist. But there's like this Seven Kingdoms thing tied into these guys, the martial art, the mystical aspect of martial arts. I thought they were gonna go that right, and possibly like there was rumors that they might have the hand in there, right? And then you had the older lady, right, that had a supernatural appeal to her.
Yeah.
So I thought they were gonna go all in with that. Even bring what's his name, Wong from Doctor Strange. There was a lot of rumblings Doctor Strange was supposed to be in there because he was an original member of the Defenders.
Yeah.
And then I thought they would go down this road of continuous series where they would go against in the supernatural aspects. But that was I didn't mind the show. I thought the show was good. It was okay. I didn't have a problem with the Defenders.
Yeah.
Luke Cage is definitely my favorite show out of all of them. Well, no, I'll be honest, Daredevil. Daredevil was, but then Luke Cage is right up there.
Yeah. I like that first season. That first season of Luke Cage was fun, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's like the way that they did it, dude, and they did the tribute stuff, but you know, people don't realize like some people, like I see them going back and reading the comic book and they're complaining because they thought it was blaxploitation. You know, like I'm talking about the 70s comic because that's what I grew up reading.
Yeah.
I read Power Man before it was Power Man and Iron Fist.
Yeah.
So, you know, like Moon Knight, all those comics from back in the day. But some of these dudes was like, oh yeah, dude, you know, I read the comic book, man. It's racist. I'm like, dude, how can it be all right? So what it is that they're taking the time now and putting it there back then, you know, when these comics were written. Same thing with Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
Shang-Chi has some problematic stuff in it, which was easily corrected, right? Because Marvel does that all the time with all their stuff. Yeah, but they went all in on that stuff, and they were like, "Oh, we got to represent this and that." Like, the thing that pissed me off about Shang-Chi is that you have a Western company trying to create a product to an Asian audience that already has their own industry. You know, to me, that's the height of hubris. You know, like listening to Kevin Feige because you know we want to represent Asians. I was like, bro, they already have their own market, dude. Obviously, you don't watch any of the martial arts films, or you don't watch any Korean dramas, or any Japanese samurai stuff, or any anime. You know, which is disheartening, right? Because you don't have a clue of what's going on over there, and yet you want to represent. I'm like, no, dude, you're Disney. You're Disney. You know, be Disney. And if it bothers you, what they should have done was they should have moved it over there and had like Wu Ping or one of these dudes come in, like how they have Jackie Chan's team come in and do the choreography. That's why it looks so good. I said, dude, you should have gave it to one of the houses over there and have them make it for you.
I was a huge Spider-Man fan growing up, like super huge. Even today, I imply the Spider-Man where he's fighting, but he's still cracking jokes at the same time type of philosophy that Spider-Man does. I was a huge Spider-Man fan, but I just never felt like the movies got it right. I did think that the Spider-Man 1, 2 were great, but I just never thought that Marvel or the movies, Sony or anybody has done those movies Spider-Man any real justice. Number one, Spider-Man was never ugly. He was never, and I thought every guy that played Spider-Man was funny looking. You know what I mean?
I think well, the transition of Spider-Man when he became really popular in the 80s and especially in the 90s. There's a time I was telling Unlimited earlier. I remember collecting I collected 5 out of the 6 titles, and that's not counting like when he was in Marvel Team Up or anything like that. Dude. But there's this run where he was like in everybody's else comic book, and he had like 6. I want to say 5, 6 of his own titles. My memory's a bit foggy, but like, I'm talking Web of Spider-Man, Peter Parker's Spectacular Spider-Man, The Amazing Spider-Man, and then Todd McFarlane came out with a Spider-Man book, right?
That's the one I know because Venom was part of that. No, Spider-Man. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just know I used to love the cartoon back in the 90s.
Well, I mean, that's how popular. He's like the only popular character they actually have. Marvel has. That can kind of go toe to toe with Superman or Batman, but not really.
Well, I think he used to, but now Marvel has messed him up so much. He's so corny now compared to when I was growing up. He was the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah, they definitely moviefied him.
He's always taking off his mask. What the hell is that about? Spider-Man will take off his mask?
Yeah, that's a Hollywood thing too, right? Because the celebrities, you get a guy like Tom Holland, right?
Yeah.
And he has a following, so you got to show. We're in the social media phase, so.
I'm never watching a movie from Tom Holland again. Do you know why?
Oh, how come?
He did a movie where he was getting rammed in the ass by a black man. I said, "Oh hell no!"
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
You didn't see that?
No, I don't. I mean, Tom Holland. I've only seen him in the Spider-Man stuff. I think Harder to See. I think he was in that.
Google that. Google Tom Holland sex scene, and he's. I was like, "Whoa!"
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word.
I was like, "Nah, he ain't it, man."
Dude, Hollywood is evil. Then they have the nerve to sit there and preach to you about global warming and all this crap. Right? I'm like, dude, you shouldn't dudes getting it, Okay, I'm sorry. Your moral, as the old sayings go. I think your moral compass is askew.
Yeah. My friend said something the other day that I thought was so deep. He was talking about Joe Biden, and he said that it's nothing worse than a man preaching righteousness who's a killer.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying about Joe Biden. Like these people are killers. Not just Joe, not just Sleepy Joe, but all the people that try to preach righteousness to us are killers and robbers and liars and thieves. You know what I mean? That's what really pisses me off. How dare you talk down to me? How dare you talk down to Trump supporters? How dare you talk down to anyone?
Yeah.
And you guys are killers. You have a past of killing.
That dude has a history that goes beyond that, dude. All that
killing, racism. He's one of the biggest racists I've ever seen in my entire life, that Joe Biden feller. And black people got in line to vote for that bastard. This is the guy that created the I know we all know this, but he created the crime bill to lock up all these black fathers.
Some of his comments that they don't play in the mainstream media.
Yeah, his comments are the racial jungle comment, and he didn't want his.
And just to let you guys know, I knew this stuff way before.
Yeah.
Before he was when he was a senator, I remember.
That man was probably. That's the reason why Obama won, because white folk felt comfortable with voting in races. That motherfucker was. It wasn't about Obama. They saw Joe Biden. They said, "Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, vote him in."
You're so wrong. The only time this dude is. It's funny because some of his biggest, like when people show clips of him, it is that fiery Joe Biden. So the only time like he seems cognizant now is when he's upset, right? I know he comes off as a grouchy old man, but that's the only time he doesn't. But
that's the only time the Democrats show him is when he's getting fired up. Like look how passionate he is. No, he's an old man. He's just mad because he's old and he can't do what he used to do. He can't. You know what I'm saying? All these old dudes are angry. If you get around an old man, he's gonna be fussing and tussling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. It's funny to me, man, because like somebody asked him a simple question, like, "What you say?"
That's what old people do. He's not passionate. He's just old.
Look, I tell my kids this all. I was talking to my daughter, dude. We was having this conversation about like Fallout and all this kind of stuff. So she's a huge fan, and then when we were talking about anime and stuff like that, at some point I'm like, yeah, dude, I gotta step away, right? Because I'm old, dude. They're like, this is the generation. Hopefully their generation, the Z generation, will correct everything, right? That came before them, right? Because they're a little bit more based than their previous predecessors. To the point where they're becoming the counterculture, right? So maybe we'll get some more fine art and some decent stories, and maybe they can turn it around and then keep gaming going into the future, whatever platform or whatever it's going to happen, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know. I was talking to one of the people at work, bro, and I was telling them, I was like, dude, that draft is coming in hard. You know what I'm saying? So I got the notifications, dude. I'm a Navy vet, dude. So I got VA stuff, and I saw that they released the news that they raised the recruiting age to 40.
Oh,
40, bro. Yeah, 40.
They can get me. Oh no,
dude. I'm 50, dude, and I got disability. But if things went down, I'm pretty sure they'd be sending me a letter. I wouldn't be surprised, dude. I would not be surprised.
What's going on in the Ukraine right now, where they're getting mentally ill people, and they're getting whoever they can to fight the Russians or whatever. But
well, so you got that theater on one side, then you got the Taiwan thing on the other. China's falling apart, dude. I've been sharing this on X, dude. They're total paper tiger, dude. But they're communists. That's what I tell people all the time. Because if people tell me, they're going to surpass the U.S., I don't think so, dude. Because they got some stuff they need to sort out. Like, no, they're going to surpass, and now it's all crumbling down. And the bad thing about that, I tell people, is like, dude, they're looking at Taiwan now, right? Because basically what we did and other countries did, we kind of put a kibosh on their semiconductors. Sitting in Taiwan, right? Guess where all those semiconductors, the majority of the semiconductors are made right now. It's in Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have any factories here yet. I mean, on that level, these guys are doing third, fourth generation tech on their semiconductors, right? So China already wanted to, add them into their stuff, but now given everything they're going through, this is why. I mean, for people, I try and tell them, you have to have some type of. To me, it's just interesting. I try and put myself in other people's shoes because a lot of times this stuff might be boring or too much for them to keep up with. I find this kind of stuff interesting. Because I like to look at the machinations of everything and politics and foreign policy, economy. Even in something like in the gaming, you see stuff that goes on behind the scenes, so that's interesting to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I might have to sign you up there, Zobi. Fight the good fight for old Uncle Joe.
Oh no! I didn't vote for that bastard. I told people not to vote for him.
Oh well, you got to do our part though, right?
MAGA. I was.
Dude, I did that on X, bro. I told people on X. I was like, dude, you voted for him. You voted for him, and you have kids. Send your kids first, or you go sign up.
I got to sign up with the high food, bro. I'm literally stepping out of the supermarket, spending well with over $300 on nothing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
And then I got to go fill my tank up with the gas prices are $3. The gas is so high, we think it's cheap. Oh my God, it's down to $3 today. Like, wait, that's cheap?
Yeah, that's how they do it, right? That's how the news does it. It's like, oh, the prices are down. I was like, dude, it jumped. Like, what does it do? It jumped by 500%, then they cut it down by 250%. Then you're like,
it pissed me off. He went on the goddamn news, but Joe Biden, your president, he went on there talking about, yeah, we made it more easier for people to put food on the table. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I just spent $300 on nothing. I'm coming in. I'm like, what did I buy? But racism has ended, correct? we end racism, right? By putting Joe Biden in office, right or wrong?
Yeah, we did. Hey, Zobi, that's the great thing about poverty, though. It doesn't care what your skin color is, right? It'll take everybody.
My God. And the sad thing, people are going to vote for this jackass again because of racism.
Well, that and then party loyalty and they hate Trump. So a lot of the votes isn't for him, it's anti-Trump. You know what I mean? So hopefully enough people have woken up because, I mean, the bottom line is this, dude.
I got to be honest. I am anti-Trump on the second go round. On the third go round, I would say I only because of his pro-vaccination status. That bothered me a little bit.
Hey Zobi, sorry, dude. I gotta grab something real fast. Can you?
Oh, yeah.
But I'll be right back.
Yeah, I had a problem with Joe Biden's pro-vaccination. No, I'm sorry, Donald Trump's pro-vaccination. Philosophy that really bothered me, and I just said, I don't know if I can really support this guy a third go round because of that. Now I know we're out of the COVID debacle, but still, I if you wanted to get the vaccine, I have no problem with that. If you want to get your children vaccinated and things of that such, I have no problem with that. But I don't want these things, some type of draconian laws put on me. I'm going to lose my job. I damn near almost lost my job if I didn't get tested every week, but they made it to the point where it was you needed to be vaccinated because of the certain type of job I was doing at that time. I had to find me a new job. It's ridiculous. So that's one reason I have wrong with Trump. Is there a chat room? And then I'm on the computer, I'm on my phone. But yeah, what's the topic? Sweet Bacon Inc. exposed. Yeah, I'm glad, and hopefully by Sweet Baby Inc. being exposed, it really brings an end to what was going on in gaming.
Hey, I'm back. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I know you're going in on the thing. So I was talking to my friend about it. About the vaccine that Trump did.
Yeah. Sorry.
But I did tell my friend, I was like, well, that's why I don't think because everybody tells me he's a liar.
Yeah.
No, he's not a liar. And then they're like, well, how come she said this? I said, and I'm like, yeah, because his ego. That's the one thing I love him. His ego's so big. Like, like any politician, like I'm pretty sure there's people in his ear telling him, that's not good. That doesn't, because a lot of people don't like that about him. Right. Yeah. Even his staunch supporters don't like that he did that. Or don't like that part of his, like you're saying, right, this time around. There's a lot of people that are like that and they support it. Right, but they don't like that he did that vaccine. But then he just wades right into it, right? He's like, and he'll never change. Like what he'll try, like because what it is with him, like again, this is the ego thing with him that I've come to understand about him. Is that
my brother, I'm sorry, my mom's calling. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah, but that's why I think he's the most honest person because his ego won't allow him not to be. I mean, good, and you can take that with what you will, and that's why some people do not like him, right? But the one thing I love about him is he's I like people that are direct. If you guys know me, I like people that just tells me like it is. I get that from my chiropractor, my doctor, one of my best friends right, that I hang out with. He's a very honest guy because I can deal with that. I'd rather get it straight from the horse's mouth and deal with it as it is. Yeah, Mr. Kima. Thanks, brother. It's agreed by the Food Corporation. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, they're showing. I've seen them doing. I tend to follow the investigative reports people. I hope a lot of you do that too. Where they're showing possibly, very possible, gaming the system there when it comes to the foods, right? And by possible, I mean yes. I know I get there's people that try and pin me with a lot of different stuff. I'm just honest with you guys. I'll always be 100%. I know I've lost a lot of viewership and not a lot of. I didn't have much viewership anyway. But especially like on social media, I have somewhat of a following. But a lot of people don't like the stuff I post. But that's just the way I am. I'm going to be honest, 100% all the time. And like I said, like Zobi's on the podcast. We don't agree about stuff on some things. We agree about others. So one thing I like about Zobi is an old soul. And we agree to disagree. Same thing with me, Unlimited. Unlimited brings a perspective here that I don't think about sometimes. And he is younger, right? He's the youngest member of our group. And sometimes you gotta be able to listen to a lot of different people, guys. Doesn't mean you have to change whatever, but like if I'm wrong or if I'm ignorant about something, I don't like to be that way, right? And so even with all of this stuff going on, like with the what I encourage you to do, because I'm gonna wrap it up, because I'm not gonna take my son too, and I think Zobi. Probably that'll call his mom. We'll try and hook up with him and do more shows like this because his perspective is very interesting. A lot of the stuff he talked about early 2000s is what you see now. He's been him and Hebot are the two people I know that's been on the cusp of this from the jump. You know, with all of this stuff going on in the gaming industry, outside of Sweet Baby Inc., I mean, gaming industry as a whole, right? So he's one of the few people I knew that would talk truth to power when it came to PlayStation and Sony. That's what kind of I gravitated towards him. Because at one point in time, guys, believe it or not, I wasn't just Xbox all in. I was a hardcore Sega fan, but I owned every single console. My last Sony console was the PlayStation 3, and I never looked back. So, but yeah, Mr. Kima, 100%, dude. Right? You can see the trends, right? Because the stuff's not coming down like it's supposed to. A lot of it too, though, has to do with the labor, workforce, stuff like that. That's they're also having a problem with. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna mute really quick. Yeah, guys. So, yeah, Mr. Kima, I don't disagree with you at all. And that's what it is, dude. I mean, you have a society right now where people are going to make their money. Some of it is cause and effect, but other it is people are doing that. Right. So my suggestion to you, I'm going to wrap it up really quickly. Whether it's what Mr. Kima talked about, the Sweet Baby Inc. thing we talked about, I wanted to touch base on that because a lot of people, there's different. I'm not saying I disagree with what people say, but some of the things that people are missing, and you guys can do your own research on this, is that it is a religion for these people. These people are ideologues. That's what's driving them. It's not just about the money, right? It's not just about having the power and the influence, right? These guys believe they practice what they. I don't say they practice what they preach, but they like preaching at you with this kind of stuff, and they honestly feel that this is the way society should be. And if you're not, if you don't go along with that program, they find ways to cancel you. That's what's been happening to a lot of people. I don't know if you guys know who Gina Carano is. She was on The Mandalorian. She made a comment that people didn't like. Mob mentality kicked in, and these people canceled her. They got her canceled. She got let go from Disney. Disney is run by a bunch of these people that are Sweet Baby Inc. Incorporated. They have the same type of mentality, and that's why it's causing Disney to go down this road they shouldn't be going down. You know, at their core, they're a family business, and they betrayed all that. You know, they try and do a lot of the indoctrination through their programming, and then and it's been going on for years. So when people like me talk about it, you know, they call you a right-wing Nazi, or they call you racist, which is ironic to me because I am a person of color. By their standard, I don't refer to myself that way. If I refer to myself that, I'm not even minority. I just call myself Hawaiian. That's what I am, right? And because that's the blood I have, right? And so, you know, this stuff goes deeper than. That's why I don't think it'll take more. Hopefully, the gaming community is. I have more confidence in the gaming community just because the way the gaming community is. We fight about little stuff that a lot of people find ridiculous, console war, all this stuff that shouldn't matter. You know, that's what these big corporations, and to some extent, dude, I'll talk. Say Microsoft doesn't like it either, but you know, Microsoft, you're coming into our culture, right? Microsoft proper, you're coming into our culture. This is gaming culture. It's the way it's always been, right? Just like with pop culture in general, that's the way it's going. So when these guys are trying to infiltrate the culture, they're gonna have a hard time with gaming. Because, like I say, we argue about ridiculous stuff, like 980p versus 1080p, right? Console sales, right? Exclusivity, right? All of this stuff. And what it is one thing you don't want to do, which is what they messed up in. They basically went general, put everybody under a blanket, and all you did was rally the troops together. Like, you have people that don't get along in this community and gaming community at all, and they're looking at you like, who are you guys? Who are you guys to come in here and tell us what to do? Right? So they're getting it from every end, which they need to be, because these guys are disingenuous. These guys are race hustlers, dude. Some of these guys, they shock me because they talk about racism. None of them, most of them, you can tell they went to college, come from a rich or high middle income family, right? Whose dad was probably a lawyer or a doctor that had a good professional job that afforded them some type of lifestyle, leisurely lifestyle, where they're able to go to college, get inundated with all this crap. Never been poor, never been racist against, none of that stuff. Never experienced any of this stuff, and they feel they can talk to you like they can talk to me, a person who actually experienced some of this stuff. Like, I know what it means to go without food. I know what it means when the landlord knocks on your door. I know what it means not to answer the telephone, right? Because you know it's somebody calling about a bill, right? I know what it means to be almost homeless, right? That you possibly living in your car. I know what it means to take in people to help you share the rent and they take advantage of you and dig out with all your stuff, right? Right? And it wasn't until this is why I'm pro-capitalist, because what it did was when I got 15, man, God blessed me with a job in the state of Florida where they didn't hire 15-year-olds, and I've been working ever since. And I've been busting my ass ever since, and that's the way I grew up. So I'm not gonna have you sit there and tell me what is and what isn't when you've never experienced that you never had any life experiences. Like some of these people now, I understand, right? But you don't have any life experiences. You have to get some life experience, then come talk to me. Right? And this is why they throw epithets at you. This is why they throw negatives at you. This is why they call you names. They call you racist. They call you this and they call you that. Right? It's because they can't win the argument. And for me, you're not going to change me. I don't care what you say, what you call me, what you do. And if you show up at my doorstep, double tap. That's all I'm going to say. Right? You know, these are the dudes that instigate a lot of this stuff, man, and they go out of their way. So that's what's getting exposed now. So hopefully people are learning. Hopefully this comes to light, man, that these people don't have your best interest. They don't care anything about the community. They don't care about anything about gaming or culture. They might play games, but hey, a lot of people play games. Doesn't make them a gamer. Right? Just because you play something on your mobile phone or anything like that, dude, gaming is an actual culture. And that just doesn't go out to these guys. That goes to all the corporations out there trying to infiltrate and trying to push their stuff in here too. Right? And you stay tuned to this channel. We'll talk all about that. In fact, I'll start doing more of this stuff because it's interesting to me. Microsoft is doing what they're doing. Like I said, just enjoy your games. I enjoyed the show, the event that they had. I thought it was really good. It's basically Microsoft at its finest, right? They found their groove when it comes to their indie space and third-party space with Game Pass, right? You have all that. We have a lot of games, dude. You don't have to worry about all this stuff. And let all the rest of the stuff play out. Again, follow Phil Spencer, stay in your ecosystem, play your games. It's that simple. All right? All right, guys, I got to roll. Xbox Island channel. Thank you for all the people that were here. Realist, thank you. Mr. Kima. Zolby, thanks for being on. Unlimited, thank you for dropping in. Other Zinc, thank you for stopping by, brother. Faded Blaze, Cloud Gamer. I don't want to miss anybody, but I appreciate everybody that's been here and had the comments. But Xbox Online channel, host forever. We out.